Alright. Looks like we're live. Sorry for the delay. I had to make the huge ass tier list. And it's big. I'll show it right here. Oh wait, no, that's not the right thing. That's me checking if my stream works. There we go. Here's the tier list. Yeah, he's a big boy. Let me move this into a different tab. And it took a while, to say the least, because I first had to add them all, download them. I went to the wiki, had to click on each Wikipedia page, then click again on the actual image to get it pop up full screen, and then I had to right click, save as, get them all in there, and I'm like, alright, should be easy from there. So I copied and pasted them all right into here, and they were sorted alphabetically. The issue with this is I did the math, and if I spend like even a minute on each, this is going to be 3 hours of tier listing. So I'm going to try to do it quick. Thing is, I can't memorize all of these effects. Like some I just know off the top of my head, but if you ask me like the specifics on Hydra's Blob, I know when you use your secondary, it does damage. I don't know how much damage. So I'll want to check it, because if it's like 10 damage, duh, F tier. If it's like 500 damage, duh, S tier. So I'm like, alright, they need to be sorted. Otherwise, I'm going to spend too much time looking through the wiki. They're sorted by how they are on the wiki, minus like the gemstone stuff, because oddly enough, the gemstone this is right here. And it's really weird on the wiki. Just a little flaw I noticed in it. They have this thing in the wrong place. It should be right here, not right there. But yeah. Should be good to go. That is why it took so long though. We're just going to be playing some Rabbit and Steel for the first half. Get my head in the right mindset for tier listing. That looks good to me. I'm just going to that place. Whatever it's called. The library or something. I don't quite remember. I might need to refresh the page. Yeah, that guy's gone. That checks out. Then we'll just start a normal one. Make sure I'm going to random, because I kind of felt like I was not. Who do we want to start with? Kind of feeling some heavy blade. Oh, there we go. We'll see what this guy plays. Okay, so we aren't going to be playing heavy blade. We'll go with a high. Could play... it's solid. My friends used to say that to me back in fucking middle school. Just gave me like a fucking brain blast flashback. Flashback. Dude, I don't know who I want to play. I might play some defender and get some of those... Oh wait, no, we already have a defender. Duh. Okay, I was gonna use some of the tips the guy taught me yesterday. Play some Spellblade. Actually, I want to play some Wizard. I want to play Wizard because the skin's cute, and I do honestly like the gameplay loop. I admit that the gameplay loop isn't like the most rewarding on Wizard, but it's not bad either. I don't mind Wizard. You're alright in my book, I'd say. Turning down my volume a tad. Oh, no, I didn't turn it up. Alright. Might want to scooch out of the way of them. So, how has everyone been doing today? I've been doing pretty good. I did some chores, took out the trash. Hardest chore in the books. Every guy will tell you, taking out the trash is the hardest chore. That's the reason they don't need to do any other chores. Ooh, that's tough. Dang, that's tough. Hopefully that doesn't sound sarcastic. The emoticon makes it sound not sarcastic, I feel like. Aww. Happens, I guess. Ooh. Necronomicon's crazy, right? Like, I want it, right? I think Fairy Spear would be good for the Heavy Blade. It might also be good for Defender, but I don't play Defender too much. I know Defender, or I know what the guy told me yesterday is Defender needs some special. Now, there is a case where Necronomicon could be better for Defender. If it refreshes all of the Defender's special charges, then I would say they should take it. But I'm not sure if it does, so I kind of want it. But if they roll me for it, I would not be mad. If they rolled me for it, I would take Boulder Shield. Okay. That's chill. Is my cursor supposed to be visible? No, it's not, I don't believe. For some reason, it just freaked me out because I'm like, where's my cursor? That thing just vanished on me. But now that I'm thinking about it, I don't think my cursor's ever really been a thing. Did you see me just like teleport myself into my own lap field? Well, not teleport, but get myself pushed back into my own lap field. That was kind of awesome. Good stuff. Oof, taking Necronomicon and still being the lowest DPS. I am not earning Necronomicon right now. I wasn't prepared to use it. It'll be fine. This sucks, kinda. I can nick Hermes' bow. Ooh, Heavyblade doesn't know what they want. None of those options were great, to be fair. I move a lot, so I think I'm a pretty good pick for Hermes' bow. Because I'm pretty good at just staying moving. I can just build around it. Shit, yeah, that's rough. That was rough. I understand why they did it, though. Our starting DPS isn't so bad. Oh, wait. We already got both of our items. That sucks. I was hoping we had another chest. Church Mouse is chill as hell. No longer randomly resets really turns me off. Opal makes me very happy. We take Garnet though, right? Do we have enough? I didn't think so, unfortunately. Yeah. Ooh, where's he going? Where are you going? Come back! Heavyblade, no! That's how we lost our Heavyblade. Oh shoot, I could have boosted that a little bit more. For some reason this is like really easy. Maybe it's because we don't have full players. We only have... Whew. Shit, yeah. We were bound to run into each other there. That dash was scary. If the dash came out a second later, we would have been just fine. What the hell, man? Maybe I'm just confused on how this is fucking working out. Okay, that sucks. I don't like that one because my brain does not work with that one. My brain and that fight are not compatible. I see things, and I don't see things that I need to be seeing. Yeah, don't worry, I'm coming. This one could absolutely uber suck, but we're getting not bad luck. I should have saved my defensive, just because I know this one can suck. Okay, fuck. Chill. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, we're doing that then. Really don't like how my health is just dropping here. I promise I'm not awful at the game. I've just had a bad first run. It's kind of like a warm-up run. This one's hard because you can't tell who goes where. It probably is better to let someone like Defender choose where to move, though, in my opinion. They have a special that can get them pretty much anywhere they want. So the trick for this one is just to follow really closely behind one of the balls. I would try to say which ball, but unfortunately my brain is deciding not to work right now. And if it doesn't cooperate, I can't really tell you much of anything. Oh shoot, I was spamming the wrong button. That's alright. We got a good hit in there. I can stay all the way over here for you, buddy. Not an issue. Now I'll need over here. Don't worry, you just stay in the middle and do some damage, Heavyblade. That's what we need you for. Oh yeah, I'm at 1 HP, not the 3 HP. Not stuff shit. I'm not gonna risk going all the way through. I don't need to. There we go. That's one issue I had, is I would be too antsy to get to the other side, and if my speed wasn't high enough, I would just not make it. Look, Heavy Blade, it's fine if you stay there, but you can't move! Yeah, that's what I thought, Heavy Blade. Good Heavy Blade. It was a good Heavy Blade. Oh, I can go over here, yeah. Not an issue. My lap field is over here anyways. Thing is, I won't be able to stay over there, so maybe kind of an L move to place my lap field there. You guys gonna blow up on me? Okay, no. You guys would never. Whew. My damage is low. That's alright. I survived, didn't die. And I'm gonna get a heal here. Oh, huh. I can take Grace Steel. Wouldn't mind Grace Steel at all. I think Heavy Blade would probably like it more, but... I mean, it's that or Peridot Rapier, and... Damn, do I not really want Peridot Rapier. I could take Peridot Rapier. Alright, what is Defender looking at? I can take Peridot. I should have probably taken it, because I think Defender doesn't want to use their secondary as much as I am. Ooh, Digger time. Alright, the hardest part of this fight is the beginning, so I just gotta play out of my mind in the beginning, and I'm good. This is one if I play out of my mind in the beginning. Woo! Okay. Got a bit of skirmish there. Stay up! Watch that Heavy Blade, because you know they're doing crazy stuff. They're Heavy Blade. I say that as Heavy Blade's probably my second most used character. Oh yeah? Not getting good rerolls on this, but we're getting there. You just gotta be immediately in there. I wish there was even just one more second, honestly, of time in there. One more second of time would be so fucking helpful here. Or they need to make it to where it's not like all players are affected by it. Well, by that I mean like you have to get in the circle with all your other players. Oh, I missed that. Huge. Defender with me. Heavy Blade, do you know Patrol? We aren't playing anything crazy. Yep, Defender over there. You've got the movement. Defensive, I don't. Okay. Good Heavy Blade, good Heavy Blade. Kinda fumbled there, but we got through it, we got through it. Haven't taken damage yet on my side for this fight. Need that special recharge, kill half of them. Another special recharge, kill another half. Awesome stuff. Good work, team. This cat is balling. Alright, Heavy Blade. It's alright. Just don't make me do that again. Even though that was not really my fault. If that happens again, Heavy Blade, I'm coming for you and hoping to get in your defense shield. Kill another half. So I'm probably just going to try to stay here, right? No issue not to. Didn't really need to use that there, but... Oh, I have my special. I'm not too good at using Necronomicon. It used to be my favorite item, but I so seldomly get it, because I just only see it when I'm playing something that doesn't really want it. And then usually there's like a Ancient, and Necronomicon's so good on Ancient, but it's like, oh... Well, there you go, Ancient food. Food for the Ancient. Don't forget to feed your Ancient boys. So yeah. I'm not too used to playing with it, so forgive my kind of suck with it. That's why I was kind of getting anxious when I got it, because I'm like, shit, I wouldn't mind if Defender ruled it for me, because what if they'd be better with it? But the only way I'm going to get good is to actually use it, so... Ooh, gotta be careful of my primary. My primary stops my movement, not just really slows it, and so it's tough. Ooh, stretch the tether. Don't worry, I'm stretching that tether. Oh yeah, I have to keep moving because I have the very good thing. Well, it's not very good. It's just a bow. But still, extra damage counts. It matters even. Yeah, I have to get here, man. Sorry, boys. I don't really want to die here. That was tough. Whew, good work, team. Heavy blade hasn't taken much damage. Granted, they are heavy blading. Don't leave, guys. I need to get a good work team in there. Ooh, red dark house. Awesome. Solid work. All in a day's work, even. Hits 4 times as a vibe. I mean, it's 360 damage. 360 damage isn't bad. Rabbit luck is crazy. I don't have anything that super wants rabbit luck though, so I'm gonna not go rabbit luck. Deal significantly more damage now as a cooldown of 4 seconds is not too much of a vibe. Supercharged or special is not too much of a vibe. We're gonna take Sapphire, and we're gonna skip out on Demi Burst. Whew. Okay, didn't know if I'd make it there. Oh my god! I went to a little bit of a bad area. Oh, clutch that. That was so clutch. I should have taken damage there. Damn, that heavy blade's going somewhere. Since they were going to, in the first lobby I saw them, and they were going to the, what's it called? The Crow's Nest. I didn't think they were that good of a player, but I'm taking that back. They know what they're doing. Bro, I love this secondary so much, because when it works, it works. Like, it works really fucking well. I guarantee my DPS might even beat the heavy blades in this one. Alright, so I mean, it didn't really show up, but they just hit some of my damage values. Must be it. I've never really taken Sapphire. Sapphire is good if you have something that, like, really stacks on multi-hit effects. I just don't. That is part of the reason I really like Spellblade, though. Spellblade just has a lot of things they can go off. They can go off primary, special, multi-hit effects. They can go off of, like, special spam effects. They're just a solid class that can go off, like, way too many things, which makes them way fun. Yeah, that's my fault, Defender. I fucked with you. Try to keep myself safe. Okay, there's an attack in here that I now know how to do. I was taught by watching someone when I fucking died. For this one, for that attack, wherever is the most comfortable place is likely the place you should be. Don't try to squeeze into a corner. If you're squeezing into a corner, you're doing something wrong. If it's the most comfortable place, that is the place you should be. You guys alright? Oh my! So this one, they want to be to the right one, actually. No, actually, they made it work. But I think it's safer to the right one. Like, if they were down one, I think that's the safer place. No, it isn't, actually. They'd want to be behind me one. You ideally want to move into it, is kind of the thinking. I don't have it fully down, but that attack was always the hardest for me, and I'm starting to get it down. Don't take my advice, like, fully, because I'm still getting it down, but I think I have it more down. Oh, a Mega Charge for my special isn't that handy. Lightning bow is crazy. I already Omega Charge my special so much, there's Nightingale Gown probably isn't crazy. Whereas Lightning Bow, I have so many % chance effects that, yeah. Which makes me think I should have taken Ruby, not Ruby, Garnet, Astral Seal. Doesn't stack, so. Good stuff. We're gonna go up one and then stay over here. Shit, I did not think they were gonna, I did not think it went that quick, honestly. Whew. We're good. We aren't doing this fight hitless, but no one ever asked us to. Awesome stuff. Don't worry, I'm coming in. Sorry, that was close. Whew. Can we get a refresh? We cannot, it looks like. Really unlucky refreshes there. You just let me stay in my field if you guys don't mind. Oh yeah, you guys go to the other side of me. Got you. Team is coordinating. Balling even. Give me a refresh, give me a refresh, give me a refresh. Fuck yeah. Okay, me and Defender kind of were squished in that same corner. And I'm not gonna lie, I suck at this, so I only know like 1 or 2 places to go. I'm gonna trust you all here, okay? I didn't trust them, by the way. You can see I placed my Astrofield, typically because I just didn't trust their asses. Shit, I did not get over there fast enough. I was in the opposite corner. Nope, not that way. Down there. Fuck, man. My instincts are off. Okay, this way is the way. My instincts were so off there. Really hurt my damage too. It's not gonna trigger, right? Yeah. I didn't know how much time I had there. I need to stop attacking. Stop attacking, focus on defensive is the only key I have. You're gonna want to be down here, guys. Yep. That's tough shit. I've learned that attack too. That attack I used to absolutely suck at. Now I'm much, much better at it, and I can do it pretty much every time. Not like fully consistent at it yet, but much, much more consistent at it now. Gotta save my ass there. Hell yeah, team. We're balling. Speaking of, I actually never did check if my stream was actually on, like, surely, right? But I should probably check for no, like, glaring issues with it. Okay, no, we're fine. My camera's a little fuzzy. I probably need to clean it off after stream. Yeah, that is the worry. He's talking about the one that gives you flash strength whenever you use it. And yeah, that is pretty crazy, to be fair. I am alright with what my build's doing here. No qualms against it. My build's doing cool things, and I'm kind of here for it. What made us pop off? Nova Field, huh? Wizard has some really good defensives, I will say that. If anything, that is one of the things Wizard does the best, is just their defensives are all solid options. Fuck, man. That sucks. I really need my defensive. Like, just to stand in. I love standing in it. Would have made for some big hits there. Alright, we're gonna get a big hit here. I think someone else might have stole my hit there. Good job, Heavy Blade. Showing me why AoE is important. Okay, I really need to place my defensives better. I keep placing them and fuck off nowhere. I need to place them in the middle since I have that extra AoE on it. Fuck, man. That attack's rough, I admit. Whew. Okay. My defensive only lasts that long because of the Rock Dragon Mail, by the way. Not Rock Dragon Mail, but you know what I'm talking about, kinda. I hope. Thank you for the shield, Heavy Blade. I'm pretty sure I used my own shield, but still. Refresh me again. Damn. Refresh me. Refresh me again. Refresh me again. Fuck yeah. Oh, you guys are popping off with that AoE though. Hell yeah, man. Defender's doing crazy damage because even when they get knocked out, their damage is still the highest. Need that. 100% need that. Yeah, Trumpet and Katana are gonna go wild. So whoever's spamming their primary, I don't think Heavy Blade can get their primary out so quick, so I actually probably would have reversed that order. But I'm not too certain on their builds, so... Significantly luckier is very important for me because you're pretty much getting to see why. It's called always refresh my stuff. Like, this is crazy stuff. Didn't take damage somehow. Damn it, I'm in the wrong place. I thought I was... my pallet was too close to fucking... Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. I think I'm Defender. I thought I was Defender that first half of the fight. I was fucking people up. Oh, they think I'm so shit. They have every right to. Oh, why are we not balling anymore? Guys, we are not balling anymore. I wish I could just apologize right now. Because, I mean, I could after battle, and I probably will. That was so fucking scuffed. Oh my god. Oh! Don't scare me like that, man. I need to stay in my lap field. Nothing else matters. You guys all... You don't matter if it's my lap field's in place. So mean to everyone. Duh, I need to profusely apologize for my behavior. Because, like, I fucked us the beyond up. Like, that was beyond just getting fucked up. That was just bad. That was bad stuff right there. Showing them why more defensive range is so important for me. Yeah, I messed that up. I'm like, why is the whole screen an AoE? Intro setting is higher is not something I necessarily need. But damage is actually higher though. Yeah, because the damage is higher, I'll do it. Not my favorite pick in the world, but it's a pick. That's Kitty. While we wait. Boom. Crazy damage right here. That extra luck is going so hard right now. Oh, Defender, you were on the wrong side of the screen. I don't know if you know, buddy. Ah, shit. We're all out of our Astra Field. Well, Nova Field now, I suppose I should call it. Good last hit. Saved myself. Oh shoot, Mana Charge is online. Might get to play with him some today. Unfortunately, I'll probably only be playing till about 1 AM? Maybe? Nothing guaranteed on that. Because that tier list, I'm anticipating to take 3 hours. And I need it for that YouTube content, man. Can't get viewers on the stream if you don't post YouTube. Yeah, I saw you on the top, bottom right of my screen. On Rabbit and Steel. Ooh, Stonebreaker. I'm almost done with this run and then I'll be on for that. We've got a pretty good wizard luck build going on. Not too bad. I got Lucky Rabbit's Foot and I'm giving myself Omega Charge at a very high rate. And then we also have someone with Glittering Trumpet, and then the Heavy Blade has Golden Katana. So we're getting a bunch of that procs. My god. That's such a bad pun. Not funny, didn't laugh! I'm messing with you. See if I can do this hitless. Snickered, you got a pity snicker. Kinda messed up my... Ooh, get out of my way. Alright, we're good. I think I still have someone. Yeah, I think I... No, Defender I think just took damage because they were below me. I thought I hit Heavy Blade. Okay, we got Rabbit Look, so let's sit in our field and go crazy. Oh shoot. That's what I get for going into my field again? Too greedy? The struggles of playing a wizard? Oh, my field is in such a bad place. I suck at that. Right under the damn huge AoE that I knew was spawning. Lovely. Alright, I'll try to defensive through this and go down. Okay. Oh yeah, now my field's there. That's what I hate. I either have to use my defensive as a defensive, or I have to use it to summon a 60% damage increasing field. It rarely works as both, unfortunately. Oh shoot. Kinda messed with us. I always do this in kind of a weird way. Get as close as possible and then quickly move up. Even though I know it is not the optimal way. I can get one more hit in. I can get one more hit in. I can't. That's such a risky move. Yeah, they said they were changing builds. So at first they were going for a high... What's the word? A high global cooldown ability with their Ruby primary. And now they are going for a fast shoot. Shoot, we all want here. Hey, we didn't take damage. I didn't, at least. But yeah, the moment they got the Golden Katana, they went for a low global cooldown ability. Which originally I was like, Defender should probably take it, because I thought Defender had a lower global cooldown, because at the time Heavy Blade was running Ruby, which has like a 2-second global cooldown, and I'm like, that kind of sucks. They're going to hit 2 hits out of the Rabbit Luck, and then done for. But they didn't get their primary build taken off, so... Oh, guess who used their defensive? Here, I can lower the cooldown. I can lower it. Oh, yeah! Got it. Whew, that sucked. One thing I will say, I really love the Opal primary on Wizard. It reduces all cooldowns by 2, including loot cooldowns. So, like, my Necronomicon just jumps down in cooldown, so do all my bows. It's just got a really nice synergy to it, because it's not just your ability cooldowns. Yup, that is one of the crazy things about Wizard. That is probably the main reason I play Wizard, is specifically for that. Like, you can see, as I spam my primary, all my loot just starts going down by 2 seconds. I mean, if you can get some things to decrease your global cooldowns or something, yeah, it goes really hard. Wizard also doesn't have the worst defensives. My defensive right now just gives me 50% damage when I sit in the field, but there's also Ghost, which is 60% damage and invincibility. And it gives and there's a Rabbit Luck one, which is good for Rabbit Luck reasons. But otherwise, Wizard's kind of... Wizard takes a lot of work, but they do have some unique mechanics. I wouldn't say they're the best to play if you're looking for some easy damage, because the field is just really annoying to work around. But they do have some fun, interesting mechanics. So I do like Wizard sometimes. Damn. Yeah, there's the Dark Cloud, I think. Dark Cloud just does all 50%. I'll disband this lobby just in case that one fills up, since we've already got 3 players. They can rejoin if we get into one. Oh, wait. Duh. So, how have you been today? I can always just leave the lobbies. The lobbies aren't too populous right now. Oh, we got Melons back. That was the heavy blade of last round. Alright, who we playing? What do we got? Heavy blade, sniper, druid. I want to go primary, maybe bruiser, maybe hexblade. I know I'm going to be competing for specials a lot. Alright, well, I'll just choose one. Heavy blade, I know, hexblade, my bad. I've only played the Mega Man on Switch, which was like the reboot version. It was pretty fun, honestly. I suck at using the main mechanics of like limited bullets and stuff, because I'm a hoarder. In-game hoarder, not out-of-game hoarder. And so I'll just sit there and use the basic ability for every fight. I think you understand what he means. Nah, I don't think that exists. Is it? I've never seen such a thing. I know there's like private lobbies, and you can set them up with the passwords. But I'm not the most fucking fluent with this. To me, it's a waste that you have all that story locked behind only single player on a multiplayer experience. Kinda sucks. I'll move down. Stay still. Not special. Good stuff. Oh, that flutter stuff was so huge. Oh, they have the hard mode blue. Oh, so do you, though. Special Inflicts Burn's not great for me, but it's good for someone here. Gotta be. Actually, everyone has kind of multi-hit. Butterfly Hairpin, probably not. Primary Inflicts Burn, probably not. Multi-hit just doesn't work too well with Burn. I'll take the Butterfly Hairpin. Yeah, like if I get Flow Int like that, I'll be cooking. Yeah. Got a nice talkative lobby, which I like. I guess it does kind of fit with the theme of the story mode, though, because isn't the story mode about being alone? That was actually probably their intent thinking about it. Granted, I don't think the intent works well with the actual flow of the game, but considering it is about, like, you're a lonely rabbit and all of that. Oh, super, hell yeah. I guess I'll say that, though. Ooh, misspelled. There we go. Free flutter step. Yeah, Druid went on that quick. That is a good one for Druid. Druid's probably the only class that can get away with special. I imagine Sniper wants Jade Staff. Maybe I'm mistaken. I'll take Hermes Bow. I can keep moving pretty well. More health is not my favorite. Don't get hit and you don't need more health. Low strength, I'll take it. Damn, we got that lowest DPS. That's alright. Ooh. Yeah, I like this place quite a bit. I don't have anything else to say though about it, so I won't. No golden potion? Alright. Everyone likes Ruby Special. Everyone except Sniper so far has taken it. Oh, I guess it's a good time to just check out what Ruby Special does for everyone else. I know what it does for Heavy Blade. Yeah, that is pretty solid on Heavy Blade. That's my typical. True, special burn is fire. Yeah, that synergizes perfectly. Higher cooldown. Ooh, super immediately. Oh yeah. Oh, did I just waste that? That's so huge. Oh, let me get in the corner. Yeah, sorry for scaring a Sniper Rabbit. I love seeing that huge red beam. Still not bad. But recently the druids I've been playing with have been cooking, man. I feel like there is no in-between. The druids are either cooking, they will go through like lunar hit lists, or they are not where they need to be, to put it lightly and nicely. I won't die here, right? Okay. Hey, 333. Awesome. Black Shrek is so fire. Alright, I've learned this one better. Just stick right to the ass of one of the balls. Nope, don't take my advice. I just took damage there. It works usually, if you don't fuck it up like me. Ooh, hell yeah, Black Strike. Gotta wait for a cooldown to go through. Good shit. 7,000, easy. Oh, alright. Send me over here then. No, Drew, trust me, I want to be over here more than you want to be over there. Flow strength, okay, I can take it. Did I just take damage? I did. Trust me, I know you want to be away from them, but I want to be really away from them. I got those horizontal lines to look out for, man. Low decks, that's so useful. Awesome stuff. Good DPS heavy. Want that heal? Ooh, Queen's Crown's interesting. Crit chance is actually a 30% chance, so Queen's Crown is a lot better than you would think. So I'm probably gonna take that. Nightguard gloves isn't bad. I didn't realize how important crits were in this game. I thought it was something like 10% tops chance. Because usually crit chance is not that high. 30% chance is absolutely insane. 1/3 of your hits doing almost double damage. Comes up to actually not so bad damage. Ooh, get over here. Kind of close. It's also why the Yokai Bracelet isn't actually that great of an increase because it prevents crits. I never understood why it wasn't making my damage pop off despite being like, what, a 40% supposed increase. It's actually only 15% if you take out crit chance. I hate the timing on this. It's so tight. You have to be in there right then. Get over there. Barely made it. I made it. Damn, I got hit by something. Maybe the spread out? Wait, no, it was the tether. Wouldn't have been the spread out. I am nowhere near anyone. Bad time to get counter, unfortunately. Oh, I don't know if I'm gonna make that. Oh, okay. Oh, we got through. Okay, good shit. Whoever deleted those projectiles, I thank you. You saved my life. Man, special cooldown has never felt so long. Oh, that sucks. Okay. Ooh, this is not fun. Yeah, that sucks. Oh, I killed him, please. Oh no. I know I should be, but, you know. No AoE. Well, I have minor AoE. I can only hit 2 or so of those mice at a time, though. My. Yeah, I was in a bad area and getting very greedy with my attacks. I need Ruby primary. There's too many times I'm without my special and then I just don't have a good DPS source. Because my special has such a long cooldown and then I'm sitting here using a base primary and my damage is so bad with it. So, a good secondary damage option is a necessity right now. I almost said necessary, which would have been fine as well. I just needed to choose one and stick with it. Oh, shoot. So slow. Oh, that's fine. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Okay, got through it. Easy 4,000. Aw, poor Sniper Rabbit. They almost made it. Good stuff. Dude has something to say. I still don't even have a golden football. Alright. Honestly, though, I guess mouse would technically probably mouse is third hardest out of 5, so it's not too crazy. Oh, yeah, kind of rude. I've gotten some damage up items. Plus, we have that fire on special heavy blade with the gloves. And Druid is doing pretty good. Ah, shoot. Don't like the wolves. Wolves are alright. They have tight movement and the turbulent winds suck. Other than that, I'm down with them. Oh shoot, oh shoot, oh shoot. Yeah, sorry guys, I kind of got caught. Got lost in the sauce even. Nice stuff. That critical hit damage is coming in handy. Oh, that's fair. My build is just extremely luck reliant. I have one thing that increases my damage when I get a critical hit, so 30% chance that I do crazy damage, and then I just get a random buff on defensive, which can be anything from like super to like float X. Stone skin, very useful. Overall, it's helping me do better damage, but I expect to have some rounds where I'm doing absolute shit damage and others where I'm doing the highest damage. Go back here. Ooh, okay. Oh, shoot. That one's rough, and I even anticipated it. Oh, shoot. Someone protected me, and I thank you. Probably Druid. Could have been Heavy Blade, though. Either way, it's absolutely huge. Yeah, right up here in this corner. Rough stuff, but good deleting the projectiles. Saving the team there. All the way right is kind of what I thought. It's really hard to tell if it's all the way right or not all the way right, I will say. Alright guys, I got a bit up. Wasn't trying to scare you guys. I was just lost in the sauce again. Really wanted some damage. Probably wanted damage a bit too much even. Kind of panned out though. I could take Lancer Gauntlets. I don't know if I'd want to. Sawtooth Cleaver I could also take, though. Probably don't want Lancer. I can kind of take any of these. I can try to make it work. It's not bad. It's another cooldown item, and I might be able to get, like, Obsidian Rod. So I never mind taking cooldown items just for the chance of, like, hey, that's 150 more Obsidian Rod damage. I'll try to remember to do special primary to open up. Actually, no, I can do this, that, and did that. That kind of works. That kind of works, actually. Because my defensive is actually doing good damage. Can't discount that. 2 sets of 300. Not bad, especially Black Strike. Ooh, barely made it. Super helps though. Sorry for hitting you, Druid, I think. I think I hit you. Sorry if I did hit you. Oh, did I take a hit there? Damn. Yeah, I did. Huge L. Good 4,000. Huge 4,000 even. This Black Strike thing is actually working pretty well. Better than I anticipated. I've gained a lot of respect for things like Flow Strength and Black Strike. I used to not like them very much because I'm like, oh, I would rather just have a 20% damage increase, but if you know what you're doing and you stack them up in the good way, then they're kind of cooking. I'll stay in the middle. I'll really squeeze here. We're kind of chewing through this boss. Already more than halfway dead. I don't know if this run is actually bad. It's pretty good. I was willing to say it was decent, but now I'm just feeling like it's pretty dang solid. That was a huge miss. Let's all huddle in the same circle. Oh, well, shoot. Ooh, huge, almost 10,000 hit. Love seeing big numbers. Not bad. Got some lucky crits in that fight. Tempted to say all skill, no luck, but I think that joke will go over most people because they probably don't know the specifics of the build. I forgot about Garnet primary. Kinda. Actually, it's kind of not, though. It's alright. Know what I'm doing, but alright. Here, let's save up for a big hit. Big hit. We did not big hit that. I mean, we could have done more damage, is what I'm saying, at least. Could have been so much bigger of a hit. I'll just stay down here. Don't worry, guys. Alright, save it for a big hit. Huge hit. That wasn't huge, it didn't crit. Oh no! Okay, no, I'm in. We're good. I was scared for a moment there. Pretty good hit. Yeah, are we doing this? I suck. No, I'm fine at this attack. No, I'm not. Oh, I didn't fuck it up. That's a new way of doing it. Not my preferred way of doing it. It was fine. I don't know why I forgot all of this person's attack patterns, but it's alright, I guess. Ooh, 17,000 damage hit, though. That's what I'm saying. All luck, no skill. I mean, actually, the other way around. All skill, no luck, promise. Ugh, I had to travel for that one. Damn. I could take Mountain Staff, honestly. I'll go for it. If someone rolls me for it, I won't be upset, though. Actually, would that be better on Heavy? Yeah, Heavy Blade, if you want that, I'm down to go for Gladiator, since you have the burn. Don't pick anything. I'm locked in. Why did he say, wait, don't pick anything? He's leaving us blue balled. I mean, it's not going to hurt me, but my special has a huge cooldown, so I'm not using it that often, but it is kind of... It's my main thing. But I admit that Heavy Blade's got a better special than me right now, just because they have Night Guard and they have Meteor Staff, which is huge, and their special is one big hit. Yeah, that's going to be so huge. Look at that damage. 2,341 compared to my 217. Definitely the right play. Yeah. There's a reason I let you have that. As much as I love Mountain Staff, I'm not exactly above playing optimally, and that was the optimal choice right there. 100%. Let me see that huge DPS now. Oh, sorry guys. Look at that. Didn't even have my defensive and I still avoided it. Yeah, this is my fault. You can, I'll avoid it somehow. You know, I tried. That's my fault. I was not looking at that. Honestly, it's because I have so many abilities that make me very slow. Oh, and I'm just dumb, actually, I realized. I'll avoid it, I'll avoid it. Ooh, look at that! I'm so dumb. What am I doing, man? I deserve to have taken much more damage. It's because, I believe... Which of my abilities slow me? My special stops me in place, and my secondary slows me. And so I've been using those, and whenever I'm using one of those, doesn't work out too well. Because it's like, oh, I need to be there? Yeah, give me like 3 seconds. And there's a massive ball of death in my way. Hell yeah, I got it off. Oh, it was not a crit. That sucks. Got a crit there. Gotta save up for some special. Save it up for my special. Special time to pop off. huge 10,000. That must have been a crit. Oh, yeah. Good shit. What is Sniper running, though? I'll check. I guess just a... Honestly, it looks like a fairly just a few things boosting special, but I'll take it. Could be the play there. For real? I'll pivot. We'll see if this pivot was an awful idea or a good one. Good stuff. Oh, I was in the wrong location. Apologies. Didn't hurt anyone though, so we're good. I don't need to apologize. Pivot didn't seem to hurt me that much. It didn't help though. Oh, no, no, Sniper, don't go down here. This is the blue gang. Yeah, that sucks. Good stuff. Ball stuff actually kind of goes well into what my pivot is. Because I went from doing one big hit. I'll let Drew have it. What do I want, though? I don't know if Drew needs it, though. Because their special is a 9-second cooldown. Yeah, I'm probably going to go for it. I'll roll for it. That 9-second cooldown is not deserving of... Damn, I'll take it then. Defensive being 3 seconds shorter is good. I was thinking I have 5 hits on my special, so spamming that thing would be crazy. Oh wait, it's actually... Theirs is activating per hit of their special. Never mind. Oh, it's when their special does damage. I'm a dumbass. Never mind. I should have let them have that. Which I'm glad they did get that. I completely misunderstood Druid's special. Shows how little I know about Druid, though. I am not a Druid player. I was saying, oh, or doing Ruby, which in my mind, Ruby is pretty much always big hit. And I saw like, oh, that thing does some decent damage. And it's only once per 9 seconds? That's awful. I'm like, mine's 5 times every, like, 10 seconds. But that makes a lot more sense. Apologies, Sniper, I kind of was in your spot. We were both kind of there, I just didn't move. Good stuff. Ooh, yeah, I was taking damage there. I kind of suck at being near the bulls. I'll try to get better at it right now, though. Moving down seems to be the key. Yeah, moving down is the key for that. We'll try it again. Moving down is not the key. Just don't be there. Do not be there, actually. That's the solution to that problem. Did someone take the elegy giving thing? They did. Druid did. And they still have it. It fucking worked, Druid. I'll get in the spawn corner. No, I won't. Good work, team. Same brain cell right there. It's possible to fit 4 people in there. I've had it work 1 total time. There we go. That was good. That was good. Same brain cell was so fucking funny. Ooh. We're good. Oh, yeah, Heavy Blade. If you can't defend me, that's alright, but I'm relying on you. Thank you so much. I'm notoriously bad at saving my defensive on offensive characters for that. Especially because now my defensive is doing like 600 damage, so I'm like, oh, it's just an attack. Attack number 4. Yep, bye-bye, sniper. See you when I see you. Not me just using my defensive again. I think it'll be charged in time. Okay, no, it did not matter. Never mind. Actually, W damage everyone above 1,000. Good stuff. I'll play again, though. Okay, no wizard. Yeah, of course. Have a good one. Thanks for joining. Oh, let me read the rest of the chat. I was only reading my chatter, honestly. Alright. Divine Mirror. Mostly just a cop-out date for me. I mean, I'll go into it more because I am doing a tier list, like, right after this run, but... That would be my guess. Alright. I'm playing a lot of Wizard today. I probably could have switched in a Heavy Blade actually here. Because I think everyone's going for special here. Wizard can go for primary. It's not as good as Heavy Blade or Bruiser. I don't know if anyone's... Well, no, Heavy Blade's close to Bruiser here. I'll take that. I think I'm the only one with luck effects. Mimic Rabbit Foot is awesome. It's going to be a bit similar to the last run, unfortunately, but... I want to check on Mimic Rabbit Foot to see if it increases, because I know it increases critical hit chance, or I'm like 90% certain, but how much, I wonder. Because that would also change my rating for the item. Could be wise to just do a rabbit and steel stream today and maybe not do tier list. Because now that I'm thinking about it, there's probably 10 items that I'll want to look something up on just to have absolute certainty on them. I wonder if it would be better to save it for tomorrow. At the same time, I've got everything prepared for today. Lion Charm? Down for Lion Charm? Yeah, I should be getting a ton of special procs here. Bro, I am sitting on the corner of that hit. Maybe not that hit, of that fucking Astrofield. God damn. Damn, yeah, they are not lying. They've gotten some decent loot. Oh no, did my chopstick fall out? The chopstick I have jammed into my desk aggressively and been playing with. And probably hurting my hand. Just from how much I'm rubbing against wood. No longer randomly resets is what we call awful. Yeah? You have me sold? I say if, because you can't be certain. But I have a good feeling about them adding content. Look at that. That lion thing is charm is going so good. Would not mind Opal Primary. Lion Charm is so fucking busted. It's so astronomically busted. It's too busted. It's not fair. This isn't fair anymore. No, this isn't fair anymore. Oh my god. Every attack is just proccing it. I wasn't even paying attention to where I was because Lion Charm's that cool. That's a sign of a bad player, by the way. Oops, let everyone get through. I wanted to take a quick look at what Lion Charm's damage is because it feels insane. Defender, this is my territory. That is my fucking Astrofield. I think it's called a Lat Field. I was calling it that the other stream, so I goddamn hope so. Good stuff. Let me take a look at this. 180 damage is so fire. Sorry, I just wanted that extra damage. I know it was such a bad move to use my defensive there. I just really wanted that extra damage. Ooh, that was not great for me. That was tight. Oh, hey there. Friend, let's go this way. Awesome stuff. Stick with me and we'll never have to move anywhere, trust. Next gonna be red? Yeah. Well, okay, I said that slightly after. So never mind, that doesn't count, that doesn't count, that doesn't count, that doesn't count. That doesn't count as one of my cool projection moments. So I said it slightly after. Like, my brain probably had time to register it. And so I was probably just saying what I saw. Which is dumb. Lame. I'm not making it up there. Oh, fuck you guys. Like, I know it wasn't intentional and I probably hurt someone else and I was really struggling there, so could have even been my fault. Like, come on, guys. Couldn't have been considerate of my area. I was doing things there. Hell yeah. Compound gloves could be alright. Mid outfit isn't bad. Spider Bite bow is just not bad. We're gonna take Spider Bite bow. I'm really hoping for an opal primary, reduce all my cooldowns. Sniper is thinking. I think people sleep on apologies, I'm forgetting its name. Maid of outfit. Don't ask how you can forget such a name. I mean, it's literally just an outfit. Everyday outfit. But yeah. Shit, yeah. Tough stuff. Shit, I got hit with that. Kind of my fault. Shit, there is no world. I've been just stuck in the worst situations. I'd rather be with the pack. Ooh. Okay. I shouldn't have used my defensive there. I got greedy for the lion's damage. You don't get to vibe with us, green. No, you don't get to vibe with us, defender. I said don't get to vibe with us. Oh yeah? Oh yeah? Bro, I just had a crazy thought. You know that item? I believe it's a shield item. And it effectively makes your defensive cooldown, what, 30 seconds? And then... Sorry, that attack makes me a bit nervous. It makes your defensive cooldown 30 seconds, but whenever a loot or ability has a cooldown and you use it, fuck you guys. Actually, I think that was me moving. Might be. But yeah, whenever you have a looter ability that has a cooldown, it'll make it reduce your defensive by that much. That would go so hard here, especially if I had a rabbit luck defensive, because then all my abilities would just be spammed. It would be crazy. I'd be so happy. Alright, alright. Oh, shoot. Crazy. Okay. Just don't fuck up the spread outs and we'll be very good, team. Okay, you're gonna go up there. Very good team. Very crazy team. I beat you out by 1 DPS, defender. You beat me out by 4 health, though. So who's the real winner there? Red Dark House. Woo! Got a bit excited. I don't really know what I want for a defensive, but I know I don't want the ones that don't randomly reset. Bro, I'm the Lion or Rizzler. Because Lion term can kill me. That was so funny. Oh no! You spawned that shit on me. Boys, run. Crazy stuff. Okay, no, everyone's crazy. I am not the crazy one here. Damn. That attack, that one was hard though, because I couldn't just sit still or anything. Fuck, 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 fuck. I survived it. This is the story of how I survived it. Awesome stuff. Okay, my DPS is not awesome compared to fucking defenders. I don't know what defender's been taking, but keep doing it. We're gonna do a hitless Percy. Actually, hitless Red Dark House in general, right? Oh yeah? Everyone to your stations. Should have saved that defensive, but I have really good trust in my party. You just want to really stay in like the middle of your field and it'll usually pan out. Like, typically. Just don't try to squeeze yourself, even though it's a bit scary. Good shit, good shit. W defender DPS though. Thieves Coat's wild, right? It's another cooldown thing, so I'll take it. Killing Note would be nice, but eh. Don't so much need it. Commander's getting the hang of it. Using his abilities. Small. That is fair. Sorry, man. I didn't want to go towards the other two. I would rather have gone and hit one person. You know how it be. Oh yeah? Watch me pop off here. Fuck, man. There goes my red dark house hitless. Bro, look at Defender's damage. Like, I just saw a bunch of, yeah, Defender's wanting to pop off right now. Who let him cook? Because whoever did, fucking good work. I just really want my lap field, honestly. I know it hurts everyone else, but I need it. Okay, so that's not doing damage, is it? Seems like not. Come on, boys. We can get in this corner. Poor sniper. That attack, I think, just needs a little more time. I mean, it would be definitely doable, but some configurations of it are just really convoluted and confusing. Good heavy blade. Who's a good heavy blade? You are. You're a good heavy blade. Fine, I went invincible through that. That would not have been fun to try to survive. Go to goddamn shit, boys. Sniper does crazy DPS despite dying now. Like, sure, Sniper's been dying, but, like, their DPS is still higher than mine, so what can you really say? Cooldown of 4 seconds is almost tempting, but not. Cooldown is much longer, but deals more damage is very tempting. Ruby defensive is more integral. Then Ruby special. Then honestly save up, because you never know when you'll find a royalty staff or whatever the hell. The staff that increases your special by however many monies you have. That thing becomes worth. So I'm not going to buy level ups now. I always wait till the last map. Good stuff, though. We should be really popping off on damage. Nova is such a good damage upgrade. Ghost is probably my least favorite. The field only lasting 3 seconds kind of sucks. If you think about it, it's kind of a better heavy blade field because it lasts for 3 seconds and heavy blades, I think, lasts about that same time. But it's a 60% damage increase because you have Ghost while in the field. Unfortunately, 3 seconds is really just not that long. And when I'm playing heavy blade, I kind of understand, oh yeah, I've got this defensive to do that. When I'm playing wizard, I understand of that less. But it is good if you decide to use it as a defensive. I just prefer to play my wizard more offensively. Like, a lot more offensively. I was like, we'll just kill him quick enough, right? Yeah, my damage will start to get up there. And keep in mind, your Opal, if you have Opal primary, it's also decreasing your defensive cooldown. So you can spam defensive more often, so shorter fields don't matter as much. I just want to stay in my field, man. What can I say? My field is my only thing that keeps me happy. Is the only thing that keeps me happy. Black Strike, free. Easy. I'll move when I'm good and goddamn ready to move. Like, if I don't feel like moving, you're not gonna make me move. Alright, fine. I guess I'll move. Yeah, Sniper, we don't play that way. That is not the way anyone does that attack. We are not doing this. No. Sniper. 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 Okay. We survived, but that was scary. That was really scary. You and me pressed against the wall tighter than like... Trying to think of like a gay couple or something cool. Like a cool niche like gay romance novel would be exactly what I would want to like reference here. But like, I'm like, Citrus maybe. Citrus is cool. I haven't actually seen Citrus. I've heard of it. I've heard good things about it. I'll probably even watch it someday. Right? Like 100% right? I mean, I stand still a lot. Dark Mage isn't bad. But that cooldown thing? No, that's gonna... $300 damage per special. No, Lions is crazy good. We'll see if I'm cooking or if I'm cooked. Plus, I reduced the cooldown of it so goddamn much, where it's actually proccing way more if you just watch the cooldown for a moment. Do you hear how many fucking clicks are coming from my screen? Bro, I sound like I work at like a typewriting office, man. Sorry, Sniper. I don't know what we were really doing there, but we were doing something. We were doing the Forbidden Tango. I'm just loving listening to all the like click, 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 click. My special isn't doing bad damage by itself either. Granted, I guarantee Lions is doing like way, way more, but still. Bro, imagine just like, I would so take Ghost if it would give me the thing where your defensive is increased by however much cooldowns effect. Yes. God, I sound like I'm having a stroke sometimes. Am I incorrect? I'm incorrect. My apologies, friends. I got very confused. Good stuff right there. Still not quite catching up to Defender, but we're doing good stuff. What do I even want at this point? I feel so stacked, like... No. There's a case for it. I don't think that case is warranted, though. Alright, let's skedaddle down here. Oh, everyone else is going off, though. Hell yeah. Oh, there we go. Now we got some DPS going. I think everyone else just did a bit worse that fight, and I think my damage is a bit single target. Oh, shoot. As long as I don't take any more damage, I'll be fine. Oh, there it is. Now it's starting to ramp up a little bit. Brother, I am pure loot damage. That is all I am. All I am is loot damage. That's all I am, man. Don't take the one thing I have. I could take ballroom. I could take ballroom, honestly. I wouldn't have been mad. Oh, well, fair. That is fair. That'd have been funny, honestly. No, I think we're about to go absolutely fucking ballistic here. Like, I'm gonna show them what we're doing here. Immediately go into special and then secondary. That's the plan. Well, defensive first, because... if I could just have, like, faster global cooldowns or, like, haste or something, this would pop off even more. This is going so crazy. I am the loot man. I come for your loot. Bro, you can see how many of my numbers are just sitting there. Because I'm the lightly pink numbers, and it's all just like, oh, there's some numbers, there's some numbers, there's some numbers. Like, they aren't necessarily always huge numbers, but they are numbers. Alright, this build actually turned out way different than my last build, so I'm really happy. Just a pure fucking loot build is awesome. And it feels fucking great as well. Just hearing all this click, 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 and looking above my head and just see after image after after image of fucking random item. Get another loot proc right there. More loot procs. More loot procs. Can I get a loot proc there? Ooh, Spillboy didn't quite avoid that. Something on my list is like giving me a super long global cooldown. It feels like it's my primary, but sometimes it feels like my primary just comes out quick, but it might also just because I'm seeing all the damage coming from my primary, because it's refreshing all those cooldowns a ton. Good stuff. Alright. Now it's probably tier list time. So if you aren't looking for a tier list, get the hell out. If you are looking for a tier list, we'll do it. So a few things I might want to research though. Might do them on stream or off stream. Let me just look at all the loot and see if there's any like glaring things, because I have a good idea of most. The only ones I'm not confident on are red Tanzaku. So I'll look that one up. Mostly because on the Rabbit and Steel wiki, most of its effects are... Okay. So luck is a stat, and from what I am reading here, and this is not from a guaranteed source because the wiki does not have this if I'm correct, every 1 point of luck increases all percent chances by 1. Every 2 points of luck increases crit chance by 1%. Rabbit luck gives 100 luck. So rabbit luck would give you 50% crit chance. Got it. That's crazy. Rabbit luck giving 50% crit chance is pretty crazy. Percent chance cannot go above double. So if you have a 30% chance to reset something, this cannot go to like 60%, except Rabbit Luck will make it. Except for Rabbit Luck. Got it. I think I'm understanding here. I just need to know how much like Ballroom Gown increases luck. If it'll tell me. No, the wiki doesn't have it. I just looked up Ballroom Gown without Rabbit and Steel. Yeah, after a moment of research, I should be ready. Okay. Unfortunately, nothing is saying it too much, so I'll have to just go off what I think it does, which could be bad. Not good. I'm not seeing much on Rabbit's Foot either. Let me check the wiki real quick. The wiki doesn't have a lot of that niche information. Mimic Rabbit Foot, yeah. Yeah, no, makes you significantly luckier. If I had to guess, Mimic Rabbit Foot probably adds... I felt like I was getting a 60% proc there, so Mimic Rabbit Foot probably adds 30% luck. Maybe it adds like 50 or though. 50 something though. Really, I can't tell very much. Let me close down Rabbit and Steel and get that tier list up. So here's our tier list. I'll have to do a little YouTube intro as well. Alright. So today, we're going to be tier listing every Rabbit and Steel item. All 200 of them. Let's get started. So I should probably explain... what each rank is going to mean. S tier is going to be build defining. It might not be build defining for every character, but when it works, it really works. And it's got to work a good amount of the time. So I'm talking something like potentially Mountain Staff or Great Club, although I'm not saying those will be there. Like Obsidian Staff doesn't always work, but when it does work, you're doing like 1,000 damage. It is your entire build. You're building around it. A tier is going to be good percent damage items with special effects. So not just 20% special, also reset your special on invulnerability. That shit's good. Gemini Necklace, huge damage increase. So we're talking big, consistent damage increases for most classes. B tier is just damage increase. It's not like a crazy damage increase, but it's a damage increase. C tier is like a cop-out relic. You take it because it could build into something like Sparrow Feather, but it's probably not going to do much other than add a little tiny bit of damage. Then D tier, because I think C tier was cop-out relic. Yeah, C tier was cop-out relic. D tier is like just worse cop-out relic. Like, God, this thing is barely doing anything for my run. Like, maybe Fairy Ocarina. 1 more health really isn't doing anything for you most times. It's just not great. And then finally, we're going to have F tier. F tier is going to be things that are directly bad, and I have never found a use case where I would want them. because most of the secondary items are going to go here. I'm just going to be honest. Most of the secondary items go here. Most of the special items are going in A tier or B tier. And then some really, really standout items are going in S tier. So let's just start out with the top of this. This is all ranked in order, so I can go through it pretty quickly. I feel like we're going to try not to spend too much time on something unless I have something I really want to say, because I feel like people don't understand it enough. So first things first, Raven Grimoire, your special applies Curse. Curse does 10% damage if I'm correct. So effectively 10% damage. When you hit with your special, everyone will do 10% more damage to that enemy. That's pretty good. I'm going to give it a C tier. 10% damage everywhere isn't crazy, and it does have an effect that you have to apply. But when I see it, I'm not usually unhappy to take it, if that makes sense. Primary applies Curse. This goes in about C tier as well. I think it's just as good. Curse on secondary applies Curse. I'm almost tempted to put it in D tier just because I don't use my secondary very often, but honestly, most classes are going to use their secondary. I don't think it's much worse than these. It's all Curse. It's going to increase your damage as long as you're using your secondary some. It's fine. Dark Magic Blade every 10 seconds slices the air around you, dealing 300 damage and applying Curse to nearby enemies. How long does the Curse last, I wonder? Let me check real quick. The wiki doesn't say. If I'm correct, the Curse lasts 5 seconds. I play this game enough to where I should know most things, but I would like to be as accurate as possible. Honestly, I would take this probably more than the special one, just because that extra 300 damage is helpful, and it's a cooldown. Cooldowns help with some of the other things, and there's a lot of things that are going to boost this, whereas these aren't going to be boosted by really anything. Next we have Witch's Cloak. Secondary does 10% more damage. Debuffs you place deal 70% more damage. The debuffs deal 70% more damage is a very, very, very niche thing, but when you want it, it is insanely impactful. The reason it's not S, despite being crazy impactful, almost doubling debuff damage, is because it is so goddamn niche. Now, if you're playing something like Druid, or you're playing just a debuff build, then it's awesome. But most times, that's not crazy, and debuffs don't scale that well with percents. They scale better with flat damage, because they are usually low hits. But on something like a burn, keep in mind, a lot of characters can just get burned from Ruby specials, Ruby attacks. That's where it's going to be a bit better. And so I feel like it has a decent chance to be more impactful than these. Secondary 10% damage is worthless. Like, forget about it. Red Black Ribbon is 5% more damage. That's a nothing burger, really. And then when you place a debuff on an enemy, your defensive has a 50% chance of refreshing. Solid B tier. I'm not taking it all the time, but defensive refreshing is very, very good on certain builds. And debuffs aren't the craziest thing to try to get. I don't think I can put it above that. It's almost died, though. Opal Necklace, when you use your defensive, apply Curse to all enemies. Oh, wait, no, I forgot. Fucking Crowfeather, my bad. Crowfeather increases special damage by 20%. When you place a debuff on your enemy, your special has a 50% chance of resetting. Goes right up there. Specials are very good. 20% is not a bad special increased. And doing debuffs is fairly common. You can usually get a debuff somewhere in your build, so I'd say it's A tier. It's not the highest A tier. Hell, it might even be B tier, honestly. Yeah, I'm going to leave it in B tier for now. Then we are going to go for Opal Necklace. Defensive, does Curse, cool, somewhere in here. Doesn't much matter where. Everyone's going to use it. You're probably going to have Curse on most people with it. Pretty handy. Sleeping Great Bow. Every 6 seconds fires a slow-moving projectile that does 200 damage. 200 damage every 6 seconds. Not a bad cop-out relic. It's not, it's almost B tier. 200 damage every 6 seconds isn't bad, and there's a lot of ways to increase it, and I am typically not sad to see it. If you had to ask me which I would rather out of all of these two would be at the top right here. I'd probably put the bow right above this one, but it is close. These ones are a solid B tier. Yeah, okay. I think that's fine where it's at. I'll move things if I feel it needs it. Crescent Moon Dagger, every 10 seconds, your secondary will do an additional 400 damage on hit. Not bad. I don't know if it's worth B tier. It's not a bad cop-out relic. It really isn't, though. It's better than the Sleeping Great Bow. It is. But not by a ton. These items could be not build making, but crazy good. I'm going to put it there. I don't think it's quite worth going over. Lullaby Harp every 10 seconds resets defensive for you and all allies, right at the top of B tier. Hell, maybe even our first A tier. I do think that is better than that. It's helped me quite a bit, and it affects all allies. It is hard to see the effect immediately, just because it affects all allies. You can't quite feel how your allies feel, and sometimes your allies don't notice, hey, I got an extra defensive usage. But on a lot of people, that is very useful. For example, the wizard, that is busted. If you get it on the wizard, you effectively now have a 10-second cooldown on your defensive when it would be 20 seconds. And there's a good reason it's 20 seconds. You will be doing good damage with that shit. But that's only really wizard experience, though. So I'm down to move it down. Do I think it is better than red-black? I think it is about the same as red-black, so I'm going to move it down. Let's see. Nightstar Grimoire. Every 25 seconds, deal 900 damage to all enemies. So the best thing to compare this to would be Sleeping Greatbow or Crescent Moon. And you got to think every 6 seconds is 200 damage. Let's just round that down to 500. 5 seconds. Be generous. 200, 500. God. 2 seconds. I'm having a stroke. No, I'm not. 5 seconds, 200 damage. That's going to be... book maths. About 1,000. That'll be about 1,000 damage, so it's honestly on par with Sleeping Greatbow since we were generous. So Nightstar, it's fine. I won't take it above Sleeping Greatbow. No, I would, because it's all enemies. So yeah, I'd take it above Sleeping Greatbow, but it's not anything that's too crazy. It's not anything I'm super excited to say. Every 12 seconds using your Moon Pendant is every 12 seconds using your special does 400 damage and a moderate radius around you. 12 seconds and 400 damage is fine. Honestly, it's fine. It's C tier, fine. They do damage. They aren't irrelevant. They're honestly pretty solid. They aren't elevating my run into, like, gigantic proportions or anything. But they're solid. Not sad to see it. Let's see. Pajama Hat. Pajama Hat gets B tier. It decreases your defensive and loot cooldowns by 2 seconds. For most classes, you're going to want that. Very good stuff. Stuffed Rabbit increases special damage by 20%. Every 12 seconds using your special will give you invulnerability for 3 seconds. 3 seconds is a lot of seconds. It almost wants to go into A tier, but is it as good as Crow Feather? It's not quite as good as Crow Feather, but I might start moving things up to A if I'm realizing that I am not putting anything in A. Every 15 seconds, Omega Charger Special is Nightingale. It's going to be B tier, probably. Low B tier. Omega Charge is very good. Omega Charge is what? 3 times damage? 2.5 times damage? Either ways, it's a lot of damage. I think it's 2.5 times damage. It's a lot of damage. 15 seconds is not that long, but there are a lot of classes that want that. For example, something like Ancient has a very long cooldown that's almost always Omega Charge now. And it's worth. It's not very worth it on things like, say, Hexblade. Hexblade's what I was looking for. But something like Druid or Ancient. God damn. Yeah. Those are good. Eternity Flute. Eternity Flute every 12 seconds grants haste to all allies for 5 seconds. I don't think it's as good as Reset Ally Defensive. Haste is a good status effect. I think it gets to go high C tier. But it's almost B tier. Almost. Time Warp Secondary has a 40% chance to give you haste for 5 seconds. Gonna be a bit worse than Eternity Flute, my opinion. Eternity Flute is guaranteed 30%, more than 30% of the time, about 40% of the time, you're going to have haste. Whereas Secondary, you don't use your Secondary very often. It's not something you spam like your special or something. Now, if it was special, it'd be better, but I mean, they would never do that, right? Using your defensive gives you haste for 8 seconds. That's going to be up into B tier, honestly. Close to even A tier, just because it's good. It's very good. Put it right around there. Let's go into Clockwork Tome. So Clockwork Tome, I don't know what their balancing thing was. I think the earlier relics, they were thinking, oh, secondary is much faster and going to be used more than special. So let's give it a bunch of things. Clockwork Tome special has a 50% chance compared to Time Warp's 40% chance. to give haste for 8 seconds compared to Time Warp Wand's 5 seconds. That's crazy. Most people are using their special more than their secondary. They just are. Both are good, but Clockwork Tome can very easily give you haste just forever on most characters. On most characters like multi-charge specials and stuff like that. That might be our first A tier. I genuinely think so. All of these are good, but Clockwork Tome giving you permanent haste is a cut above the rest. So I'm down to put that as my highest so far. Let's see. Metronome Boots, A tier. Metronome Boots has a lot of situations it's very good. It makes all of your global cooldowns 1.10 seconds. It also slightly increases movement speed. 1.10 seconds is pretty good. It can raise some of your lower ones if I'm correct, which kind of sucks, but most classes actually, like Heavy Blade, Bruiser, don't mind it. Now, Bruiser doesn't really want it, actually. I take that back about Bruiser. Bruiser doesn't really want it. But like Heavy Blade has a lot of things that make their attacks slow as hell. And so this makes it not slow as hell. Additionally, it has a lot of synergy because a lot of things give you crazy damage percents, but then they increase your global cooldown, and this negates that. If you find that pairing, it's crazy. If you don't find that pairing, it's still good. It's a movement speed boost, and it's a not awful damage boost. I would say the damage boost is probably like 5-10% on most classes. Sometimes it's even 40% for like certain global cooldowns. Like if it's making a 1.5 thing, 1.5 global cooldown time, like on the Heavy Blade's primary, then it is very, very good. And so it's not there because it's automatically a take. It's there because it's got a good chance to override your really long global cooldown that you got from an item or something. So I like Metronome Boots a lot. Time Age Cap, cooldowns less than or equal to 10 seconds become 5 seconds. It's good. It affects loot and stuff, if I'm correct. And there's a lot of loot like Sleeping Great Bow, which you might not think, oh, Sleeping Great Bow is a bad example. Crescent Moon is every 10 seconds. And you might not think 400 damage is that crazy, but now you're effectively doubling its damage. Instead of 400 every 10 seconds, 400 every 8 seconds. So that's just a straight double to a lot of abilities. There's a lot of abilities in this game that work really well with that. Not just your regular abilities, but also loot. But also your regular abilities work awesome with it. And there's plenty of classes that just really, really like that for their defensive, usually. Starry Cloak, your defensive cooldown becomes 10 seconds. That's close. That's close to... it's... Okay, yeah, that one's going in A tier as well. Mostly because there's a lot of people who are going to want to use that. Off the top of my head, Heavy Blade likes that. It's 5 seconds less on their defensive. That is awesome. I know Defender would like that. I think Defender's only is getting 2 seconds off that. But a lot of classes do like it. I'd say at least half the classes really like that. And out of all of these, that would be the most safe pick. Because it's not as good as Metronome Boots in an ideal scenario, but in a normal scenario, it is better than Metronome not S tier. You did not see that. It's not S tier. Gemini Necklace could be S tier. Your special and defensive have a 30% chance of instantly resetting when used. I think that might be an S tier. So the main issue with it, or issue why I think it's so much better than everything else, is it doesn't need anything to just start doing infinites. And a lot of specials, like Heavy Blade and Hex Blade, they can just sit there and spam their special like twice in a row. Well, this will refill a lot of charges. In Spellblade's case, it refills all charges. In Spellblade's case, if you get this, you will be spamming it always. But I can't rank it off of just Spellblade, and something like a Wizard is going to still want that a lot, but it's not going to be quite as good. It's like a better Necronomicon, in my opinion. It doesn't have the charge, but it works a lot, and it really scales with how much you're using your special, which for most classes is a lot. Hawkfeather Fan reduces your special's cooldown by 2 seconds. If you remember Pajama Hat, oh wait, no, Pajama Hat isn't special cooldown, my bad. It is loot cooldowns, which is honestly just as good. It's better even. Anyways, Hawkfeather Fan reduces your special cooldown by 2 seconds. Low B tier, maybe even C tier contender, honestly. Not to be too mean to it, but like, a lot of guys don't care about their cooldown on a special. Like, Dancer does not care about their cooldown special. A lot of wizard runs I've had don't care. Some do. Like, if you get the Opal special on wizard and your cooldown is only 4 seconds, then you're going to care. But so many guys don't care about it. And 2 seconds is not that crazy much. So it is going high C tier. But it doesn't have the highs that something like Omega charging your special can for certain classes. And this is based across all classes, what is most generally useful, by the way. Windbite Dagger makes your secondary's global cooldown time only 0.5 seconds, but its damage is reduced to 60. It's not honestly awful. Probably another C tier. It's just not that important. It's another cop-out relic. You don't sit there and jump for joy when you see it. But when you see it, it's like, well, you get to save a good amount of time on your secondary. In fact, I would rank it even below these. 10% damage is probably better than your secondary going really fast. It has some good synergies with like some things. Most times it doesn't really matter, honestly. It's saving you probably 0.4 seconds, and Metronome Boots is going to save you that across all moves, be it 0.4 seconds or be it just 0.1 second. It's going to save it across all moves, whereas this is just one move. So it's not great, but it's a not bad cop-out relic. If you take it, you shouldn't be that disappointed. Pigeon Bow every 3 seconds fires a projectile targeted at your targeted enemy that deals 70 damage. I'm going to tell you why this is good. I'm going to tell you why it's even considered maybe B tier. The reason it's probably almost B tier is even though the damage is really goddamn low. For example, 6 seconds, it does 160 instead of the Sleepy Bow's 200. That's less. It should be not like it's 60 damage less. It should be just worse. But the cooldown is so short that it'll sit there and activate things like Lion's Charm or other abilities a lot. That's crazy. I'll edit that fucking chat thing out. Take a moment break to take a breather. I'm not about to fucking advertise that stuff. I could honestly probably just cut it from... Since it's conveniently positioned to where anyone who speaks is going to be on that gray background, it means I can just edit it out and cover it with that. But I don't mind taking like a little breather speaking, because I've been speaking a lot. And fortunately, they messaged that right as they fucking entered here. Anyways, back to fucking refreshing myself. Okay. So I moved Pigeon Bow down. I think Pigeon Bow... Actually, let me just restart that whole segment. So Pigeon Bow is actually pretty dang not too bad. Okay, no, that's such a terrible flip for YouTube. Yeah, I know. I'm boxing about YouTube. L streamer. Yeah. It's fun to stream it because I'm hoping I can get like a lot of ideas from other people, just in case. Like, I feel like I can get a lot of ideas from people and hopefully collaborate. Like right now I'm not too big, but hopefully when I start actually getting people who are like, oh, and they care, and they're like, huh, tier list, I want to get other people's inputs, because like, obviously I'm biased. Everyone is biased and everyone is incorrect in some capacity. And so I want to be like more of a community-based ranking where I listen to the community and I'm like, so what do you guys think? And if everyone's like, L streamer, I'm not going to just fold. I'll be like, explain my reason, be like, I think you guys are kind of nutty. But if they bring up like good points, because sometimes people do bring up like good points. Anywho, Pigeon Bow. Pigeon Bow is every 3 seconds you deal 70 damage, which on average is lower damage than these, but I still think it is better than most of these damage dealing artifacts because it has more synergy. Since it applies so often, there's a lot of things where Pigeon Bow is going to be going off like every 1 second if you have the sleepy cap, which is just really funny to see it boom, 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 boom. And then like if you have Lion's amulet, since it's a cooldown ability, it activates that. It just works really well on like cooldown based things. Like, oh, if when you use an ability or loot with cooldown does X damage, that shit just works really, really well. Or when your loot does damage, it does a little more damage. It just works well. It scales a bit better in my opinion. And even though they're all kind of mid in that section, it has some extra scaling, which is pretty important, I think. I mean, when you're comparing like these damage relics, that extra 40 damage doesn't matter that much, in my opinion. Next is Shinsoku Katana. Your primary global cooldown has a 50% chance to be 0.8 seconds instead of its normal amount. I actually don't see this one very often, but I don't mind it. It's definitely better than Windbite Dagger, because a lot of times your primary can be really, really, really slow, and that is very helpful. There's no downside. It's just a 50% chance to have a faster primary. I should mention, I think the wiki is up to date. I'm going to correct any of these if they aren't, because I know the items pretty well. But I have seen in circumstances where the wiki is not fully up to date or correct. I should be able to correct those. I like this. I don't like it as much as Haste, but I like it more than Haste on Secondary, I think. I like it about the same as Haste on Secondary. So it's going to go C tier. I don't feel like it's that crazy too much of the time, but it is crazy if it synergizes with, like, the Great Club. It just has a much lesser chance to synergize. Like, Metronome Boots is just solid all the way around, and it's got a very high synergy chance, because so many things increase your cooldowns. Like, if you take Metronome Boots, you can immediately start building your run around it, which is why I'm like almost S tier, but not quite, because you can just start building your run crazily around it. Like, it's like, oh, cool, all of my global cooldown times are super short. Let's grab Emerald Special on Hexblade, or Emerald and Ruby Specials on really anyone, because those usually have higher global cooldowns or cooldowns. It's just good stuff. Next is Eagle Wing Charm. All your abilities do 20 more damage. Again, this is kind of why Pigeon Bow is a little bit better than these. Pigeon Bow scales that 20 more damage way higher than any of these do. And so Eagle Wing Charm, I'm down to put in the middle of there. It really doesn't matter. When you get here, it's like, again, they're just cop-out relics. You're just taking them for a little bit more damage. They aren't helping you that much. It's good on multi-hit attacks. It's really bad on slow attacks. If I had something like Hexblade, I'd probably take it, because 20 more damage on all abilities works better on multi-hit attacks, and Hexblade does like a lot more multi-hit attacks. It can be kind of alright if you have something like Wizard Sapphire Special, which does 4 hits, but even then that's just 80 damage. 80 damage isn't as crazy as some of the things we're going to be seeing on this list. I mean, hell, this one's 400 damage with a time limit, though. So I just don't think it's that great, unfortunately. But it's better than some of the others. Winged Cap grants a brief speed boost when your secondary is used, increase base movement speed slightly. Yeah, that thing doesn't really have much synergy with anything. Like, the speed boost isn't bad. I honestly find the speed boost annoying. That's just me. Speed boost is annoying and it doesn't help me at all. I'm never like, shoot, I'm in trouble. Secondary, go! I'm more like, shoot, I'm in trouble. Defensive, defensive, defensive. It's not that. The base movement speed is good, though. I do admit. It's just not going to help as much as anything else here, I don't believe. Or I'm certain. I'm definitely certain. I can tell you with certainty. That's a joke. Thieves Coat, every 10 seconds, vanish for 3 seconds and gain a brief speed boost when you use your special. Also increases your base movement speed. This one does a lot. So, first things first, vanish isn't too bad. You can actually use that as your defensive. I mean, you can actually use that as your defensive and just go through some attacks. But it's also a good offensive move. If I'm correct, vanish is a 30% damage increase. I'm going to check real quick. Because if it's 50%, that obviously was a lot better. But that feels too close to Ghost. 30%, yep. So if you're good with it, you can use it as a pseudo-defensive. And even if you're not good with it, it's 30% more damage on your next hit, which isn't bad. It's going to get put right there. I don't think it's anything worth, like... No, it's just not worth B tier. These things are all increasing your damage by a significant tangible margin. That one's I take it on cop out, but I'm not excited to see it. It's not bad though. That increased movement speed also makes me want to move it up, because it's like a good effect on top of movement speed. Like, I'd take it above all of these. Honestly, I'm gonna put it in B tier. Low B tier, but you're gonna get something out of it. You might get movement speed out of it. You might get defensive you might get a more defensive special, or you might get a little bit more damage if, like, you have multiple special spam, or if you special into like a primary hit. Like if you're playing Heavy Blade with Garnet Gemstone, that has good synergy. It has really good synergy because it's going to mean your special gives you more defensive time because Heavy Blade, you're also somewhat using special as defensive. I know I do at least. So, and it's going to increase your primary's damage, so good shit. Vampiric Dagger, your secondary inflicts bleed. What bleed does is whenever you attack an enemy, they take that bleed damage, and if I'm correct, the bleed damage should be 20 for this. It isn't on the wiki, though. I should mention, bleed damage is reduced for ally hits. It's your secondary. It's kind of mid. I don't like it very much. Bleed is not that crazy. It's on your secondary, which is meh. It's fine. It doesn't really matter if it's on your secondary. Oh, I forgot to rank Sparrow Feather. Sparrow Feather makes your primary and secondary deal 50 damage to all enemies when used. It's very good. Shit is like Pigeon Bow, but way crazier. Way more insane Pigeon Bow. Honestly, it goes B tier because you can make some really crazy damage combos with it. And if you're spamming your primary or secondary, it is solid. It is good. Hell, I'd probably even rank it above that. There's a chance I rank it here. There's a chance I rank it there. That might be needing to move down, not gonna lie. Defensive reset is not that crazy on it. It stays, but you're getting close to being moved down. I'm starting to not like you as much. Let's see. I'm going to rank these quickly, and then I'm going to go through and review it, and then like move things that I did stupidly. Because the tier list is best when you review it once after you formed it. Because now it's like, oh, now you can start using things as references, and like, oh, if that's A tier, that shouldn't be B tier. That wouldn't be below it. So yeah, I'll start cleaning it up after. This is more just like a shoot, go fast, so I'm not here for 3 hours, if you feel me. So, Bloody Bandage. When you use your defensive, apply bleed to all enemies. At least it's all enemies. Still not crazy, though. I don't like it. If I could see what the bleed amount was, it would be a bit better. I think the bleed is 40. It feels like a worse Sparrow Feather by a lot, because again, allies don't benefit that much of it. They do benefit a little, and they don't benefit anything from Sparrow Feather. Its only synergies are with debuff mechanics. I guess it's not bad. It could be C tier. I don't value debuff things very well, though. I don't like it very much. Let's see. Bloodhound, Great Sword. Every 10 seconds, slices the air, dealing 300 damage and applying bleed. It's about as good as every other attack relic. It's not bad. I mean, the bleed on this one's good, if I'm correct. I really wish it showed me. I'm clicking it again just to check. It doesn't, though, and I hate that. I'm going to keep it with all the other damage relics. I don't think it's too crazy. Leech Staff, your primary inflicts bleed. This one's probably better than all these. If you're looking for a bleed relic, that's probably the one. I still don't really like it. I'm going to be real with you. Maybe I should, though. It's good for fast attackers. Not many people are actually fast attackers, though. Most global cooldowns are, on average, 1 second. Sometimes they're way slower, sometimes they're way faster, but I'd say, on average, you're dishing out 1 attack every second, is what I feel like on every class. 1 attack every second, that's like 40 damage a second. It is better than Pigeon Bow, I should say. Except Pigeon Bow has, like, better scaling with certain other... It has better synergies. They aren't bad. I want to keep them low tier, though. And I might move some of these down. I'd be more inclined to move Pigeon Bow down than I would be these up, if I'm being honest. Like, in honesty, they're doing more damage than Pigeon Bow on average. I might move them down. I just don't want to move these up either. Because I'm starting to think 10% damage compared to the damage these are doing. I still feel like that's equal. This whole tier would move down if that was the case, though, except these two. These two would stay. This would stay. This would stay. This would probably move down still. because these are like honestly pretty close damage wise. They don't have as good effects. They aren't cooldowns. Cooldowns honestly give you so much more synergy to work with. I'm going to keep them down there for now. Although if you're going for a debuff build, obviously they shoot up to like B tier or even high C tier. Maybe even A tier depending on some of these. But the thing is, going for a debuff build is very difficult because you need a lot of things to make it work out. You're going to need this thing, which is why this one's so high, is because this one turns on so many of these items. Like, by grabbing this item, you are boosting all of these by 1 tier, which is the reason this one's higher. Alright. Reaper Cloak. Your defensive deals 100 damage 3 times enemies facing away from you, so 300 damage. I've actually gotten some decent damage off this one. It's not bad. Although, if you think about it, since it's only every... Oh, no. It's usually, since it's only every... Usually, since it's only every... Bro, I don't know what kind of stroke I'm having. Since it's only ever, like, 10 seconds per defensive, it's probably only on par with the Greatsword that also does 300 damage every 10 seconds. So, it's fine. Bloodfire Brooch, all abilities deal 40 damage to 2 times to enemies facing away from you. I've never seen anyone take this. The damage is not that crazy. I guess it could be... It's just Sparrow's Feather, but you have to work harder for it. The nice thing about Sparrow's Feather is it's consistent. You're always getting that damage. It is just Sparrow's Feather if it does a little more damage, but you have to work harder for it. I guess it can go up there with the rest of the damage relics. I mean, like, all the damage relics go in here because they're... You can argue one way or another with all of them. Then there's, like, very few who peak past C tier. Wolfhood. Every 6 seconds, when you use your primary, deal 250 damage to enemies facing away from you. It's fine. Like, it's just as good as all the other... Every 6 seconds do that. I mean, it's probably a little bit worse, but it can't be worse than Reaper Hood, so it's pretty much just Reaper Hood. Blood Vial. At the start of each fight, inflict all enemies with sap for 60 seconds. If I'm correct, this is Sap Winnie. And if I am also correct, sap afflicted enemies take extra damage from abilities or loot effects. So it's just bleed that lasts for 20 seconds, but it's applied for much longer. It's not bad. I don't like it very much. It's like about the same tier as these. You don't have to apply it, but your primary should always be applying it, and your special keeps it to where it's almost always applied. So it goes down there with the rest. And you can't reapply it after 60 seconds, so it's honestly worse than these, in my opinion. I know the sap is more than the bleed from these. It's just most fights aren't over in 60 seconds. Well, most boss fights aren't. And you're kind of scaling your damage for boss fights. Black Wakazashi, your primary has a 30% chance to effectively 150 extra damage to the enemy you are fighting. Honestly, B tier. The relics that are like damage on percent chance just have even more chances to shine. And a 30% chance, let's say you're using your primary, you're only going to want to pick this up if you're a primary build, obviously. Let's say you're using your primary like every 2 seconds. That's 6 seconds for the payout, which isn't bad. Like, yeah, it's almost 200 damage. Plus, if you get like rabbit luck or anything, this starts to immediately shoot up the tiers. So honestly, Black Wakazashi is good. Black Wakazashi is better than Sparrow Feather, even. I don't think it's A tier, but it's very good. Like, honestly, I don't know. I like it a lot. I do. Defensive cooldown, how much do I care? I don't think I care that much about it anymore. Just doing some reorganizing, don't mind me. 10% damage versus these. It's not that crazy. Like, I just do not care about the 10% damage. Maybe I'm dumb for that. Like, I want to put Black Wakazashi higher, because Black Wakazashi is at least a tier above, but I don't know if I want to put it... This sucks. I mean, this would also go down, right? They aren't bad cop-outs. I'm not unhappy to see them. Look, I'm going to let the list build a little bit more. I am going to let the list build a little bit more. These guys are on very, very thin ice, though. Really, really thin ice. I just, like, they aren't that much different than these. Like, on average, I feel like you're going to get almost the same utility out of these guys as you will of these guys. But Black Wakazashi is definitely a cut above all of these. Hell, Black Wakazashi is like, it's not close to A tier, but it's cooking. It's doing crazy stuff. Like, your damage goes so high if you start getting rabbit luck effects. I need to get some of these good items, because like some of these items are like fucking crazy. And I need to start like rounding out S and A tier with those so I can feel more confident about my C tier. It's just like right now, all these items are very C tier. Throwing Dagger. Every 5 seconds fires a projectile that deals 120 damage, resets every time you use your special. This is 120 damage added to your special. If you spam special because you are the Dancer, or because you are, say, the Hexblade, even Heavy Blade can get usage out of this, like pretty good usage out of this. Congrats, this is awesome. If you don't do those, do you use your special often? If so, this is probably great. It is just as good as Wakazashi, if not better, because it's every 5 seconds and it still procs. Wakazashi doesn't always proc if you aren't using your primary. Special is always going to proc. At worst, you can scale it with a bunch of things. I mean, I just got off a run where I just was letting it do its thing every 5 seconds, and it would activate my other thing, my other like loot effects, like Lion's Charm, which does damage every time a cooldown's down. Very good. It's just good. It synergizes with so many things. In fact, I'd be willing to put it honestly right there with like Crowfeather. It's not resetting your special or anything, but like depending on my build, it'd be a toss-up if I take it between like Crowfeather or anything. And most classes are using their special, whereas most classes are not using their primary. Only a few classes are using their primary, but Black Wakazashi is very good at what it does. Very, very good at what it does. Again, if you have like this cap, that's going to make it even better. Good scaling. Really, really, really good scaling. Alright. Continuing on, Assassin's Knife secondary has a 30% chance of dealing 2 additional blows, dealing 50 damage. So it's 100 damage on your secondary. I don't know why they insist on making every secondary item just worse than their higher tier counterparts. Like, I don't want to say it's D tier. You're never spamming your secondary is the thing. Usually you're using your secondary in off time, and that's why Time Warp can get away with it. Because while you aren't spamming it, you are using it at a decent enough rate to get a buff every once in a while. This thing, you aren't going to be like, oh, I have rabbit luck. Let's spam my secondary. Because at best, I mean, this is 100 damage per secondary hit, which is getting it on par with probably what your primary is at base. So that's honestly why I don't even rank it as much as these. You can just forget about Pigeon Bow and it'll still do its damage. This requires you to go for like secondaries, and you just don't do that. You just don't. It's bad. Ninjutsu Scroll, your special has a 30% chance of dealing 3 additional blows, doing 150 damage each. What is that? 450 damage when you use your special? Right up there. 100% right up there. Sure, this one always hits and it has like a cooldown and stuff. It's very close to that. This thing gives you so much damage if you have rabbit luck. Like, again, let's compare it to Black Wakazashi. Black Wakazashi is 150 damage, right? Yep, 150 damage, 30% chance. Ninjutsu Scroll is 450 damage, 30% chance. And I'm not going to lie, there is a lot of builds where I'm using my special way more than my primary. They really thought that, like, special was going to be super elusive, and then they made Dancer exist. Dancer's eating good off this. Like, you aren't going to get it every hit, but, like, it's good. And not to mention, if you get rabbit luck, it's crazy. If you get rabbit luck, it is absolutely crazy. It will make your DPS. Like, it isn't S tier, but it is up into A tier. Up into A tier, man. Shadow Bracelet. Abilities and Abilities and loot that hit more than once deal 30 more damage. You know, it's fine. It's pretty good on some effects, not good on other effects. Like on Hexblade, it's a 30 more damage for all your moves. That's good. But to be fair, Sparrow Feather is a 50% damage. Well, no, not 50%. 50 damage on like 2 of your kit. So it's good. Not many classes actually have multiple hit abilities, but the ones that do really appreciate it. Like, if you see it on Druid, you're probably going to want to take it. If you have, like, Sapphire upgrades, you're probably going to want to take it. It tries to creep its way up. I don't think it does creep its way up. I feel like it's about as good as resetting your defensive. And it makes me want to move these down, because it's, like, still a cut above those, even then. So I probably am going to move those down now that I'm rounding out my top tiers, but I want to get my top tiers rounded out. When a % chance succeeds, erase projectiles around you and vanish for 3 seconds. Stuff is good. Stuff can make you invincible. Again, C tier. Probably even below this right there. It's really good for some things like Dancer, because you're going to be going and vanishing a lot. And that's typically just going to result in extra damage on your special, which is great for Dancer. Because keep in mind, when your % chance increases, well, when your % chance procs, that means your special's done. And now you're vanished, which means 30% damage on your special. So honestly, if you're Dancer, you can look at this a lot like 30% damage on your special plus some invincibility. And that makes it very good, like almost there, but not quite as good as just a flat upgrade. And it's not great on every class. So it's going to go probably around here, around this area. If I were to move a lot of things down from C tier, it would not be one of them though. Kunoichi Hood, your abilities do 15 more damage, and your loot does 50 more damage. This is almost on the par of Witch's Robe. In fact, it probably is. Does Witch's Robe give a speed boost? That might save it. It does not. So again, loot... well, no. Debuffs and loot are different. It can be very good. Put it low B tier. To me, it's less circumstantial than Shadow Bracelet, because anyone can grab a Pigeon's Bow and then upgrade it by 50 damage, and now it's doing very insane damage. And it can really turn runs on. It's just not always going to turn runs on. Like, it's either D tier, you don't care about it, or if you get it early in the run, you decide you're going to build with it, and it actually does cook something. Shinobi Tabi, standing still will cause you to vanish for... It's at least as good as... Actually, it's better than this. It's better than Witch's Robe. Debuffs are just not that great. Yeah, I feel like that's good. Okay. Shinobi Tabi, standing still will cause you to vanish for 5 seconds and resets your special, available every 8 seconds. So this means you have 3 seconds where you can be hit. Just think about that. Because if you're vanished for 5 seconds and it's available every 8 seconds, you have 3 whole seconds where you can be hit if you really, really need it. Not to mention, you don't need to use anything to activate it, so you can just go into like a vanish damage boost mode. It's not bad. If you're something like the Assassin and you don't break vanish with some of your attacks, it's busted as hell. You'll probably just go invincible from this one item as Assassin. Like, permanently invincible. It's just really good for defensiving. Put it in B tier. I've had cases where it's just really important. Doesn't it reset your special, actually? No, it resets your special. Okay. That's going low A tier. Since it resets your special, that moves it up to low A tier, because a lot of people want their special reset, and you can pretty much choose when you get it. Plus, it's reset special, and then 30% damage from that vanish. Plus, that vanish lasts 5 seconds, so you can just start to phase through attacks if you need to. Dragonhead Spear. Their primary is 40% more powerful, begins a cooldown of 3 seconds. Also slightly reduces your movement speed. It's so close to S tier. If this is S tier, then Gemini Bracelet also needs to be S tier in my opinion. And it's not, but I'm not considering it. I think it's A tier, maybe even mid A tier. The reason I say that, primary is not that built around. You can use it on probably Wizard and Heavy Blade to great success. You can use it on a lot of people with good success. Everyone has a not bad primary. You really can't use it on Bruiser, which likes their primary the most, though. That's where it's getting a little bit punished. If you could use it on Bruiser, that would be crazy. Bruiser doesn't like 3-second cooldown, and Berserker only reduces global cooldown. Most times the 3-second cooldown doesn't matter, because if you're a heavy blade, you are using your attack, and then you're using your secondary, and then if you throw in a special there, then you can just use your Dragonhead Spear right after the special. And sometimes if your global cooldown's long enough, 3 seconds really doesn't matter. I've had plenty of heavy blade runs where my global cooldown is like 2 seconds, or even 2.5 seconds. And so then it's like, oh, cool. I just have a little extra leeway to go into my secondary. So the 3 seconds honestly doesn't usually matter. It's just 40% extra damage. But I've had just as many runs with Ninjutsu Scroll that pop off. Dragonhead is very consistent, actually, now. It stays here, tied with Clockwork Tome. Granite Greatsword every 16 seconds slices in a large radius, dealing 700 damage. Not bad. I mean, it's still kind of with these guys. Yeah, it's probably tied with that one. I would say those two are a little bit better than some of these, but meh. Grey Steel Shield. Your defensive has a 30% larger radius, and vulnerability effects last 1 second longer. It's actually kind of clutch. Hear me out, it's actually kind of clutch, though. I don't know if I want to put it there, but I don't mind taking it either, if you feel me. Honestly, I might move some of these up to B tier, and then move some of those down, but for now, it's close. It's between here, and I'll kind of fidget with it later. The 1 second is actually a lot of second. For most classes, that means your invulnerability effects are going to give double, because your defensive is only a 1 second anyways. That makes it 2 second. And Heavy Blade is only 3 second. So if you think about it, now your invulnerability is almost as good as Heavy Blade's field. And that's really good. And even if you're playing like a heavy build or Heavy Blade or something, 1 more second is still like a 33% increase. So it's really good. Plus, on Wizard and Heavy Blade specifically, your defensive having a larger radius can be really, really important, because for Heavy Blade, it means you can extend out farther while still being protected. And with Wizard, you can do kind of the same thing, but still getting damage buffed. So it's very good in a lot of situations, and no class minds it, and it is a good defensive tool, but I prefer offensive tools, which is why I kind of want it down here. Let's see. Rock Dragon Mail. Your movement speed is significantly reduced. Will shield you from damage every 60 seconds. Starts battle on a 15-second cooldown. I genuinely believe... I kind of skipped these two. Might be. I genuinely believe, as far as defensive items go, this is the best one. Like, right? Yeah. It's like Holy Mantle, in a way. It doesn't protect you from the really bad moments, though. I could put them right there. I don't think I could put them higher, though. I feel like they're almost equal. This one's really, really good, but so is that one. Rock Dragon Mail, the only thing holding me back from it is if the rest of your party is dead and you're taking that guaranteed damage, it's not actually helping you that much. And if you don't tolerate movement speed effects well, then you aren't going to like it. I'm very good at maneuvering, even with slow speed. I can take Rock Dragon Mail, and I will be just as good at avoiding, and so it effectively just means I don't ever take damage, and so it's like a great Holy Mantle that protects all of my slip-ups. But if your entire party is like dying and sucking, it's not going to protect you as well as some items. But as far as defensive items go, it's probably one of the best. I just don't care that much about defensive items, because DPS is king, get good at the game, in my opinion. But on an aspect of like newer players, you'll probably like it if you don't mind the slowdown. Obsidian Hairpin increases special damage by 20%, and whenever you gain invulnerability, your special has a 50% chance of resetting. It's like if you took a Crowfeather and then said, no, make it busted. Because not everyone comes with a built-in debuff, unfortunately. Everyone comes with built-in invulnerability, and it's called your defensive. Not to mention, like Heavy Blade, you could get invulnerability on your special as well. So it's pretty much an infinite reset. And then there's certain items that synergize really, really well with it. It's up there with, not quite there, but it's, yeah, right in the middle of there. It's a good percent increase, and it's going to make you spam your special more. So maybe it is up there. It's really good. If they were going to be S tier, I'd move some of this rank up. And I might start moving things up, because right now I'm really stuck in the middle. Trust me, things are going to start getting moved towards the end there. Iron Greaves. Every 12 seconds, standing still will grant brief invulnerability and reset your defensive. Movement speed is slightly reduced. Oh, I keep forgetting to rank Stonebreaker. We'll move back to Stonebreaker. Your special cooldown is increased by 2 seconds, but deals 40% more damage. S tier. You might be wondering, oh, why is Dragonhead not as good as this? Simple reason. One, no one cares about special cooldown. No one does. Like, Sniper doesn't. Sniper gets their specials from Snare, so they don't care. Dancer doesn't care. They do resets. Like, hell, even Druids want this, because while they do care about the special cooldown, not enough to where 40% matters. 40%'s an insane amount. That's like having 2 items right there. And everyone uses special, not everyone uses primary. Everyone wants to build for special, not everyone wants to build for this. The reason why is because if you get these 2 together, right here, great. Now it's even more busted. These effects just stack too well. Hey Daisy, I didn't realize you were just sitting there being cute in the corner. But no, this stacks so well with everything else in the game. It is an instant take. Every class would want this. It's just who deserves it the most. No, that's not an invitation to get on my lap, man. Otherwise, I'm going to be sluggish. I'm going to be slow. Tough Gauntlets, your abilities do 30% more damage to all global cooldowns are 0.2 seconds longer. Again, this is why these haste boots are up here. That turns this item into a free take. Completely free. This item's going to go in B tier, though. Effectively, I view it as a 10% damage up to all damage. And that's not awful. It's better than this, I'd say. Not by a ton, but this one has a more mitigatable effect. And sometimes it's even got a good effect. Sometimes you want it because it'll make things break a certain threshold to do more damage. So I rank it down there, right along with the rest of this tier. I don't know why they're all so touching, but it's good. It's like 10% more damage because 0.2 seconds isn't that much, and typically that's like 20% longer, which means you're doing 20% less damage, but then this gives a 30% global damage. So it's really only like 10% damage. It's not that crazy, but it is almost always, well, no, it just is always a damage increase. So honestly, it's a take for everyone. 10% damage increase for everyone. It's not bad. Rock Dragon Male, we already did. Iron Greaves. Every 12 seconds, standing still will grant brief invulnerability and reset your defensive. Movement speed is slightly reduced. Yeah, it's just worse Shinobi Tabby, I'm not gonna lie. It's Shinobi Tabby that's way worse. You aren't usually so reliant on your defensive that you need it reset, and I honestly usually forget about it when I'm playing it. That doesn't mean I'm gonna rank it off that. I'll put it there. Some people really like their defensive, and I mean, it could be good on like Wizard. The issue is it's going to proc when you don't want it to. For example, let's say you're Wizard and you have to stand still because the timing is just really tight. Or not the timing, but the spacing is just really tight on an attack. Well, then this is going to proc. Congrats. Now your defensive is refreshed. Didn't need your defensive refreshed? It doesn't care. So, whereas Shinobi Tabi generally works a little bit better, especially because this is invulnerability for a brief second. This is invulnerability for 5 seconds. That's the reason Shinobi Tabi always feels, I should be looking at Shinobi Tabi. Shinobi Tabi always feels like it's doing something. Either it's giving you 5 seconds of invulnerability and 30% damage on your next attack, or it's resetting your special and giving it 30% damage. This bad boy is just not doing it. Volcano Spear, your primary infix burn. One of the better status effects, honestly. Probably B tier, it's definitely a cut above these. Or Dragon Blade, your secondary inflicts burn. Congrats, you're our first F tier. Secondary damage is bad. It's like 60, 80 tops. Most secondary things are bad. You are never going to use this. This is absolutely fucking awful. Like, at best, it's an extra 80 damage every once in a while, but oftentimes you'll turn your special into a no damage, nothing burger. And like, I guess you could say, but it's 80 damage every once in a while, or like 50 damage, or whatever the hell your special is doing. And that's just as good as some of these, like Pigeon Bow. Depends on your class, but special just sucks. I have never seen anyone willingly take this. I guess maybe there's a case for D tier. Lowest fucking D tier ever, though. I convinced myself. Oh, Flame Bow. Every 10 seconds does a 180 damage projectile if it inflicts burn, which burn means it'll do 180 damage again when burn wears off. Honestly, it's good. It's good because it scales off of a lot of things. It's not as good as the spear, though. The spear can almost be as good as... Daisy, knock that off. She was here, like, eating the cardboard box. Not eating it, but, like, clawing on it, which is fine. I don't really care. It's just distracting, isn't it? Anyways, apologies for that. Red Dragon Spear is good. Well, no, this isn't Red Dragon Spear. It's Volcano Spear. Whatever. It's good. Reapplying your primary damage is often good, especially because your primary is often very, very slow. I've seen it absolutely pop off, and so I don't feel bad putting it above some of these. A lot of these, even. Yeah, I mean, fuck it. It goes pretty high, honestly. It's like, I haven't gotten it fully hashed out yet. The bow is definitely worse than it in most cases. But it scales off a lot. Let's say you have a debuff build. Great, the bow scales off it. Let's say you have a loot build. Great, the bow scales off it. Let's say you have a cooldown loot build. Great, the bow scales off of it. So, like, it just scales very, very well off of everything. So as far as just damage items go, it's at least equivalent to Rare Feather, in my opinion. You're going to get similar damage. Meteor Staff. Pop. Right up there. Just like there's a lot of primary users, there's even more special users. If you don't take this, you're insane. I wish I saw this more often. It is fun. It's not S tier. It's really good, though. It's not so good on like your Hexblade, who is like just shooting like a ton, unless they have something like the Ruby or maybe even Emerald upgrade. But it's very good on like your Ancient if they don't have some sort of... Well, Ancient has a multi-hit. It's just really good, okay? It's primary, except more classes use it. So, it is just better. Phoenix. Nah. I don't like Phoenix Charm at all. Phoenix Charm, if you perish in battle, restore to full HP instead. Works once. If you're playing alone, move this up to C tier, maybe even B tier. Chances are, though, if you're going to lose on a boss, you're doing something fundamentally wrong, or you don't know that boss. If you know the boss, this will never happen. If you're playing with people, wait the 5 seconds to revive. That's about it. Like, you're just going to be behind the damage curve and probably getting killed. Like, even on solo DPS matters so much more because you're going to get damage chucked more. So this is even worse, kind of. This is just F tier. It's not helpful in any regard. It needs to have some sort of permanent effect, which is my issue with a lot of things coming up. But even its short-term effect isn't that crazy because you can just wait to revive. Or if you take it on a solo build, you should have taken damage if possible, especially because you're probably finding it in chests with other flame items, because I'm pretty sure chests carry the same general item pools, and the other flame items are just way better. Demon Horns. All your abilities and loot do 30% more damage. Loot is an important factor here, but when you use your defensive, this effect stops for the rest of battle. So it's going to depend on kind of... Oh, man. That is tough, actually. It's way better than anything in C tier. C tier, half that list is getting moved down, refined. Some of B tier is going into C tier. Like, I've decided, like, a lot of that stuff. Yeah, actually, I kind of want a moment to reorganize this for a little bit. For example, you and you can stay. You can barely stay. You can stay. Pigeon Bow goes down. You go down. You go down. You go down. Eagle Wing Charm, isn't that just a little bit more damage? All abilities deal 20 more damage. Just kind of worse Sparrow Feather. gonna go down. Osmond Dagger goes down. I don't want to put him as bad as, like, fucking this thing. Oh, no, this thing's about equal with him, unfortunately for it. Sleepybow goes down. This thing goes down. These two are more towards here, though. 10% more damage. How much is 10% more damage? I don't value 10% more damage much. But, I mean, 10% more damage is kind of this. I value 10% more damage just as much as I value these. More than I value the special thing, though. But that might just be a testament to the special thing needs to go down. No, I can move some of these curse items up. Curse is better than I think a lot of these. Some of these are not bad, though. It's hard. It's difficult, even. This goes down, for sure. No particular order for now. Windbite goes down to D. Saving on your global cooldown time isn't that crazy. At most, you're getting just a little bit more damage. I really don't think it's that crazy. I think that's about all right. Like, I don't mind this, and then this, and this goes up. Debuffs are prevalent enough on, like, burn status effects. This stays in B. These are good defensive items. Yeah, I like that a little bit better, I think. Resets defensive. Resets defensive. What do you do again? Vanish, right? Or Shinobi Tabi. Yeah. That's what I remember. Haste is good. The haste is so much better than the... it's not that much better than the 10% damage increase. It is just a flat 10% damage increase with that curse effect, so I actually can't rank it that heavily bad. Special 2, that's fine. These things have high cooldowns, which make it synergized with a different archetype that I'll go over a bit later. They're also just decent damage. They really aren't bad. I'd usually rather have them than I'd have these smaller ones, for a reason I will explain later. These two are, like, kind of alright. Like, they're kind of crazy. They've boosted my damage more than I've noticed these boosting my damage. I think they're worse than these. They're about on par with it. Ignore that. They're about on par with it. That's, like, lower C tier. These, I feel like, still belong in B tier. Situational, but still very good sometimes. This one I could be tempted to move up, but it's got that up there. So it's really fair. I'll move on up to A tier. I like that one a lot. This one, it works really well with these burn items, though, which makes it tempting. These are 20% special increases, actually. No, this one goes back down. Oftentimes, 20% is less than an extra 120 damage. It just is. That is the truth of it. We'll keep it there. I like that tier list a lot better. Everything is more spread out. The actually bad items are represented here. To be fair, I think this item is not great. Like, it's not doing as much as these, is it? It might be. Fine, it stays for now. But I want it to be very clear that this one is way better than this one. By a lot. No, it isn't, actually. This is an extra 100 damage, and this is usually an extra 100 damage. Okay, they're D tier for a reason, though. I'm never willingly taking any of these. I have taken, like, this one as a really bad cop-out, and it wasn't that bad. But, alright, this is better. Demon Horns, again, is 30% damage, but if you use your defensive, that goes away. 30% damage on everything, even loot effects, all of it. So that is very, very crazy good. It's good if you don't use your defensive often. Really good if you don't use your defensive often. The issue is a lot of classes, like Wizard, are going to get more out of using their defensive than they are from using this, because it's 60% in Nova field. So you have to get rid of the opportunity cost of your defensive, which is oftentimes good damage. If you're playing Hexblade, you take this. The reason why is Hexblade has the worst defensive in the game. Hexblade can give you 10% damage, or it can give you 20% on an upgrade. Dancer is 20% at base to everyone, so Hexblade is to everyone, I should mention. It's a little bit better than that. I don't think it's quite B tier, because this is going to help you way more. I don't mind it in B tier, actually. Yeah, I don't mind it in B tier. Right there, right above the Witch's Cloak. Alright. Fire, Corset. Fire skill, Corset. All of your cooldowns are reduced by 3 seconds. If you use your defensive, this effect ends until the end of battle. Just as good, if not a little bit better for a weirder reason than this, in my opinion. 3 seconds is a big deal on a lot of these loot timers. For Pigeon Bow, it now has a 0-second cooldown, so you're kind of popping off. It's handy on special. Nah, actually. Right there. Pigeon Bow is like the only circumstance where it's great. 3 seconds is either not enough because your cooldowns are 30 seconds, or it's not that crazy. And oftentimes you want your defensive cooldown to be included in that, and it is not. And again, you don't really care about special cooldown much. And since you don't care about special cooldown much, it's not great. Now, if you have something like Pigeon Bow and you don't care about your defensive, then go for it. Not bad. Let's see. Flamemarker Boots, all global cooldowns are shortened by 15%, and your movement speed is increased significantly. If you use your defensive, it ends the end of battle. Not as good as damage, but better than that. Worse than the time warping stuff, though. Yeah, I think that's about good. Movement speed's very useful, and the global cooldown time is 15%. It's just the defensive thing. Paired Out Rapier increases secondary damage by 20%. You can ignore that. That doesn't do anything for you. Every 8 seconds using your secondary will grant you brief invulnerability and erase projectiles. Keep in mind this does, like, again, stack with things like this, which is going to reset yourself on invulnerability. It stacks with invulnerability effects. That's its main use. 20% secondary is F tier. A little bit of invulnerability. High D tier. It's going to be better than Windbite for you. And it's going to be better than a lot of these shit items. Depending on your build, obviously it could go up to like C tier. It's never really going to go above that though. Let's see. Diamond Shield. Every 25 seconds, using your defensive will grant you invulnerability for 5 seconds and erase projectiles in a large radius around you. Starts battle on a 10-second cooldown. Not bad. Another defensive item. I actually like it a little worse than Paired Out Rapier. It's not a great defensive item. Hasn't helped me that much. It's 25 seconds isn't enough to play around too well. Usually I'm using my defensive when I need to use my defensive, and I usually only need 1 or 2 seconds for my defensive. Sure, there are times I wish I had 5 seconds, but I'm using my defensive for the 1 second time anyways, and oftentimes this one falls on a 1 second time, not a 5 second time. What I mean by that is, like, an attack lasts only 1 second, so I need that split second. Other times I do need that whole 5 seconds. It's just very often it's not going to work out. So I actually rank it very low. I don't know if quite F tier yet, but I might start moving some of these down to F tier. F tier is looking a little lonely, but F tier is only for things that are actually detrimental to take, and this thing has a use, even if I don't like it. Let's see. All of your cooldowns are reduced by 3. Oh wait, we've already read Fire, so boom, brain didn't work. Garnet Staff increases your special damage by 20%, and your special gives you invulnerability and erases projectiles around you. Boom. Just as good as these guys. 20% special damage is automatically getting you in B tier somewhere. I'm not going to lie, it just is. Plus, the side effect is good. It's not as good as, like, resetting your special, It's almost as good as resetting your special on a debuff, because debuffs aren't guaranteed by any means. But yeah, I like it. Sapphire Violin every 18 seconds grants elegy to all allies for 8 seconds, breaks if you take damage twice. Cough, sorry. So we need to talk about the items that break upon use. Well, not use, break upon hits. They're actually very good. They're quite good. As I sneak this one to F tier. Fuck this one. I'll get to that in a moment though. So they're very good, but when they break, like, who cares, right? Well, no, who you care. When they break, it sucks. And they break very often because playing perfectly is difficult. And if you're playing perfectly, you don't need this tier list. You're playing perfectly. Like, if you're trying to optimize DPS, then yeah, you might take these though. How good is this one compared to others? So Elegy, if you didn't know, if I'm correct, is 30% damage. Yeah, 30% damage to all allies for almost 50% of the time. That's like 25% damage to all allies. It's good. Yeah, it's good. I'm gonna put it in B tier. If it didn't break, you would obviously put this bad boy in A tier, right? But it breaks, so you aren't gonna be that skilled enough to use it in most cases. Maybe you're running like an assassin banish build though, and you can use it, then it's fucking crazy. Amethyst Bracelet, deal 30% more damage, breaks if you get damaged 3 times. Again, I'd rather have Demon Horns over it because I don't trust my own playing skills. Even the best player is going to start taking damage, and 3 hits isn't actually that much to take. It is helped by if you have like Rock Dragon. Rock Dragon will consume that hit instead of you consuming that hit. This one is slightly worse than the Violin. Let me make sure. Breaks if you take damage twice. Yeah. No, I agree with my placement right there. It's not awful. 30% more damage globally is kind of fucking insane. It's just too absorbed, I guess. Whereas Sapphire Violin is just so much more party DPS. Emerald Chestplate, we'll talk about it. So it absorbs the next 3 hits you take, and then it breaks. So instead of taking a hit, this takes the hit, and then it breaks. You might be saying, whoa, that's such great synergy with like these gemstone items. It is. You want to know the issue? They have a very high chance of appearing in the same chest, and you can only take 1 item per chest. So the chance of you finding a gemstone item, then making it to the next chest with that gemstone item to find this item is null. It is so worthless. And if you made it that far, you can just make it the rest of the way. It saves you from 3 hits. Doesn't increase your DPS or your long-term survivability or anything. Meanwhile, this saves you from 5 hits. Kind of crazy. So, yeah. Don't take it. It's bad. It sucks really bad. Topaz Charm. Gain 8 extra gold at the end of each fight. Breaks if you take damage 3 times. I actually really like this one because when it breaks, you still get some stuff after. These ones are like, whoa, huge DPS boost, and then it's absolutely useless because you lost it. And so finding it early on is a gamble, whereas you find it like right before the boss. Like, obviously, if you find these 2 right before the boss, you take them. It's just situational because you won't always find them against the boss, and if you find them super early on, who cares? So that's the reason those 2 aren't higher. Whereas, like, this one, if you find super early on, you actually are really happy because you can probably avoid the first area's damage and start getting money. And money is good. Money is good. So I actually rank it above these because even if you're a more general player, ask yourself, how many rounds can I go without taking, 3 damage? 2 damage? 3 damage. How many rounds can I go without taking 3 damage? My answer, if I was really locked in, would probably be a whole map or so. That's going to be 3 fights plus the boss. 8 times 4. That's not bad shit, man. That genuinely isn't bad shit. It's actually really good. Yeah. Apologies, I had a fucking brain explosion moment. I'm trying to think of like where exactly I want to put it. It depends how much you value extra money. It's going to get you your gemstones quicker, and it's going to give you the chance to buy multiple gemstones in your first shop, or even maybe second shop. Past that, like, levels aren't that worth it for money. So it goes just above the Violin. because it's more useful in like niche. It goes just above the amethyst thing. There's plenty of cases where you don't care about money that often, but some things do scale off money. Ruby Circlet is by far the most daring, 80% special damage. Holy fuck, that is almost double. That's crazy. Breaks if you take damage once. So double damage for most builds. If you take damage even once, it breaks. Goes right up there with Violin. If you can make it work, holy moly. I've had one time where someone was able to make it work, and they were running a crazy Vanish build, and they could give themselves super. Shinobi Tabi made them invincible most of the time. Yeah, it was crazy. So they were able to make it work, and it was a great damage option. That is such a niche option. I can't rank it much higher. If you can not take damage, it's beyond S tier. Best item in the game, though. Best item minus like 1. Brightstorm Spear, 30% chance of dealing 100 damage to all your enemies when your primary does damage. Good stuff. If you really look at it, it's worse than Sparrow Feather. Though, Sparrow Feather, if you attack twice with your primary, it does 100 damage. This one is on average going to proc every 3 times you attack with their primary. So it's not bad. It has good synergy, is the thing. It does have good synergy. So I'll place it here. It's above all of these, for sure. It's not quite on, like... It's just a worse Black Wakizashi, though. 100%, in my eyes. The benefit of Black Wakizashi... Well, the benefit of Brightstorm is that it hits all enemies. It doesn't hit just one area, like Black Wakizashi, by the way. But most times in a single target fight, it's going to be doing less than Black Wakizashi. And most fights are single target, unfortunately. So yeah, I'll put it there. I feel very confident it's increasing your damage more than any of these, and it can be better built around than any of these. But it's not going that crazy. There are some times where it works, though. The Bolt Staff, 150 damage. So again, they didn't expect you to be spamming your special. They made a game where you spam your special. Bolt Staff deals 150 damage, that's 50 more damage than Brightstorm Spear, to all enemies when you use your special. Keep in mind, I didn't say percent chance. This is 150 damage added to your special. Boop. Right up there. Those two are tied. Even though Kunai does less damage because it's not to all enemies and it's not to and it's just less damage, 30 less damage. I could have articulated that better, so I'm going to re-say it. So even though Kunai does 30 less damage and it's not to all enemies, Kunai does have its own cooldown, just in case you aren't using your special for some reason. And it's got a timer, which just the cooldown does stack with things very well. Whereas Boltstorm Staff does not. Boltstorm Staff is still a little bit better, because Kunai is only great in like loot builds, but it's also great outside of loot builds, just for special damage. Boltstorm is just better special damage, though. And oftentimes that 150 is more than a 20% increase. Let's see, a 20% increase would only be better if you were doing 1,000 special damage. If you're doing 1,000 special damage, then yeah, 20% increases are actually a good bit better. So take that how you will. It's just not too often you're doing 1,000 damage. Well, it's not too uncommon. If you've got a bunch of like slow attacks, I should mention, then percents are going to do you better. But if you got like fast attacks like Hexblade, then you're going to want the goddamn fucking multiple hit things. I should mention. No, never mind. I should not mention that because I misread it. Lightning Bow. Every 12 seconds fires a projectile that does 300 damage. Cooldown instantly resets when a percent chance succeeds. Just as good as the Flaming Bow. Percent chance is very common among classes, and it's a very good way to refresh. The reason these bows aren't that good is they don't have a way to refresh themselves. This one does. And so you can end up using it very, very well, depending on your build. Darkstorm Knife has a 30% chance of dealing 100 damage to all your enemies when your secondary does damage. Great. It's just the same as Brightstorm Spear, except no one's going to be using their secondary very much. You can go in D tier if you want. Yeah, right next to your counterpart. I'm not going to look at which is better, because you don't take either of these unless you really have to, or unless you're playing a very niche secondary build. almost no one makes secondary builds because not many things go well with them. I don't know why they did this, but they did. Dark Cloud Necklace, 50% loot damage. 50% loot damage is good. It is oftentimes going to be better than Demon Horn. It's going to be better than that. Going to be better than Sparrow's Feather. Sparrow's Feather, not Spearow. We aren't playing Pokemon here, boy. Yeah, it goes right up. It almost goes in A tier, actually. There's just so many effects that it's going to increase the damage on. It's not great if you find it early on, but it's great on certain builds, like so much so. Yeah, I'm willing to put it there. 50% is a lot of percent. I mean, loot, but it depends on your build. I can't say many people are going for loot builds, actually, though. Yeah, just because of how much loot builds are not used, it's going to go right there. How blurry is my camera right now? So fucking blurry, it's crazy. Let's see if we can get to focus back on my face. We got to focus back on my face. Sometimes if I don't make eye contact with it, and since I move back and forth a lot, you'll see me like fucking going... Yeah, that happens. Anyways, if I'm correct, this Nova Crown one is very, very similar. Crown of Storms. When a percent chance succeeds, deal 200 damage to all enemies. This is very similar to Lightning Bow, other than it's AoE, but it does a little less damage, and it doesn't have a timer, which makes it slightly worse. But it's not really much worse at all. I'd just put it right there. Percent chances are very common. Thunderclap Gloves. All abilities have a 20% chance of dealing 200 damage to all enemies within used. One, it does double the damage of Brightstorm Spear and Darkstorm Knife, which are your primary and secondary things that do very similar effects. Two, it works on all abilities, not just one. So it gets to go above those by a significant margin. Right here. These loots are the ones you're going for damage. They do good damage, and you can actually fit them into your build in a very convenient way. That's the reason they're above these smaller loots, by the way. Is very often you will be like all of these percent chance things. If you get a bit of rabbit luck, great. All your moves do 200 more damage now. That's great. That is crazy great. Compared to like, I don't know, let's take this thing, 25 seconds, 900 damage. The best synergy you can give it is like reducing cooldowns by like 2 or 3 seconds. And that's not that crazy. And so those just synergize better. Storm Petticoat, deal 250 damage when you gain invulnerability. Every class has a defensive. This means your defensive does 250 damage. That isn't bad at base. Plus, a lot of things give you invulnerability. Like, plenty of things on this list is like, oh, that gives you invulnerability. Oh, that makes you go invulnerable. Oh, when I stand still, I go invulnerable. Oh, I'm Heavy Blade, so I get to go invulnerable when I do 2 of my attacks, including my special. So, for Heavy Blade, this is just even more special damage. 250 more special damage, to be exact. That's crazy. That's crazy. Like, just crazy. Say it's not quite as good as those two in most cases. No, it depends. If you're going for invulnerability builds, then it's way better. But if you're going for more of a, like, rabbit luck build, then that's better. Keep in mind, all of these are also going to benefit heavily from the luck boosting items. The luck archetype is very, very well done in this game. Very, very well done. Holy Greatsword, every 10 seconds grants you Smite and then slices the air around you, dealing 200 damage. Smite gives you 10% more damage, if I'm correct. But I'm going to make sure because I'm kind of feeling like it's 15 now. Nope, Smite is just 10% more damage. So literally, you could replace its name with Curse, and it would be the same thing. I used to love this item when I first started playing the game, so I'm starting to get Whiplash, but really thinking about it, what's the difference between it and the dagger if it does the same thing? But it gives the enemies a debuff. Woo! This is going to be better. The dagger does 100 more damage, but this thing is going to apply to yourself, not the enemies. So even if you aren't near the enemies, it'll work fine if for your like wizard. Still don't take it for your wizard because it's 10% damage and you aren't going to be hitting the big attack. But it is there. It does work. It's probably better than all of these right there in C tier. Right smack dab in the middle. It's not great. 10% damage just isn't enough. And I am pretty sure of it is permanent smite pretty much because it's the smite effect lasts for 10 seconds. The wiki doesn't say this, but my memory is sharp. And it's 10-second smite for every 10 seconds. So it is permanent smite, permanent damage 10% up. That's the best way to look at this, is it's 10% more damage, plus it's going to do some damage to nearby enemies. Hence why it's pretty close to this, which is, as I said, just a 10% damage in most cases. So it's not bad. Good cop out. Which is why it's in C tier? Yep, C tier. Sacred Bow. Every 10 seconds, fire a projectile at your targeted enemy. It does 250 damage. I said 250, very weird. So Sacred Bow does 250 damage every 10 seconds, and whenever you get a buff, that cooldown will instantly reset. So pretty good. How good though? Buffs versus percent chance effects. There you go. These bows are all pretty similar. I could move this one down actually though. I don't want to put it too close to the fire thing, so I'm like, they'll think I'm doing something weird. Nah. Some sets are just built way better than others. Like, you can see certain outlines like, no, most sets are kind of fair. The gemstones are weird, and so I don't want to comment on those. And like, to be fair, Fire Staff is either the top of the list or the bottom of the list. And so never mind, I take that back. So Sacred Bow is good because you can get buffs a lot. If you have a Dancer, congrats, they're going to be proccing this every once in a while. If you have a Druid, congrats, they're going to be proccing this. Hexblade upgrade can do it. It's a Hexblade defensive upgrade, who cares? If you're an Assassin, congrats, banishes a buff. Most of these things give buffs as well. I'd say buffs you can get more often than you can get percent chance effects. So, very, very good. Purification Rod every 18 seconds using your primary will give you Elegy for 5 seconds. Elegy does 30% damage. Pretty good. It's like 30% damage 1/3 of the time. So honestly, it's actually kind of just like 10% damage. So it's not that crazy. A lot of people take it. It's better than these because you can focus that damage. Because it's 30% damage for 5 seconds. You can say, all right, I'm going to set this up, use my primary real quick, spam my special if you're like Heavy Blade or something. Well, yeah, Heavy Blade works too. But like Hexblade or something, you can just use your primary, spam all of your charges of your special, and so you're actually going to get more damage than just that 10% overall. But I don't feel like it's great. I feel like it's good, but not up there with the rest. It's almost as good as Demon Horns, actually, though. Yeah, that's fine. I'm okay with having it there. I like it as a cop-out relic, and I'm usually happy to see it. Like, most of these things I'm happy to see, honestly. Most of these things I can turn into a really, really good build. Bolt Staff makes me want to put it up higher. But no, Bolt Staff depends. Ornamental Bell, every 15 seconds, grants Smite to all allies for 10 seconds. What you're doing is giving everyone a, like, 7% damage boost. You can't really time around it. So it's about a 7% damage boost on average, 7.5%. Good stuff. Works better the more people you have. I'm making this tier list based on having 4 people. It's definitely not B tier, though. There we go. Right there, I'd say. 7.5% damage isn't a lot. If you think about it in terms of like levels, it's just not that crazy, but you are helping out. It's still just not crazy. If you look at it from like group DPS perspectives, you will actually be helping your team more by taking a 20% damage up. It's just the truth. Because 20% damage up, stacking with other effects, I should say, is going to help your party generally more than a 7% damage buff across everyone. Just kind of a truth. And I'm not trying to like look selfish or anything. I mean, it's just a minor damage buff, unfortunately. Shredman's Kasoto, when you have a buff, your movement speed increases significantly and you deal 25% more damage. Global damage buff, Pog. It's high. The reason it's high is because a lot of classes can buff themselves, and a lot of classes are going to be giving you buffs. It gives you good movement speed, which is not the most important aspect, but it is an aspect. But you're also going to deal 25% more damage, which is the main one. Oops, knocked over a water bottle. Go. Okay. It's going to go right there with the Witch's Coat, I think. And the elegy thing. You can't use it always, but if you're a dancer, you're going to really appreciate it. But keep in mind, Dancer's buff only lasts for 5 seconds, so it's going to do about as much as elegy, if you really, really think about it. That's where I'm like, alright, it goes there. It has higher highs, though. If you're staying buffed up the whole round because you're playing with like a bunch of dancers or something, then it's really, 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 really good. Red, white, ribbon. I just fucking was like, red, white, ribbon? No. Red, white, ribbon. You deal 5% more damage. Buffs you place last 50% longer. 5% damage, who cares? 50% longer buffs? Holy fuck, you almost want to go into A tier, because if you're applying like super with that druid thing, or if you're like applying vanish to yourself, like, look, think of it this way. Shinobi Tabi with red, white, ribbon, congrats, you're invincible now. Sure, you don't really have room to attack, but it's true. You just are invincible. There's something to be said about that. On average, it's going to be like 3 seconds longer for a buff. It's not bad at all. Depends on your build, but I'd be willing to put it as high as here. It really depends on your build. That's why I can't rate it much higher. If you're on Dancer, it's usually an A tier pick. If you're on Druid, it's also an A tier pick. If you aren't on those classes, it's probably not an A tier pick. But if you have something like Flow Strength that you're applying to yourself, it's an A tier pick. If you're on Bruiser, it's an A tier pick. If you aren't on those classes, it's like actually a D tier pick. Like, why would you choose it? But ranking it sheerly off of versatility and impact it has when you do get it on a good build, it definitely goes high B tier. But I can't quite let it into A tier, because A tier are all items that like I could take on anyone and be really happy, but if I'm on the right build, I'm very, very happy. Divine Mirror, every 10 times using ability, deal 500 damage to all enemies. Not bad. That's about, again, if we're going by one ability every second, which I think is very, very, very fair, then you're probably going to be doing... What is that? Let me relook at how much damage it does. 500 damage. Then that's 50 damage? Am I doing that math right? That seems really low. No, I mean, I'm doing that math right. Because it's every 10 seconds. Yeah. 50 damage a second. I don't know why I'm calculating damage a second. I'm going to cut that part out. That was dumb. Calculate damage per second when I've never used that metric in this game before. Because it's, I mean, it does, I guess I could have used that metric. Where the fuck did I put it? I want to move it down so I can redo it a bit. Because, I've messed up. I made a severe and continuous lapse in my judgment, damn it. Shit, wait, what was I ranking again? I know I was ranking Divine Mirror, yeah. There it is. Okay. So, Divine Mirror, every 10 times using ability, do 500 damage to all enemies. That doesn't sound like that many times to use an ability, but if you keep in mind that that's going to take you about 10 seconds to do, 10 seconds, 500 damage, just as good as all the other relics, really. I did actually have a conversation with someone, because everyone's like, oh, well, you could maybe make a build, or what kind of build would use it? And originally I was like, there's a heavy blade option that does 0.4 global cooldown, and there's a wizard option that does 0.5 global cooldown. Doing the math and crunching my numbers, that's going to be twice as fast as a normal skill, which is very fast, don't get me wrong. And with a 0.5 global cooldown time, so half a second, you're going to be able to get this done in like, what, 5 seconds if I'm doing my math correctly? Because you have to do it 10 times. 10 times 0.5 is 5 seconds, yep. Did my math correctly? Please clap for me. And it's, to be fair, if I seem stupid with when I'm doing some of my math and like analogies, it's like 3 a.m. And so my brain is like Oh. Oh. Anywho, 5 seconds for 500 damage isn't bad, but that's in an ideal build where you're running around building off of that and ignoring your other attacks. So it's pretty not great. You can go on like top of D tier. There's not really ever a world you'll use it or it'll do something other than a little bit of extra damage. Not bad extra damage. Golden Chime. Every 2 times use your defensive, gain Elegy. I'm not going to lie. I do not remember how long this one lasts because I never see it. And the Great Wiki doesn't say. Maybe I should go onto the wiki and be like, I'm going to update this shit. Is it like a... Okay, yeah. I can't find it. I'll click on it and see. If I'm correct, it either lasts for 5 seconds or 10 seconds, though. Alright, let me redo that section so it's not as awful. So, Golden Chime, every 2 times you use your defensive, you gain Elegy. Elegy is, again, a 30% global damage buff. I don't quite remember the time. It's either 5 or 10 seconds. It's not bad. 2 times you use your defensive is steep, though, because most defensives are very long, at least 10 seconds on that cooldown. Even though, like, Wizard could technically spam their defensive twice to get it off, it's not something you'd really want to use like that. It's worse than the Purification Rod, in my opinion, because it's harder to remember in the heat of battle, whereas Purification Rod is very easy to remember in the heat of battle. Especially because you can control Purification Rod. You don't need to use your fucking primary to survive an attack. You do need to use your defensive to survive an attack. So if you don't have your ducks in a row before you use your defensives, it's going to be kind of painful. That being said, it's better than a lot of the smite gear. Hell, it's probably right there. Like, it isn't great, but it's not awful either. Like, it's almost with the bell. It probably is with the bell. I can't be too hard on it. It's just not great. Book of Cheats, your special will have random chaotic effects. So, I'm going to look this one up just to see if I can figure out if... it gives any, like... No, I can't find what it does specifically, because if I know what it did specifically, then it would help. Because then I could actually say, hey, it does this, so it's good. So Book of Cheats, whenever you use your special, you're going to have a random chaotic effect. And this can be a lot of things. Usually it's a buff. It's never been like a negative thing or anything. Usually it's like a buff. I've sometimes seen it just pop out like damage. I want to say like golden katana like damage for my special. Kind of cool. It's going to go... right there. I like it a lot. It's just not easy to rely on at all. And typically its effects aren't like so crazy. I don't remember, I don't look back and I'm like, man, I just did this. And I've taken it even on like Spellblade, because like Spellblade, I'm like, oh, I can use this thing 5 times in a row. Let's see how it does. I didn't notice like my damage popping off that much. It gave me an extra 50, 100 DPS, so it is better than like all of these just damage items via the various buffs and damage it applied. It has some really crazy builds. It's just a bit too chaotic and luck-based, so I don't think I can reliably put it over anything else. It's also dependent on you wanting to use your special a lot, but that's not a big complaint. Golden Katana. Your primary and secondary have a 5% chance to deal 100 damage 5 times. That's 500 damage. 500 whole damage. So, it's crazy if you have rabbit luck, because it's going to be applying every time you use your primary or secondary. And rabbit luck isn't that hard to get. It really is not that hard to get. But I can't in good faith rank it above, say, the glove, because this glove, I forget what it's called, 20% chance for 200 damage, all moves. You can do the math. Yeah, it's just better. Because it's 4 times better odds for only like half as much damage, give or take. If you have rabbit luck, this has such high highs. If you have rabbit luck, A tier, maybe S tier. S tier. I'm willing to put it right here. Maybe. Maybe. It's just tough because it's so unreliable. Luck effects help it a lot. Rabbit luck makes it busted as hell. If you have rabbit luck, it's crazy. Rabbit luck isn't hard to get. No, I like its place there. I feel like on average when you take it, it'll probably do more damage over the course of your run than most of these abilities there. Actually, I take that back. I think it'll do less damage than that. Or even that. I think it is better than the Brightstorm Spear, though. Who still isn't bad, mind you. Definitely B tier, not C tier, because of just rabbit luck shenanigans. This next one, Glittering Trumpet, every 20 seconds grant rabbit luck to all allies. Rabbit luck effectively makes it to where all of... what rabbit luck does is that I just spoke in my script reading voice. This is a stream, not a script. What rabbit luck does is it's going to make all of your percent chance effects hit, and it's going to give you like double crit chance, effectively. No, not double crit chance. It's going to give you 50% crit chance. My apologies. That's crazy. I should mention, this math is coming from like somewhat iffy sources, because there is no information on the wiki other than like crit damage. Rabbit luck is crazy good though, because that should boost your, if my sources are correct, to like 80% crit chance, which is a lot more damage on average. Plus, it's going to activate so many effects, not just from this pool, but also gemstones and stuff. It's going to go for an easy A tier. I have never had a party who does not take this item when offered to them. It's just good shit. It's not quite S tier because when I feel like when I actually get into combat with it, I am like, oh, rabbit luck, and I try to abuse it, but it's not quite when I need it because it's very hard to control. This next one, Royal Staff, your special deals extra damage based on the gold you have, 1% for every 1 gold. It's pretty good. Put it in A tier. It's very easy to stockpile up on gold, and even if you're just playing normally, you're gonna have 40 gold even at least by the final map. So you can take this and be very confident you will have a 40% damage increase just for free, which is just as good as Stonebreaker Staff, honestly. Yeah, that makes me want to move Gemini Necklace up too, though. Makes me want to move a lot of these up and then start making A tier out of some of B tier. So hear me out. I just think, while early game, it's not quite as crazy as Stonebreaker Staff. You're guaranteed to get something as good as Stonebreaker Staff if you just keep it till late game. Because even if you buy all the gems, you're going to have 40 leftover gold. You find some gold potions, even more. You get some other gold-giving effects, even more. If you just skip out on buying a shit secondary upgrade that barely increases it, just decreases the global cooldown a little, even more gold. If you aren't flip-flopping between like gyms constantly, even more gold. So it's good. It's just situationally good, whereas Stonebreaker is immediately and always good. So it goes just below Gemini for right now. But it's like top of A tier, so close to S tier. Do not underestimate it, like absolutely take it a lot. Ballroom Gown, speed increase, plus it gives you more luck. More luck means you have a better chance of applying these effects that give percent chance effects. More luck means you will apply percent chance effects More luck means you will apply percent chance effects way more, which is good because, as you can see, a lot of this game is a percent chance effect. And the movement speed is good. Let me see if it's a slight. I think it's a slight, not moderate, unfortunately. Slight, yeah. Put it right up at top of B tier with some of these other ones. Right there with that one feels good. It's really good on certain classes, useless on other classes. Really good on certain builds, useless on other builds. Actually, I'm going to put it down here. The slight increase to luck, I haven't noticed it popping off too much. When I use it, I'm not like, man, everything is going way more often. But it's not by a bad measure either. I can definitely tell that things are proccing more often, just not quite that much more often. This next one is a really simple one. It is silver coin. I would argue this is a gold color, but maybe I'm colorblind. Maybe I can see some, like, through some extra spectral ranges or whatever. Well, spectrum ranges of color. It just gives you 30 gold. Pretty simple. It's better than this thing in most cases. You can probably get the 30 gold from this rather than surviving for, what, 8 fights? Also, hello there. Welcome. Right now I'm doing a tier list of all my items. Opinions are welcome. You're free to disagree or comment, because that's part of the reason I stream this instead of just doing this as a YouTube video, is it's more interesting to get everyone else's takes. If you think anything on my tier list is badly placed. Right now I'm just generally ranking things, and I'm going to go through and move things up, down a little bit. But I'm going to say that silver coin, probably top of C tier. The extra gold doesn't help too much, because by the end of a game, you're going to be left with a lot of extra gold, but it gives you a early power boost. Just not as much as an early power boost as like a percent damage increase, which is most of B tier. But I'd be happy to have it over most of C tier. Not always, though. Kind of depends. It does get some benefit from synergizing with this, though, because of the special damage increase per money. Queen's Crown. Hot take, one of the best items in the game. Critical hit chance at base is 30%, which is something I didn't know. I figured, oh, critical hit chance isn't that crazy. But at base, critical hit chance is going to be 30%. And so 170%, 175% extra damage is crazy. It effectively doubles your crit damage, because crit damage is usually 75% damage. This is now 175% damage. So crits do 100% more damage. That's crazy. Double damage on a crit. Crits happen 1/3 of every attack. Not to mention if you have rabbit luck, that is almost 80%. Yeah. Crown is like a effective 20% increase. Actually, no, more. It's probably just flat 30% increase to pretty much everything. And so that's why I put it at S tier, I think. Even though things like Gemini Bracelet probably have a higher cap of power, not everyone can use Gemini Bracelet. Everyone can use Golden Crown. Golden Crown is going to always increase your damage by like a flat 30%. And so every time I've taken it, my DPS is skyrocketed above, even at people running like, let's say, 20% increasing items. And I don't have like any percent increasing items. I just have Golden Crown, and it's out DPSing their percent increasing items. It's way slept on. Mimic Rabbit Foot, easy A tier for me. Too many effects rely on luck. It can absolutely pop off certain builds. Not quite S tier, because not everyone wants it. When you do want it, you want it bad, though. It can make too many of these way too good. Just after Shinobi Tabi. Oh boy, now we're getting into the healing items, which kind of suck. Butterfly Ocarina, on pickup, heal all allies for 1. Heals all allies 1 HP every 2 fights. F tier. Not good. Just like these save you some damage, this also saves you some damage. If you actually look at it, it saves you a bit more damage than these on average if you get it early. I'd say it probably will save you 4 damage on average. If you get it halfway through a run, it saves you 4 damage. Better than saving you 3 damage. It does nothing to actually further your build. Don't get hit, and enemies on hard mode and above have a damage cap. And that damage cap makes it worthless. If you take this on solo mode, you're throwing, because you're going to get hit by that damage cap, because you aren't doing enough damage and everything is killing you now. So, yeah, don't get hit. Fairy Spear stops your movement when you use your primary, but your primary has 30% larger radius and does 30% more damage. 30% more damage goes hard on primary. I don't think it's quite as good as Rock Dragon Spear, but it's close enough. On a primary build, it's half of what you're looking for. Not as good as Rock Dragon Spear, because it's not 40% damage. And the stop movement matters a bit more than a cooldown. But I have never taken it and been like, why did I take this? It's ruined my build. I know some people really don't like the stop movement, though. So if you don't like stop movement, beware. Overall, actually, I can't rank it as high. I can't rank it higher than some of these special items. So it's got to go there. Never mind. That was kind of a somewhat L take. It's not better than this 20% special item that also resets your special. Moss Shield. Every 12 seconds, using your defensive will reset its cooldown instantly. It's fine. It effectively lets you double stack cooldown is how it actually plays out in the game. It's not F tier. It's just, it can be good on Wizard or something that really wants their defensive. Some classes get a lot of DPS from their defensive, or just a lot of defensive utility. Better than a lot of defensive items. Not as good as Rock Dragon Mail defensively. But offensively, it's a little bit better. Top of C tier. I'm never excited to see it, but when I see it on like Wizard or something, you could convince me to take it. Usually it's not instrumental to the build though. Minor damage increase plus some decent defensive work. It can be very good though on Dancer Rabbit Luck though, if you're good at timing it. No, I'm happy where it's at. Too situational. Can't rank it too high just because of one class. Floral Bow, every 6 seconds, fires a projectile at your target enemy. It does 250 damage, only activates twice while sitting still. It can go with the rest of the damage relics and bows. Most of the damage relics and bows are minor damage increases. They don't synergize well with anything else in your build, save for some of these that increase loot damage like by 50 like this one, or 50% like this one. But overall, they're just minor damage increases that aren't going to help you. Blue Rose, max HP is increased by 1, 50% chance of healing you at 1 for the end of each fight. Better than the rest of these by a tiny margin. Not that important. You'll revive in 5 seconds if you're dying a bunch. It happens. Don't get hit. Sunflower Crown, your max HP is increased by 1. You became able to slightly graze through a projectile. I've actually seen some people graze through a good amount of projectiles with this. So I'll give it D tier. I've seen it actually kind of cook with grazing through projectiles. Defensive items just aren't it though, so it's getting bottom of D tier. Midsummer Dress, max HP is increased by 1. Ability or loot effects that temporarily slow your movement no longer affect you. This is actually how you make a good defensive item, because a lot of items do slow your movement, and that can be very annoying. So it actually does increase your DPS in the sense of it does cook. It's niche, and I just don't like defensive items much, but as far as defensive items go, my favorite are like Rock Dragon Mail, and these three are my favorite sheer defensive items. This is like Holy Mantle from Binding of Isaac. I kind of like it. But grazing is alright. I don't mind it. That's the reason it's not F tier, because it's more than just base healing, and it does something other than like protect you from 3 hits and then just expire. I don't know what they were thinking when they're like, protect from 3 hits and then it's gone. Like, that's awful. It does nothing for you. Let's see. Midsummer Dress. Yeah. It's probably one of the best defensive items because it ignores your slowdown effects. I'm not too sad to see it, honestly. And so, as far as it goes, the health increase doesn't matter much. Yeah, exactly. If you pick up Fairy Spear, I've had it negate that, and that's awesome. Even though it doesn't say it negates stopped movement, it actually does as far as I've played. There's a lot of effects that there's a lot of moves in the game where you're going to want to be somewhere, and so you can't use a big attack when you want to. Midsummer Dress keeps you attacking, keeps you moving. Good stuff. Grasswoven Bracelet, your max HP is increased by 1. All abilities and loot hitboxes are 30% larger. I have never had size come into play other than like defensives and in the bedroom. So this one's going to get a solid... Yeah, of course. Thank you for popping in. Have a wonderful night. Grasswoven Bracelet, 1 HP. All abilities and hitboxes are 1 larger. Solid F tier. I should probably redo that because I paused. in the middle. And if I do turn, well, when I turn this into a YouTube video, because I am, this is YouTube content, damn it. So I'm going to redo that line right there. Just so it doesn't come out weird when I have to edit this down. No, I don't have to re-record a session later, because goddamn hate that shit. Grasswoven Bracelet, your max HP increases by 1, and all abilities and loot hitboxes are 30% larger. Size has never really mattered when it comes to like damage dealing effects, unfortunately. It does help some for like increasing your defensive size. And the size also matters in the bedroom. But other than that, for this game, another bottom of C tier. That percent increase does save it some. I could vibe with. All right, I'm moving executive decision, moving this up. I have actually been able to graze like half of my hitbox through a projectile, and that's kind of insane. I can't lie. Snake Fang Dagger, your secondary applies poison for 5 seconds. If I'm correct, this poison is 20. And so poison does damage once every second, if I'm correct. 20 times 5. It's like 100 damage, right? Over 5 seconds. I might be getting the damage slightly off. Even if it's 40, it is barely worth it over anything else. Like on the just sheer damage end. So what we're going to do is put it right where with all the rest of them. It can be good if you have some debuff items. Not going to be good on anything else. Let's see. This one is the, what is it called? Ivy Staff. Primary applies poison for 5 seconds. Same thing. I mean, you'll probably have poison constantly going. Poison is not that crazy. It's not bad, but without something else, it's not going to get out of D tier either. Deathcap Tome, your special applies poison for 5 seconds. Still, just not that crazy. Spiderbite Bow, every 10 seconds, fires a projectile at your enemy that deals 50 damage and applies poison for 5 seconds. Even less crazy than all of what we just talked about. Borderline one of the least crazy items in the game, even. Pretty bad. Compound Gloves, when dealing damage, has a 10% chance to apply Decay. Decay is just poison, except it lasts a lot longer. But all things considered, it's not bad. Okay. I was thinking, 10% chance isn't high, but you're going to have Decay on enemies at all times. But it's only like 20 damage every second, if I'm correct. Again, the wiki has no information on like this item, so this is all sheer memory. And there's 200 of these bad boys, so I kind of forget the details sometimes. But if I remember correctly, and it's just 20 damage every second. 20 damage every second is bad. Not great. It goes with everything else, but slightly higher, because it's with all abilities, so a little bit. It's got a little bit of usage there. Poison Frog Charm. 1% chance to... Need a drink of water. Alright, let me relook. Poison Frog Charm. 1% chance succeeds. Apply poison to all enemies for 5 seconds. Oh, let me reread that. My brain zoned out. Apologies. 3 a.m. I'll do better. I'll do better. Don't leave me. Don't leave me. Fucking with you. Alright. Poison Frog Charm. 1% chance succeeds. Apply poison to all enemies for 5 seconds. So effects don't stack. Like debuffs, well, they do stack if you have like multiple of these, but this will not stack with itself. So again, all of these are just, you're going to have your enemy poisoned forever. How much damage does poison really do? Poison's really going to just do, like, what is it? It's not going to do more than any of the items it's tiered with, unless you have something that's going crazy on a debuff build. It's just most debuff builds really, really are difficult, because how many items buff debuffs? One item does so far. But yeah, it's going to get slightly higher than these because percent chance effects are probably a little bit better than that. Nah, it gets a bit lower. Better than secondary though. And it's to all enemies, which is kind of cool. Venom Hood, your abilities do 15 more damage. Debuffs you place deal 50 more damage. Here is our second buffing item. I'd be willing to give it... I'm starting to want to move these down. Debuffs are good. Percent is very good for burn, and burn and Ghost Flame are the best debuffs in the game. This one is going to increase poison damage. Keep in mind, all of the poison relics are within this same category, the same color, which means they're within the same chest. So you're going to get this along with all of these and only be able to pick one. That being said, it is not the worst thing that's ever happened. It will increase all of your damage by 15. That's not awful. It's not good, though. Not good by any means. And it's gonna... I don't like it. It does have some synergy with debuffs, though. If you're running a debuff build and you find this, awesome. There's just way too many times where you are not running a debuff build and do not want it. Chemoscope. Your defensive applies poison to nearby enemies for 8 seconds. Slightly increase movement speed. Yeah, just right down there with the rest of them. I think this poison is a little more strong. I think this one does 40. That is better. Even under the assumptions these are doing 60 or even 80 damage, that isn't that crazy compared to the rest of these. They're really just the same as the rest of these. Some extra side damage. Unless you have something specific going with these. Obviously, if you've got the B tier item, Dark Cloud Necklace, you're going to want to start picking up these loot effects because they just got 50% better and they go up tiers. But even then, like on a standalone scale, the staff is going to be doing more damage than all of these combined. Not actually, but you know. Seashell Shield. Your defensive has a random cooldown between 1 second and 15 seconds every time you use it. On average, this means your defensive will have a 7-second cooldown. Very good for offensive defensives. Honestly, not even bad for defensives. It's good. I'm not gonna lie, it's good. Yeah, I put it right about here. Kind of lost in the middle of this B tier. It's really good because there's certain ones in the game, like the Druid Super one, where you will now be making everyone very super. Oh wait, that one doesn't let loot affect it. Never mind. That just made this different in my mind. Most defensives... okay, so half of classes have like a 10-second defensive. No, most classes have a 15-second defensive. I'm debating this. No C tier, unfortunately. A bit better than that one. Because if you're playing like Wizard, you're obviously only getting straight benefits, and on average, 7 seconds is good for everyone. Okay, it can go barely into B tier. Just because there's a lot of times you want to use your defensive, and on average, no matter what, it is increasing it. Even if you have a 10-second defensive, on average, you're benefiting from it. So everyone's going to benefit from it, and everyone's going to benefit nicely. There's times where it's like absolutely awesome. There's no times where it's like crazy though. Necronomicon. Every 8 seconds, using your special, reset its cooldown instantly and charge it. Pretty good. It's a lot of people really like it. It's very good on Ancient, very good on anyone who has very slow, big specials that do a lot of damage, a big hit. And that charge effect is nice. It doesn't get A tier. It gets above Book of Cheats in my opinion, but that's all I can give it. Resetting your special is nice because it means you can special back to back and one of them will be charged 1.5 times damage increase, but a lot of classes don't need it that much. It's like a very minor buff compared to what people think it is. For example, Dancer, you're using your special a lot anyways, and on a good Dancer build, something like Rabbit Luck is way more important, or just this Lucky Rabbit Foot, way more important. Whereas using your special 2 times in a row every 8 seconds is very, very minor. Not that good of a damage increase. Tidal Greatsword. Every 12 seconds, slices in a large radius around you, dealing 200 damage. Slowly gets larger and deals more damage as the fight goes on. I wish I knew how much larger it got and how much more damage it does. From my experience, it is a little better than these. Actually, let me look at how long. 12 seconds, 200 damage. In my experience, it is a little better than these. It has double the cooldown of the... what's it called? It has double the cooldown of the Sleepy Greatbow or whatever the hell it's called. And it has the same damage, but it does get better. The fights don't usually last long enough for it to do anything more meaningful than the Sleepy Greatbow, but it's about as good. Occult Dagger. Your secondary is 80% more powerful, but gains a cooldown of 5 seconds. Actually, it's not the worst thing in the world. I know I've been ragging on secondary items this whole game because they usually suck. If this was something like a primary thing, it would be like up here. Honestly, if it was a primary thing, probably even up here. 80% damage is fucking insane. But it's your secondary, and secondaries being how they are, you can reliably put it in... you can almost put it in A tier. If I put it in A tier, half this list's got to go up, though. Do I think it's better than Bright Storm Staff? No. 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 Situationally, yeah. Yeah, right around here. Situationally, right around here, even. Honestly, situationally, it's high up. It's high up. It's good. I'm not gonna lie. In most cases, do I want my fire... do I want fire primary more? Yeah. But the times it's good, it's very, very good. Like, if you're Druid, you're probably going to be cooking with it. Yeah, it's good. Mermaid Scale, all cooldowns are reduced by 2 seconds. All loot and abilities start on 8-second cooldown. So, not bad. It's most similar to the Sleepy Cap. Where do we put the Sleepy Cap? Right there. Pretty much just going to be identical to a Sleepy Cap. The only difference is it's also going to affect your special, whereas your Sleepy Cap is only defensive and only loot. This one will also affect your special. Is that worth the 8-second cooldown time? Not really. But the effect is still about as good. I'd be down to put it here. It's solid. I'm not unhappy to see it. It can elevate runs quite a bit. Sometimes I've even fought someone for it, so like, hey, it's not that bad. Abyss Artifact. In a second, I had to like kind of clear my sinuses. Abyss Artifact. Every 30 seconds, using your defensible will grant you super for 8 seconds. Super is crazy. Tell you what super does. Let me lead you down what super does. You become faster. Okay, well, actually, it's kind of funny how it's listed in the wiki. You become faster, more mobile, invincible, and deal 30% more damage. Faster and more mobile are kind of the same thing, but I know what it means. A better way of explaining it, though, is your movement speed increases, your global cooldowns decrease, you become completely invincible, and you deal 30% more damage. So it's the best buff in the game. You are invincible, 30% more damage, and your abilities have an even better cooldown. So, good stuff. And it's for about 30% of the time, if you think about it. Yeah, I'm being generous there. Every 30 seconds, 8 seconds. Starts battle on 15-second cooldown. Honestly, it's very rare when I don't pick this up. It's so solid. Being invincible for 30% of the time is crazy. Almost as good as Shinobi Tabi because of how the buff plans out. Low A tier. It works on any build. Every build wants to be invincible for 8 seconds. Every build wants 30% damage plus haste for, like, what? What is that? Yeah, 8 seconds. My bad. My brain's still dying. We've only got a few more of these items. We're going to wrap it up. Drink of water. Hydrous Blob. Every 8 seconds, using your secondary will fire an Eldritch Beast towards your target, dealing 250 damage. Kind of metal as hell. Starts battle on cooldown. Actually. This one got a huge buff recently. That's why I'm hesitating. Well, not recently, and within the last month. When I first played it, it was not great, but now it does like 150 more damage, which is fucking insane. How is it compared to your secondary does 400 more damage? Crescent Moon Dagger. I see people take it a lot. Okay. All right. I'm going to be honest with this one. This might be an L take. I see people take it a lot, so I'm inclined to think it is good. I do not personally like it because Crescent Moon Dagger makes you do 400 more damage every 10 seconds. And to me, that is about as good as a Sleepy Great Bow, except you don't have to do the secondary shit. So to me, it's probably here. But I think I am wrong. I just never get to take it because one, everyone wants it, and I don't really like it. I'm like, oh, what? It's just Crescent Moon Dagger. I'm not too into it. So be warned, maybe I am misunderstanding something about this item because people take it a lot. I just do not yet know the reason why. That's about it. Lost Pendant. At the start of each fight, inflict all enemies with decay for 60 seconds. If I'm correct, this is just poison for 60 seconds effectively. But I'm going to check real quick. Yep. So decay is just poison. It's just 60-second poison. It does like 20 damage. It's not bad. It gets to go with all the rest of these, though. Not as good as the bows. I like the bows quite a bit more. These bows aren't as good as the bows you can refresh cooldown, though. Sawtooth Cleaver increases your primary's damage by 30%, but decreases its radius by 20%. Whee! Congrats. I mean, hell, maybe even here. I don't know. There's an argument for here. It's only 10% less than that. I just noticed it last. That's good shit, though. Gonna do some slight rearrangements, actually. B tier is getting a bit too crowded, and things here could honestly move up. You could convince me they could. Question is, where do we want to stop? I think we start at Black Wakazashi, right? Like, this stuff is good. I don't like you very much. What do you do again? You're just slight damage increase, right? And a loot buff, right? I don't know. I don't think you deserve it. Let me look at you again, and we'll figure it out. We'll get you sorted where you need to go. If I can find it. What set is it part of? Kunoichi set, right? Kunoichi hood. Abilities do 15 more damage. Your loot does 50 more damage. It's here. It's below Black Wakazashi. It's below this. It's good with this, but it's not as good as. In fact, it's probably like right here. Special 20% plus vulnerability, right? Hell yeah. 20% special effect. 20% special effect. Anyone who's a 20% special effect, I've decided you can move on up. You aren't bad. Demon Horns isn't even bad. Haste upon using defensive? Nah, you don't get to be in here. I think I like this more. Yeah. Most of these items did feel kind of A-tier-ish. My tops are still my tops. Don't get me wrong. This row is still great. This bad boy isn't near that high, though. This bad boy is right around here. Right around with this gang. This feels a lot better. Like I said, we need to establish our tops so I can start moving things up or down. Okay. Resorted. Which item were we on? Let me make sure I finish talking about that. I can edit this out if like I'm rambling about something I've already talked about. But it's important that I finish talking about that one if I have not already. Sawtooth Cleaver increases your primary's damage by 30%, decreases radius by 20%. It's solid because the reason it is good is because it does 3 AM death beam. Been streaming for 5 hours death. All right. Radius of your primary doesn't typically matter. It can matter on like heavy blade and stuff, and it can make you a bit less consistent. So it does move down. It matters more than cooldown usually does. But for like bruiser, it doesn't really matter like at all. So it kind of depends. Heavy blade, I want to see my rock dragon. Bruiser, I want to see this. It's only a 30% increase, but 30% is still pretty big. It's just as much as some of these upgrades. I like it a bit more than standing still, but it does have that downside. Raven's dagger increases your secondary by 50%, so you can ignore this because secondary damage does not matter. Decreases radius by 40%. You can ignore this because secondary does not matter. No, I'm joking. It's not that bad. I'm not that ignorant. I dislike secondaries a lot, but I do admit when they do have uses. It's not god-awful, I guess. Bottom of B tier. Just because I don't use secondary things doesn't mean they suck. And I do admit, like, Occult Dagger is almost double damage. And hey, if you're going to be using your secondary to buff yourself anyways, you might as well have it do 200 damage. It's not bad with Occult Dagger. This one's in a similar boat of 50% damage is a lot. This is where they started to realize we can't just give our secondary 20% damage. You can tell with some of these earlier relics, secondary was doing less, if not equal to primary, except primary you're going to be using it more and it's going to be doing more damage. Now they've realized, hey wait, secondary needs 80% damage increases, 50% damage increases, rather than like 30% like primary can get away with. It's not great. I'd usually probably put it here actually. I think 50%'s a lot. Like, it genuinely is. It can stay bare, but it's cutting it close. Killing Note increases your special damage by 30%, but decreases radius by 20%. Again, special and primary, they go like that. Special matters a little bit less. I've taken this on Dancer, and it does not matter. You're already so huge. You don't need to be bigger. Like, sometimes 6 inches is enough, man. Perfectly fine with that. Blacksteel Buckler, your defensive range decreases by 30%, but now has a 2-second shorter cooldown and gives counter. Counter, if I'm correct, is going to give you 50% damage? Yeah, 50% damage on your next attack. So when you use your defensive, 1, you're going to be using your defensive more often. 2, it's going to be giving you extra damage. Let's see, right? The tippy middle of A tier. Few reasons for this. Definitely better than the cap by a lot. Yeah, honestly, it could be even a little bit higher. You could even argue I'm undervaluing it because I probably value it less than the average person. 50% damage on your next attack is kind of crazy. You can immediately defensive and do special. Also, who cares about radius on your defensive? Heavy Blade and Wizard does, but even then, it's 50% damage. Like, come on, man. You can deal with a bit smaller of a field to stand in. Like, it's good. It's very good. And it also has a shorter defensive cooldown, which is also awesome for obvious reasons. It literally synergizes with itself. So, good stuff. Nightguard Gloves. It just adds 20% damage to whatever ability does the highest damage in your move slots. So it's just a free 20%. No drawbacks or anything, but no buffs or anything. 20% is close to these. Low A tier, lowest A tier, almost B tier even. Honestly, it's almost as good as these. The only thing keeping me not is because some of these percent damage things like this. This is actually, why are you here? Why are you higher than those two? Those two are better than you for sure. One momento. Uno momento. Okay. I'm fine with that. Radius doesn't matter too much, so it makes sense 10% is still better than 20%. Yeah, it gets just a barely cut above the rest. It's teetering on B tier, but it's very versatile. If you're a primary build, you're going to like this. If you're a special build, you're going to like this. Everyone's eating good with this ability. So, good stuff. Sniper glasses, you deal 30% more damage when you're separated from your target by at least 3 rabbit leaps. 3 rabbit leaps kind of sucks as a descriptor because who the fuck knows how much that is. I would say 3 rabbit leaps is probably 6 of your character away from someone. Maybe that's a bit generous, but that's how I feel when I see a rabbit leap item. It's not bad, but it's not always activated, and it's not a free 30% like Killing Note is. Right next to Necronomicon, probably. There's a lot of cases where it's going to do a lot for you. Like if you're a wizard or a druid, you don't need to be too next to someone. But there's also a lot of cases the boss forces you next to them, so it does nothing. Like plenty of cases where that happens, unfortunately. But it is still special damage up. It's just bootleg special damage up. Dark Mage Charm, when you've been standing still for 1 second, your special does 40% more damage. 1 second is a lot of time, is something you need to know in this game. 40% is a lot of damage, though. Yeah, I put it actually below Sniper's Eyeglasses. I can't put it lower than B because 40% is a huge amount of damage. You're going to be going crazy with it. Standing still for 1 second is a lot of time, and it's very hard to use because you aren't just going to stop and stand still to use your special. If you need to go somewhere, you need to go somewhere. And it can't, unfortunately, be like mitigated by something like Midsummer Dress or anything like that. So that is where it gets not so great. It's very often where I look at it and I'm like, this is going to really increase my build. And then it does absolutely nothing because I am not using it because I have to move somewhere or I underestimate how long a second is. Because when you're in the game, it's very hard to judge how a second is. And it also just fucks with you when you try to use it, in my opinion. But it does have good potential. I can't deny that. First Strike Bracelet, every 15 seconds, gain Black Strike when you use your secondary. Starts battle off cooldown. I don't know if the wiki is saying it starts battle on cooldown, and now it's making me second guess myself. It doesn't much affect its ranking, though. I'm not going to lie. Black Strike, if I'm correct, is what? Isn't it? It's either 50 or 80% damage. Oh. Black Strike is 200% more damage. If the wiki is correct. I don't think the wiki is correct. I think it's 80. Is it 200? I've got to look this up. The wiki's got to be wrong. I mean, like, I was going to rank it really high because I know it helps a ton. It is actually named Black Strike, right? Okay, good. It was named like Back Strike. I was like going to be like, wait, oops. Uh-huh. I can't find anything saying it doesn't. And honestly, from what I've seen, it does increase my damage by a lot. 3 times is a bit unnecessary, though. I feel like there's a typo in there. I could believe 100%. That's double damage. All right. 3 times is crazy. It's not always something you can super easily use because it requires you to use your secondary and then immediately go into your big attack. I've had a lot of situations where I cannot do that for some reason. But if it's actually 200% damage, like the wiki is saying it is, that's S tier. I don't think it's quite as S tier as these because it's big burst damage. 200% hit every 15 seconds. I mean, it's okay. It's 15 seconds. Let's say late game you do 10,000 damage. That's 10,000 damage every... No, that's 20,000 damage every 15... I do not think it's 200%. Look, if it's 200%, it's here. And if I'm right, and it's only like 80 or 100%, because the wiki has been wrong before, 100% is... like here. It's honestly here. 100% is here. 200% is right here. Like, if not higher, it might just be the best item in the game. So, I have had some crazy Blackstrike builds, though. I'm going to leave it here and trust the wiki, but I'd like you to know, if it is only 100% damage, it is right here, right next to this counter thing. 15 seconds isn't like humongous amount of seconds, but it's enough. Woo, Obsidian Rod! Yeah, baby! This is my favorite item in the game. That wasn't my best moist critical impression, by the way. That was more of my lazy moist critical impression because my voice hurts. Let's get into why I like Obsidian Rod. Your special strength becomes the total cooldown time of all of your abilities and loot in seconds, multiplied by 10, divided by the times it hits your target. Yeah, it's convoluted. It turned me off, and when I first saw it, so I was like, huh. It also has a maximum of 1,000 total. The wiki is wrong here when it says 800. Kind of sucks. Unless they patched it recently, and the wiki is more correct than me. I literally played with Obsidian Rod like yesterday, though. So, I don't think so. Maybe I am just wrong. I really think the wiki's wrong on that Blackstrike thing. There's no way that's tripling your damage every 15 seconds. If so, it's fucking crazy, but whatever. Anyways, Obsidian Rod, regardless, is S tier because effectively, just take your ability and loot cooldowns and multiply them by 10, and that's your damage. Multi-hits, it does less damage, but it's kind of jank. Look into it if you really want to, or just like sit there and think about it for a moment. I'm not going to fully explain like the niche things, but you can get some crazy damage scaling on this thing. Usually on most characters, you lose like 30 damage if you have absolutely no items and pick it up. But then you can easily build around it. For example, you pick this up on Dancer and you find Emerald Special. Your cooldown is now 99 seconds. 99 times 10 is 990. Congrats. You do 1,000 damage with your special with one upgrade. That's making your special do a 1,000 damage with one item. Kind of insane. But even if you don't have something like that, pretty much anyone appreciates it because you can just sit there and stack up on these bows and every item with a cooldown. That's why items like this are a bit higher. They have long, big cooldowns. So you pick this up, congrats, 250 damage to your special. That's not enough to make this one better. The point is, this thing works with everything. Absolutely everything. And even at base, it is usually just going to change your damage by 30, either up or down. Even if you don't have like any buffs or anything like that to your special. Like on Dancer, I know it's like a 30 or 50 damage decrease, but you will immediately make up because, great, you just grabbed this one as a cooldown. This has a cooldown. Like almost everything has a cooldown. And you can also build your gems into it. Obsidian Rod's fucking crazy. Try it out sometime, and you'll see. Darkglass Spear is the Obsidian Rod for primary, except it kind of sucks. Your primary strength becomes your special's cooldown, multiplied by 30, minus your secondary strength, divided by the times your primary hits. Maximum of like 500-ish. I think it's a little higher than that. I think the wiki's wrong on that too. So this one sucks because the only way it's boosted is your special's cooldown. It could be good if you're running like a very, very specific, like, what's its name? Dancer Emerald Special. That's going to go crazy for the reasons I literally just said. But since it's not affected by like loot or anything, like Obsidian Rod, it isn't that great. Most times your special, you can only get it to max 15-second cooldown. That's 15 times 30. I'm not going to do that in my head because it's late. 450 damage on primary. That sounds crazy. Minus your secondary strength, which unfortunately is like usually 80 to 100. So 350 divided by the number of times your primary hits a target. Honestly, every single time I've seen this thing, it isn't increasing my damage. There are cases where I'm sure it could. Maybe I've just gotten bad luck when I see it. It just doesn't scale off enough things like that. Most times I see it, it is kind of actually a downside, and I would like it worse than these. I'm putting it in D tier. No, it's got some potential. It's got some potential. I take it back. I put it there. maybe like you can make it work if you find like Nova Crown or something, and if you do find it, if you do make it work, it's insane. Your primary is going to be doing some crazy damage, even though it caps out at like what 500. That's actually not that crazy. In fact, most primaries get really close to 500 anyways. Like I'm pretty sure if a wizard primary with 4 seconds, doesn't that just do 400 damage off rip? Well, it tried. It can be really good. It can be really good if you have like a really short global cooldown on it, though. Like I'm trying to think, Wizard could take that and then do Sapphire primary, I think it is, which gives him a 0.5 second global cooldown. That one would be good. Most cases, it's not good though. This one tries to do the same thing for secondaries, except it's gutted if I'm correct. This one is your special and defensives cooldown added together, multiplied by 10, divided by the number of times. Oh, wait, no, that's actually kind of fine, it looks like. Special and defensives cooldown added together. I feel like that's wrong. Every time I've seen it, I've been like, ooh, it sucks. So the average, let's say your special has a 10-second cooldown because that's a good average, and then your defensive has a 12-second cooldown because that's a good average. That's going to be 220 damage on your secondary, divided by the number of times it hits the target. It's not actually that much. It's not that much, but I think it's about as good as that. It's not awful, but it doesn't make, neither of these make your build unless you get very, very lucky with them. If you get lucky with them, then sure. If you're playing a very specific combo, then sure. Most cases, nah. Obsidian Rod is so much better because it scales off loot, and that's the reason Obsidian Rod's so good. It scales off loot so anyone can use it. Quartz Shield, your defensive's cooldown becomes 30 seconds. When a loot item with a cooldown activates, your remaining timer on your defensive is reduced by that amount. So effectively, it makes your defensive scale very well with loot, and you can potentially make your defensive like really, really short with it. But you need a lot of loot effects. It just doesn't have that scaling that I'm looking for, honestly. There's times I've been wishing for it. Even today when I was playing, I was wishing for it. Most times I'm not, though. Most times I couldn't care less. Most times I actually couldn't care less. Yeah, I can go with all these other ones. I know I'm kind of putting these all like linked together. It has some very, very high highs because it's like, oh man, I have so many loot things. I could get infinite defensives. And then most of the times it's like, oh, I have a few loot things. And like, if you find Obsidian Rod while you have like 5 pieces of timer loot, you've won the game. You now do 1,000 damage. If you find this thing when you have a ton of like loot timers, it's moderately nice. It's nothing game breaking usually. Usually. It has chances. Clear my sinuses. Ugh. More like sniffle, I guess. Pocket Watch. Abilities with a global cooldown time less than or equal to 1.10 seconds deal 30% more damage. Turns out it's not actually that bad. Most people can use this pretty dang well. Doesn't always work well, but it can very easily turn into like a global thing. Bruiser, that's global damage increase when you're raging. Awesome. Spellblade, that's a 30% on your special. Awesome. You have to kind of select what you're going to pick off of it, but most classes can use it very, very well. Not to mention it has an obvious synergy with Metronome Boots, but you're never going to get those two together. Just not lucky enough. It's never in the cards. Or so it seems. Nova Crown. Your special cooldown becomes 30 seconds. Every 8 seconds, this loot item reduces your special cooldown timer to 1 second and charges it. Yeah, it's convoluted. Sounds convoluted. Effectively, it makes your specials cooldown 30 seconds for like abilities that would reduce cooldowns or say, it's a good way of putting it. It'll be really, really pog with Obsidian Rod. Otherwise, it is just Necronomicon effectively. Kind of better Necronomicon, though. It is better Necronomicon, I will say. Because again, it does work with Obsidian Rod and some like cooldown effects. Because it makes your specials cooldown that, which again, this is like the one case those two pop off because they're both reliant on special cooldown. And Necronomicon requires you to have the ability used. This one resets the ability for you to use. So it's a little bit better. It's not that crazy though. Black Hole Charm is crazy though. Black Hole Charm deals 200 damage to all enemies when you use an ability with a cooldown of 10 seconds or more. and it hits 1 extra time for every 10 seconds longer the cooldown is, than that, up to 5 times. That part doesn't really matter unless you're playing with like Dancer, Emerald. That would make me orgasm my pants right now. I'd be so fucking happy. That'd be good. I ain't gonna lie. Never happened though. It's one of those things that'll never happen while you're playing, but it's cool to dream about. Kind of like getting a house. Like, it'd be really cool to have a house. It's not gonna happen though. Not with the house market the way it is today. Anyways, that I'll have to cut half that joke out because half that joke was mid as hell. It was funny at first. Explained it too much. Kind of sucks. Anyways, 200 damage with a cooldown of 10 seconds or more. The reason this is busted is things like Heavy Blade. Heavy Blade, yeah, the cooldown of your special is 10 seconds or more, but you have 2 charges on it. Hex Blade, you have 3 charges. Nay, 5 charges if you get the Sapphire, but I think the Sapphire reduces the cooldown, unfortunately. Maybe not. Regardless, that's 200 damage added to your special if it has a cooldown of 10 seconds or more. Not to mention, it's also, like, Dance Service is awesome with. It's also going to work on your defensive. I believe it works with loot, right? Placing it there because that's where I think it goes. Works with loot, right? Yep. Works with loot. So if you have any bows that reset really nicely, like, think of these bows. These bows do, like, a good amount of damage. They now do 200 and more whenever they activate. And you can evacuate them pretty dang easily. So yeah, this one, high A tier. You could argue it up, but I'm keeping S tier very small for only things I like the most. Twin Star. This makes your primary and secondary do 70% more damage, but gives them both 2-second global cooldown times. This isn't actually bad because it does not increase. Let me check that real quick. Yeah, it doesn't increase their global cooldown time. It just makes them 2 seconds. So if they're higher, cool. It doesn't do anything. So it's actually pretty good. How good? 70%. Like, it's almost S tier for me. I know that's crazy. It's global cooldown. It's global cooldown, so you can't use your defensive. Well, you can use defensive. That's not global cooldown. It's global cooldown, which means you can't go and use your secondary, and so buffing it becomes harder. But it's got high highs. Shit, I'm getting focused on that zone again. There. Put it there. There's a lot of moments it really, really works. It's pretty clunky, because, like, if you're playing Heavy Blade, woo, you do 70% more damage with your main attack, and then you have to use your secondary, which does do 70% more damage, but it's much less than your main attack to get that charge effect, which is kind of weird. It still works really well. Oh, damn, another message to cut out. That one will be even harder, actually, because it's on fucking this. Because it's on that bar. But honestly, I'm kind of an editing god. That actually won't be hard at all. I'll take the segment above it. Like, I'll take the segment, like, right here. And then I'll just move it down a moment. So, yeah. I was actually wondering about those bad boys. Because, like, these guys used to, like, invade my streams quite a bit. And I don't care. But they used to evade my streams quite a bit, but I hadn't seen them in a while. And I'm like, what's happening? Why am I not seeing them? I'm seeing them again. I don't know why, but I am. I had, like, a solid month break, though, from seeing them. Curious. Who knows? Anyways, back to what I was rambling about. After a drink. God, my sinuses feel like I'm sick. Hopefully I'm not getting sick. If I am sick, then I'll not be on tomorrow, I guess. I mean, it's not that weird. But I don't think I'll be sick. I don't rely on that. I would post, like, a thing on my Discord, like, hey guys, I got sick. Or Twitter, but one, I don't have Twitter. Two, and no one in that Discord. Who would be in the Discord? Why? Why? I'll probably just edit it if I am sick. Plan to edit in the morning, though. Anywho, back to the actual video stuff. Ooh. We were talking about Twin Star. No, I think I finished talking about Twin Star. I mean, like, it's really good. A bit clunky, not for everyone, not for all classes. Most classes like it a lot. It really actually doesn't hurt you if you're playing Bruiser. Bruiser is a straight upgrade, and that's why it's right there. You could argue it up on certain classes. I just don't think it's as universally good as some of the others, because some classes really want their secondary, which does low damage. Kyu no Oku Muji. Sinuses, god damn. Alright, Kyu no Okimuji. What this one does, all damage you deal is increased by 50%. And before you go like, "Bug, what? That's crazy." I know, that was your honest reaction. Kind of a noob trap, honestly. This one, not so much, but some of the effects like it are kind of a noob trap. So 50% global damage is crazy, but percent chance triggers no longer happen, and you no longer hit for critical damage. Just like how this bad boy is S tier because critical hits are 30% chance. Critical hits are actually a huge part of everyone's DPS, regardless of if you're like using critical hits or building off of them. They're a huge part of your DPS, and you don't know it yet. So taking those away is actually like a significant 20% decrease. Now still, this bad boy is still going to come out to probably a 35% damage increase. I'm not going to lie. Obviously, if you're running like any percent effects because you're like a wizard or dancer, don't take it. But if you're a heavy blade who has no percent chance effects, it's an all damage up. It's a pretty good all damage up. I'd be willing to put it right here. Right in that kind of middle section of A tier. Not many people can take it. The ones who can, 35% global damage is insane, and there is no drawback other than you can't use certain items, and you can just pretty easily build away from those. Like, really, really good. But it's not without its drawbacks. This next one is actually more of a trap. All damage increases by 40%, which is, oh wait, no, I think Kyo no Omikuji is 70%. I think the wiki is wrong on that. So take what I just said. I am putting it here based on what I remember, and I think it's 70%. If it's 50%, maybe not. But as far as I recall, it is not 50%, it's 70%. It's actually like a significant increase, but it feels more like a 50% damage increase. It remains an A tier regardless, because this is how I feel about how I've used it. Yokai Bracelet, all damage you deal is increased by 40%, which sounds awesome. Your attacks no longer have randomized damage, which doesn't matter, or hit for critical damage. Again, criticals are such an important part of the game that it's like, it comes out to about a 15% damage increase. 15% damage increase isn't bad, but it's not great either. You just gotta know that criticals are very, very important. If you gave me the choice between Demon Horns and it, I would choose it. But I'm not too happy about it, necessarily. Because it is effectively just 15% damage. It's not bad. 15% global damage is good, I should mention. It's just not crazy. If you're picking it up thinking 40% damage, my hits are about to go wild, then don't. It does lock you out of an S tier item, but that's not that big of a deal. It also makes any rabbit luck effects way worse on you. They aren't going to give you that critical damage. So it actually does decrease your DPS a significant amount. So it's like, it really is 15% usually. If you're running with like a bunch of rabbit luck people, it probably drops down to like a 0% increase in damage, but not a negative necessarily. Just don't take it thinking it's going to be great. I'm also going to move this one down. It just has so much anti-synergy with so many items. Yeah, it just has so much anti-synergy. This one's the cusp of A tier because it's either A or F tier. No in between. You either never want this and you would rather have no item, or you want it really bad because it's a damage increase, but not like enough. Like, you would still take all of these over it, 100%. Oni Staff, your special does 30% damage. When a percent chance succeeds, your special goes on 8-second cooldown. Okay. Yeah, you just lost most people who want to use their special, and most people who want to play the game as well. Like, I'm not gonna lie, it's not crazy bad. I can take it less than the goddamn yokai bracelet, though. I'd rather not use my defensive than not take percent chance items in a lot of cases as well. I'm not gonna lie, I think it's there. It is still a special increase, and it's a not bad special increase. And yeah, there's some people like Heavy Blade who will not need it. But it locks you out of a very big archetype, and it also blots out Dancer, who would really love a percent increase, and a lot of other classes who would like it. But for the classes who do like it, there you go. There's just too many times where you've picked up a percent increase, and if you have even 1% chance, if you have even, like, not 1% chance, but like one item that has a percent chance, if you have even one of those, this item becomes bad because now your special is going to start randomly cooldowning, and you're going to start being very, very upset. It's not that great. Kappa Shield. Your defensive has a 3-second shorter cooldown, but can no longer be reset by ability or loot effects. It's fine. It's just mid. It's fine. I wouldn't rank it above this stuff. Wouldn't even rank it above that stuff. I've used it sometimes. Good cop out. Not an awful cop out. That's grazing into projectiles, right? And slightly below that. Yeah, it's fine. Maybe even D tier, honestly. Yeah, it's just not great. Like 3 seconds is an amount for sure. But if you think about it, there's items that just do way better than that. So many items reduce your defensive cooldown, or like this one I think reduces it by 210, which means by like 5 in some cases. And then there's just like the sleepy cap, that's gonna be 2 seconds. The sleepy cap's gonna be like 2 seconds, plus it's gonna work on loot. So 3 seconds isn't that much, and not letting it be reset by loot kinda sucks. Doesn't come into play often. Kinda meh. Usagi Kamen, when a percent chance succeeds, gain a random buff for 5 seconds. Not bad, because it can give you like Black Strike. Genuinely not bad on certain builds. Yeah, I rank a buff just as good as 250 damage. I'm not gonna lie. A good buff can easily do 250 damage, and a good buff like Black Strike can easily do so much more than 250 damage. Granted, a bad buff does nothing, obviously. Like Stone Skin in a lot of situations, probably not going to do anything because it's not the time you want it. But it's not bad at all. Good cop-out relic. Like, if B tier is good cop-out relics, like, I'm pretty happy to have these cop-out relics in most cases. C tier is, well, it's alright. It's like, I'm not groaning at the side of it. I'm not going to build around any of these, but the damage increase is significant enough to be mentioned. D tier is like, I'm kind of groaning that I have to take it, but I mean, whatever, I guess. I mean, I just don't want any of these. F tier is like, actually, I will not take it. No, fuck that. It sucks. Not really. Most of these aren't bad yet. Well, they're bad. They just aren't negatives. Red Tensaku. Miracles occasionally happen. So, miracles can be a lot of things. Just off the wiki lists, I want to say 3 miracles. We're gonna check. Here are the miracles that aren't redacted off the wiki and are listed. 10% chance of shielding you from damage and healing your entire party by 1 when you would be KO'd. 10% chance of healing you to full when the battle ends. 10% chance of giving you 300 EXP at the end of the fight. The luck stat does increase the chances of these happening. Unfortunately, it says there's other effects. It just says I can't know them. When I have played with it and played with people with it, occasionally the guy will heal to full who has it. That never matters. Like, these don't really matter. Healing to full does not actually matter that much. It can be kind of clutch. Typically just don't get hit. I mean, like, yeah, get good moment, but you know. But honestly, the level ups, you're pretty much guaranteed to get like probably 10% party damage, global party damage just in level ups. That's not bad. Like, that's like a permanently activated bell right there. I'm not gonna lie. I take it here. I take it right about here. High B tier. I'm gonna take this thing a lot of times, not over anything in A tier. but you can probably convince me to take it quite a bit of times, especially if I have a high luck stat. Vegas Spear. Your primary deals. Oh, let me scroll down to Vegas Spear so you can actually see it. I bet I've done that a lot this time. Next one's going to be Vegas Spear. Your primary deals 70% more damage, but gains a 7-second cooldown. 20% chance succeeds. Its cooldown resets. That's a good one. Like, good as in interesting and thought-provoking. It'll probably be our last thought-provoking one on here. Most of them I have pretty stark opinions on past then. Primary deals 70% more damage. A lot of damage. 7-second cooldown. Percent chance to succeed. Okay. I've come to a conclusion. 70% damage is a lot of damage. But most of the things that are percent chance effects in this game, oddly enough, are tied to your primary. Wizard, tied to your primary. Dancer, primary and secondary. Kinda got something cooking there. Not all, obviously. There's like other effects in here, like by loot, that are percent chance based. But even so, quite a few of them are, quite a few of them are primary. So you're gonna need loot to make it work effectively, is what I'm saying. Just based on like sheer base class stuff, you can't always make it work. Ah, man. Probably worse than Yokai Bracelet, unfortunately. No. It's better than that, though. It's better than that. It's better than that. Yeah, I'm alright with putting it on par with Demon Horns. It's a huge increase, and if you have percent chance things, it's awesome. Unfortunately, getting percent chance things on classes, enough to make this consistent at least, is fairly difficult. So just be careful. It can work if you have rabbit luck or something guaranteed. The main issue is if it does go on cooldown because you aren't guaranteed the chance, then how are you going to get it off of cooldown without using your primary? That becomes very difficult. Next one is Altair Dagger. Ooh, Altair Dagger. Your secondary deals 30% more damage, but its global cooldown becomes 4 seconds. Yeah, you heard me, 4 seconds. When you use your secondary, it has a 90% chance to be a global cooldown of 1 second instead. So, what are the benefits of this? Their secondary does 30% more damage. And 90% of the time, it's only a 1 second global cooldown. Most times your secondary is only a 1 second global cooldown anyways. So the real benefits are 30% secondary damage. 30% is no damage. What the fuck? This is awful. This is the worst item in the game. Genuinely, this is the worst item in the game. I have never seen anyone take this. It is so bad. In fact, the one time I said you should take that as a joke, everyone started laughing about how it was just a net negative item. It is one of the only net negative items. Someone did mention if you get a luck effect, you will never run into the bad times of 10% chance that you have a 4 second global cooldown. That sucks. That 4 seconds of just not being able to attack for 30% more secondary damage sucks. If you have a luck item, even just one luck item, that will never happen to you pretty much. Well, it just won't. So, that is a good point. But 30% secondary damage still isn't good. It's still crazy bad. So no, I've never seen anyone take it. It's just bad. No one wants to gamble with fate like that for 30% secondary damage. Absolutely no one. Maybe I'm being too harsh on it. Maybe it could go up a little bit. Nah, I'd rather have everything here above that. And I'd probably take these before that. So, no. Fuck that item. I hate it. Ghost Spear. Your primary now only deals 10 damage, but applies Ghost Flame. What Ghost Flame does is it does the Ghost Flame's damage once when you apply it, and then once when it wears off. So these ones suck because the wiki doesn't have them like updated or listed or anything like that. For example, it's not telling me how much Ghost Flame or how long the Ghost Flame lasts. Fortunately, my memory comes in handy here. These are all 5 seconds. This one is 8 seconds, I believe, and this one is 12 seconds, I think. I'm going to have to rank them generally because there is no information, and going into a Couldn't I just open the game and like research it there? Oh, I could. But I pretty much know where I want to rank them because they're all a very similar use case. They're all going to be doing crazy damage if you don't want to use that thing more than every 5 seconds. If you would use that thing, if you would use your ability more than once every 5 seconds, then it is not worth it. Most of the times, these do 500 to 1,000 damage over a 5-second span. That will be increased by anything that like increases debuff damage or anything like that, so that's very good. Primary, usually this is going to kind of suck because most times you aren't using your primary. Well, you are using your primary as your secondary damage source. That kind of made no sense because there's so many things called secondary, primary. Ugh. Your primary just isn't your main No. Where was I going with this? So the reasons these aren't so good is you're probably going to want to use your primary more than once every 5 seconds, which means overall, there's not actually a huge benefit to having them, but it's not bad. They're going to get a solid C tier. They're better than these damage increasing items, and they're better than these damage increasing items in most cases. They're honestly better than... Okay, honestly, they're probably going up to B tier because they're better than these two. Some of these varying success with varying results, please. Actually, the primary one can be right. Yeah, it sucks. Right here, it really depends. It really does depend on what you're doing. That's why it's difficult to rank. Most times you probably don't want it. If you're going for a primary build, you don't want it. You want these things if you are not going for that build at all and you want to ditch them. This will just overwrite their damage for you into like an automatic 500 or 1,000 every 5 seconds, which isn't bad. It's mostly for, oh, I used it once and now I'm moving to my other abilities. That's the main use. Phantom Dagger, it's just secondary now, only deals 10 damage. Ghost Flame. Believe it or not, since your Ghost Flame is usually fucking shit, unless you're playing a class with like a good secondary, it is very, very often you want this. It actually increases your DPS by a not insignificant margin. I would reckon bottom of A tier worthy. A little bit higher than that. I'm not going to lie, the damage increase from this is insane. It's almost as good as a Cult Dagger. Because your secondary usually does shit damage anyways. This just makes it actually do good damage. And usually you're just throwing your secondary out for the buff. Now it's actually cooking something. So I like that quite a bit. In fact, I'd probably put it here actually though. Thinking about it, it's probably not going to do you as much good as like Black Wakizashi. It is free damage though. Cannot deny it's free damage. Conversely, Cursed Candlestaff. It does do more Ghost Flame damage than all the rest of those. It does. Most classes cannot fucking take it, though. I have ruined builds early on trying to make this work. It's kind of funny how bad it is. Now, there are some situations where you can make it work. Too many classes use their special for it to really ever work, though. Making your special do no damage is bad. Smoke Shield. This one's a bit different. Every 24 seconds, your defensive now grants Ghost. Ghost is just Vanish, but you do 60% more damage whenever you do an attack. Your next attack is 60% more. Your secondary no longer breaks Vanish or Ghost. Starts battle on cooldown. Nah. Secondary part doesn't really matter. It's more of a headache trying to get your secondary out there than it is to do anything. And the, like, I think 5 seconds of Ghost it gives, maybe even 3. It might even be 3. I think it's 5. The 5 seconds of Ghost it gives, 60% damage every 24 seconds. It's a way worse version of this shield up here. Way, way worse. It's not awful, though. You could give it to me. I mean, it's pretty bad. Yeah. Somewhere around there. Maybe a little higher, but you get it. Somewhere within C tier. Haven't seen anyone take it. I don't take it. Not great. I've shaken it a few times on like Assassin trying to make something cool out of it. Never works. Haunted Gloves. Abilities and loot that hit for 100 damage or less now hit for 100 damage regardless of other loot effects. So effectively it buffs weak damage like the Boot and Slave Aspire, but actually it kind of works. It doesn't really work on your main abilities, but it's kind of insane on your smaller abilities. Because I don't remember if it works on debuffs. Does it work on debuffs? It might not work on debuffs. I'm not sure if it works on debuffs anymore. But it works really well on like Pigeon Bow and stuff. Typically you want it on multi-hit effects, because you might be saying Pigeon Bow does 70 damage, so it's not that big of an increase. No, it isn't. You're right. It's good on multi-hit effects. For example, if you're hitting like that defender that hits 10 times per thing, well, that just became 1,000 damage with this one item, because you're hitting for 100 damage 10 times. That's crazy. Not a bad cop-out relic. Not one you'll take often, but I've taken it a few times to good success. I usually want it over that. It's not bad at all. Sometimes it goes hard, but usually it's just not bad. Old Bonnet is similar. Abilities that hit once now deal 250 damage. This one's actually a bit worse. It's specifically abilities that only hit once, not abilities that hit any number of times. Granted, with like old Pigeon, well, not with old Pigeon Bow, it's not old. Pigeon Bow, it's just good. Works with a lot of things, but not as many things as you would think. And this one I know doesn't work with debuffs. I'm fairly certain neither do, actually, now that I think about it. But it is good. Oh, another thing to know is, like, Black Wakizashi scales really well with these gloves, because now it does 300 damage, so works really well. Old Bonnet gets a similar treatment. It is loot effects, right? Yeah, abilities and loot. Similar treatment, just because a lot of things can really benefit from it. Sometimes you can buff up a weak special with it, which is kind of handy. I mean, not a weak special, a weak secondary with it, which is kind of handy. Or, like, a weak defensive, maybe. Well, I was thinking of Hexblade, but that's a multi-hit attack, so you're going to need the gloves. But then there's, like, some of these, like, right in here that don't do 250. It's not as good, though, I'm going to be honest, so it's bottom of C tier rather than mid C tier. Made outfit afflicts surrounding enemies with Ghost Flame when you gain invulnerability. This one doesn't take away from anything, so this is one of the really good usages of Ghost Flame, because it's just pretty good damage when you're invulnerable. Actually, quite a bit more damage than most of these, I would say. But not enough to get it into B tier. B tier, you have like some significant damage hitters. I'm just not too disappointed to see it. Oftentimes. Yeah, if you put it here, I wouldn't be disappointed. Not disappointed to see it, but I'm not thrilled to see it either. Calling Bell every 12 seconds afflicts surrounding enemies with Ghost Flame. Really, really similar to Mage Stress. You could honestly call these two almost exactly the same. One is doing it when your defensive runs, which is typically like every 10, 12, 15 seconds. One is doing it like every 12 seconds. So these are going to be about the same. Gladiator set. Gladiator set's one of the best and the worst at the same time, kind of. So here's where the wiki got really fucked up, because everything just says primary's damage increases by X%. Special cooldown increases by X seconds. So I'm going to have to really use my huge brain of mine and open up Rabbit and Steel, honestly. Apologies, it went black screen because I opened up Rabbit and Steel without turning off. What's it called? Yeah, I'm just gonna have to open up Rabbit and Steel. And then also turn my desktop audio fucking off. That's part of the reason I didn't want to. But I bet if I go into the toy box... No. Not the music room. That's stupid. Collection. Yep, I can get the actual odds of stuff. Okay. Let me read through all of these so I can close the game, then go on. Alright, the first one's going to be Grandmaster Spear. I'm going to try to do this quickly, but since I have to switch between now like 3 tabs, it's a bit more cumbersome. Grandmaster Spear, your primary's damage increases by 40%, your special's cooldown increases by 4 seconds. This usually doesn't matter for the same reason that this doesn't matter. Like, one, if you're going for a primary build, which when you're picking this up, you usually are. Granted, if you're picking it up for extra damage, you're a smart player, go to fucking work. No one cares about special cooldown, like, ever. Taking this is very generally a net positive. It is better than the Dragon Spear most times. Not enough better to be like S tier, because it's not an always take. It is a almost always take. And Stonebreaker is up here because it is an always take. Just like all of these are always take, unless something would make your build pop off, like crazily. And that something is the S tier items, because god damn it, they're awesome. Next item is Teacher's Knife. Your secondary damage increases by 40%, so it doesn't really do anything. 2 seconds of cooldown is added to your primary. So it adds 2 seconds of cooldown to your primary. Because as we've established, secondaries fucking suck. They just do. They do. Like, in reality, 2 seconds to your primary, it is not going to be the end of the world. But the main issue is sometimes your primary already has a cooldown, and this is just going to add more cooldown to it. And it's going to synergize really bad with things that then give your primary cooldown later. And you can't just trash your loot after you pick it up. And so it's almost never worth the secondary increase in damage. Never worth it. Not never worth it, I guess I should say. Very almost never worth it. Yeah, I agree with that right there. Tactician Rod. Your special's damage increases by 30%. 2 seconds of cooldown is added to your secondary. If it was 40%, I'd add it up here. It's so fucking close, though. Some of these need to be moved up, right? Maybe I'm goofy, but some of these need to go up, right? Metronome Boots can stay where it is, unfortunately for it. It's not completely building your run, but it's fucking breaking your run in a lot of situations. I like that a little bit better. I think I like that quite a bit better, yeah. That just feels a lot better. It's good, but it's not an always take. That's my thing. It's not an always take, and some of these aren't always... Well, this is an always take. This someone should be taking if they're doing their math right, and if they don't mind not being front-loaded power, but being really powerful by the end of the game. But honestly, I mean, even after the first area, you have like 30 gold, so I mean, it's like still almost this. This one's an always take for someone on the party. This one's also an almost always take for someone on the party. This one as well. This one as well. This one's good because of the reset, honestly. This one, yeah. Yeah, I'm fine with this. A tier is like doing a shit ton of damage, but not necessarily defining your build like this, huh? I don't know. There's a good argument to be made against some of these A tiers getting close. But A tier is close to S tier. So it's fine. It's fine. I'm willing to say this is good. These are just effects I don't always take, whereas these are effects that I'm almost always taking or considering no matter my build. Even like Twin Star, I'm like, even on Wizard, but 70% damage, and it's 70% damage. And people can disagree with it. That's the whole point of this. Spike Shield. When an ability or loot effect erases projectiles around you, deal 300 damage to that radius as well. Not too bad. 300 damage every time you use your defensive. Genuinely not awful. It gets a little bit more mileage out than this right here, which is a very similar effect. Because it's only enemies that aren't facing near you. And some things do erase projectiles around you that aren't your defensive. So sometimes you can go crazy with it. Not as good as Storm Petticoat, though, right? It's because it's specifically erase projectiles, which is much rarer than invulnerability. Yeah. Not bad. Bottom of B tier, not unhappy to see it. Good shit, though. Battle Maiden armor, using your defensive will reset loot and ability cooldowns with less than 8 seconds left on their timer. I don't really use this too often. It's pretty good though. Is it defensive or special or just defensive? No, just defensive. I don't really use this one often. So it's kind of clunky to rank. Right there. I know you can make some good builds with it. It's just a little clunky to use. I've used it like once and it just didn't do much, so that's why I'm like, huh? I haven't really seen it do too much. Probably put it right there. I just don't really see it do too much. Gladiator helmet abilities and loot that have cooldowns deal 20% more damage. Yeah, this is pretty good. Free almost global 20% damage increase. To most of the abilities that matter, they have cooldowns. Most abilities that matter have cooldowns. It's not like a crazy damage increase, though. It's almost as good as the Night Guard things, though. Uh, 20% just isn't a lot. But I mean, it's just as good as that, huh? Like, these are an always take if they're on offer, right? Almost always take, of course. Otherwise, it'd be Esther. Whereas these are like you could skip out on. Yeah, I think that's fair ranking. It feels kind of weird seeing these two with like Bolt Staff or something. But they aren't in here with like some of the S tiers. That feels good, actually. Yeah, that feels good. Let's see. Lancer Gauntlets. All damage is increased by 30%, so global 30% damage increase. Your primary and secondary gain cooldowns of 2 seconds. Very rarely matters. For the same reason that like Dragon Bracelet doesn't matter. Typically you're alternating them and you aren't spamming them. It matters on some folks, but not for most. It's more applicable than even this, actually. Yeah, all damage 30% is kind of fucking crazy. When you get a Gladiator chest, you're just eating so good. They don't reset anything, so they're gonna get right there. Yeah. Don't take the order too seriously on some of these. Mostly just think S tier, A tier, because I mean, it's so nuanced. There's so many of these. Too nuanced. Lion Charm, deal 180 damage to nearby enemies when an ability with or loot when an ability or loot with a cooldown is activated. Very, very good. Because keep in mind, every single time this activates, I just had a run where this was activating, it was going very well. Though, in all fairness, probably just high B tier. 180 extra damage on your special. No, it's around this tier. Right there, yeah. It's an extra 180 damage on your special, but only to things nearby you. But it also works with like other loot effects, has really good synergy. So very good stuff. Can't believe I almost ranked it so low. Anyways, let me exit out of Rabbit and Steel and get this stream back onto how it was before. Okay, how many more we got left? We're getting through them, that's for sure. And I've gone this far. Unfortunately, this is going to be a big edit through. And the video itself is going to be like an hour long. It's going to be fucking... Yeah, it is going to be tough. Alright. Lightning stuff. Blue Bolt Staff, primary applies Spark. If I'm correct, Spark just is poison, but it's AoE. So if you apply it to one enemy, it hits all enemies. It's fine. It mostly in most fights just acts like poison. So it goes with all of the other poison gear. Yay! This one's just special. By the way, I should have explained. One sec, my bad. This is primary apply Spark. This is secondary apply Spark. This next one, I believe, is special apply Spark, right? Yep, special apply Spark. Special apply Spark. Battery Shield. Every 30 times you or debuffs apply damage to your enemy. Sorry, the fucking wiki has a typo in it. You can tell the wiki is super high quality. Kind of my fault. I don't have everything memorized, so it's easier to just read the wiki. Because I've played with everything. Need a refresher. That's also why I'm reading it out for you. So when you watch the video, you'll get refreshed. Every 30 times you apply debuffs or deal damage. Oh, wait, no. Every 30 times an enemy takes damage from you or debuffs you apply, your defensive cooldown resets. It's fine. Wouldn't take it over Kappa Shield. It could be crazy if you had a lot of debuffs, I do admit. Most times it's not that crazy, though. And it's very hard to time. Raiju Crown, every 20 times you or debuffs you apply deal damage to an enemy, apply Spark to all enemies. It's really just fine, honestly. It just goes to everything else of that caliber. Static Shock Earrings, every 10 times you or debuffs apply... Every 10 times you or debuffs you apply deal damage to an enemy, deal 150 damage to all enemies. This one's actually pretty good. This one's good because it can scale really well with certain things. For example, if you get Sparrow Feather, now you're technically hitting for 2. And so this one actually does work a little bit better. I guess I should explain the issue with Raiju Crown. You might be thinking, oh wait, but the Spark actually over time does more damage. That's the issue over time. If you aren't doing well with Raiju Crown, then it will get its full DOTO effect, and that's fine. It'll do more damage than this. If you are doing well with Raiju Crown, then you'll keep applying it on top of itself, and it won't get its AoE effect. Whereas this one has a higher cap because you can keep applying it on top of itself. But otherwise, if you don't think you'll be hitting that cap very much, then go with Raiju Crown. But in certain situations, this one actually does have a decent cap that isn't bad. So I would put it right around here. The only reason it's better is because it does have a higher cap. It can work really well with certain relics. Storm Dance. Every 40 times you were debuff, apply enemies, you gain invulnerable for... every 40 times you or debuffs you apply, deal damage to an enemy, gain invulnerability for 5 seconds. Yeah, it's fine. It's super unreliable, though. Probably worse than all of these. Honestly, it's just really unreliable. Oh, yeah, I'd honestly put... honestly? Yeah, I'd probably put it there. Really unreliable. I'm sure it'll save your ass sometime. You just really, 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 really can't ever, rely on it. 5 seconds is a lot of time. Actually, it does have a cap, though. It does have a good ceiling. I take it back. If you're applying damage like crazy, it does have a good skill ceiling to where it'll make you invincible a lot. So it'll go next to this bad boy. 40 attacks is a lot of attacks, so I don't think so, but you could probably get it to like 30% 30% invulnerability of a time. I said that super wrong. Invulnerability 30% of a time. Yeah, you get me. Ribbon, Black Bolt Ribbon. Every 50 times you or debuffs deal damage, you do a 1,200 damage. That one's kind of cool. It's every 50 times, though. Ugh. But it's technically better than the static shock earrings just off pure damage, so I will say that. It still isn't crazy, though. These work well in like a debuff build, kinda. I don't think you'll be doing crazy damage into them, but they do work well in a debuff build. Crane Katana. Gain flow strength every time you move 15 rabbit leaps. Not gonna lie, it's very good. I like it a lot. Oh, flow strength increases your damage by 70% for about 5 seconds. Well, flow strength increases your damage by 70%, and then this one gives it for 5 seconds, is a better term. Anyone who wants a primary is going to be wanting to use this quite a bit. It's not all the time, but it's still solid. This next one is pretty sure the same thing, except flow dex. Yeah. Dagger, flow dex. No one really cares about flow dex. Put it down there. Down in D tier. Flow dex is secondary, by the way. So, yeah. Not good stuff. Tornado Staff. It's flow int, which is special. Every time you move 15 rabbit leaps, you'll gain flow int for 5 seconds. This one's just about as good as that right there. I've used it. They're good stuff. They aren't like huge damage increases, and they aren't as consistent as most of these in A tier. But if you see it, you're usually pretty happy to take it. You're happier to take it than you are this, honestly. Hell, you're happier to take it than Wakazashi. Honestly, they're probably highest in B tier. I don't think they're quite in A tier, but they're probably the highest picks for B tier. I feel like that's a good B tier cap. Next one is Cloud Guard. Gain invulnerability for 5 seconds every time you move 25 rabbit leaps. Still is just... Oh, these scale very well with speed, by the way, for obvious reasons. The faster you do damage, the faster you move, the better they're going to be. This one's invulnerability every 25 rabbit leaps, which is kind of a lot of rabbit leaps. Not that great. I'd rather have Kappa Shield than it in most situations. I would like to reiterate, these are only here because Kappa Shield doesn't have as good of a ceiling as these. These have a higher ceiling, so I could see you making an argument for them better. But reset defensives. Oh, I like how all the reset defensives are kind of right next to each other. Yeah, that isn't coincidental. It's just the effect isn't very good. Oh, wait, no, that's not reset defensive. It's invulnerability. My opinion does not change on it. It's not that crazy. 5 seconds is a lot of seconds, actually. No, it's not that crazy. I still think it's not that crazy. Hermes Bow. Every 10 seconds, fires a projectile at your target enemy that does 250 damage. Cooldown resets when you move 10 rabbit leaps. It's not bad. It's not quite as good as like the high good bows. Like the good bows, they're up here. The fire bow is there. Then this one's like here. It's significantly worse than the fire bow, but not the worst. Honestly, it's probably highest in C tier. I'm still kind of disappointed when I see it. Talent Charm deals 150 damage to all enemies every time you move 5 rabbit leaps. This one's not actually so bad. This one is about the same as the Hermes Bow. Other than it doesn't have a cooldown, so the synergy is kind of slightly worse with it. So it's a bit less, actually. Sure, I'm chilled putting it there. Actually, no, it can go here. I mean, if you're fast enough. Just because you can upgrade it with speed, then it works. The things down here just don't have good scaling with anything, except like 2 items up there, which are up there for a reason, because they enable so many items. Let's see. Talon Char. Oh, wait, no, we read that. Tiny Wings significantly increases movement speed. This one's actually kind of awesome. This one's one of the better defensive items. Gets you where you need to be really, really quick. Oh, so if this is my defensive item right there, but it's better than that. Not quite that crazy, though. Not quite that crazy. I'm down putting it right there. It's really good. Doesn't increase your damage that much, but if you've got a bunch of like speed down effects, that's going to be your go-to to mitigate it. Except for the dress. Where's the dress? Why is it not higher? Okay, yeah, the dress is higher. Dress is obviously higher for good reason. Feathered Overcoat maxes out your movement speed while you're invulnerable. Meh. Doesn't actually end up doing that much. most effects that make you invulnerable make you pretty fast, and or it just fucks with me when I use them. Like, I'll end up running out of my Astra field or whatever the fuck, or my invulnerability field if I'm playing Heavy Blade. Not great. I've taken this one more times than I'd like to admit, just because sometimes I end up with it. If you're invulnerable a lot, it's helpful, but you know what's really helpful? Being invulnerable a lot. And this one doesn't necessarily make that happen. Yeah, put it over here with like Divine Mirror and shit. Sand Priestess Spear. Your primary has a 40% chance to give you flash decks. Who cares moment? Flash decks is again flash decks I should probably explain because it's not flow decks. Flash decks. Your secondary deals 150% more damage. 150? Okay, I thought it was like 50% more damage, but 150% makes sense. It wears off when you use an attack though. Never mind. Don't sleep on this one that much. Even though it's just secondary, it's not so bad. It genuinely is not that bad. 150% of 80 is still good. And like 3 damage. Yeah, that's not bad. Flame Dancer Dagger. Your secondary has a 40% chance to give you flash strength. This one is much better because it's increasing your strength. This one's getting to B tier. B tier because it's not like special or anything, and sometimes you want to do secondary into special, which then would make this absolutely pointless. So I'm gonna give it below Kasode, below Wakazashi, low B tier, but I like it in low B tier. You really can't well, no, because if you get rabbit luck, this is going to be applying a lot. And if you get things that increase your luck, this will go hard. I'm not going to lie. I'm fine with it being high B tier. It will go hard in a lot of cases, just not as many cases as those items, though. This item needs to go down. This item needs to go, like, down. I'm fine with it being more right there. Even though it's not like, again, it's not exactly accurate to everything. Some of these are more nuanced. There's just 200 of them, so there's a lot, man. White Flame Staff. Every 2 times you use your special, gain flash strength. Not bad. Knock off Heavy Blade's Garnet upgrade. Most strength classes do want their special anyways. I'm trying to think what it's good on. It's not bad on anyone. I don't think it has as high of a cap, though. Yeah, I'll put it down there. The reason why is because this one, if you get rabbit luck, you can actually just build off of it insanely well. This one, I'm thinking about it, and I'm like, the best situation I've had with this one is I'm Hexblade. I use my special twice because I have 5 charges of my special with the Sapphire upgrade because I did make this build once. And then I use an attack into Ruby attack. And that's pretty good, yeah. It's very rare it works out that way. In fact, I didn't end up getting Ruby attack, so the damage was not that crazy, but it was fine. Sacred Shield. Every 2 times you use your defensive, gain Flash Int. Flash Int's crazy. And Flash Int is much better than that one. I don't know if I'm willing to put it. No, I'm willing to put it pretty high. The issue is it's not. Choosing your defensive so often is very difficult on a lot of classes. I'd put it higher than that. Put it higher than that. I'd even put it higher than that. Put it higher than that. Flash Int's crazy, though. It is crazy. I can put it up here. The main thing holding it back is it's just really, really, really hard to use your defensive that often. And so that does take it down a peg. Marble Class. Every 5 times you use an ability, gain flash decks. it wasn't Flash Dex, it'd be so much higher. Where's the other Flash Dex item? It's in C tier, right? Yeah. I mean, Flash Dex isn't the worst because, I mean, it's crazy. Down there. The reason I say down there, and the reason I'm not putting it as high as this percent chance thing, percent chance is chill and it'll probably be easier to get off, even though it's random. No, wait, this one's more specific. Okay, they're the same. Never mind. My critiques for both. One was going to be Rabbit Luck, but it's fine. They're relatively the same. Sunpin, every 10 times you use an ability, reset your special's cooldown and gain Flash Int. No, I'm joking. Not all the way up S tier, but like, it's A tier. I'm not going to lie. I kind of slept on this one for a while. I need to stop sleeping on it because it's very good. It's very, very good. It resets your special's cooldown for you. 10 abilities isn't that crazy. That's like once every 10 seconds. That isn't that crazy. I mean, no, it is that crazy. It's good. Tiny Hourglass. Every 24 seconds, deal 1,000 damage to all enemies. Happens 4 times per battle. Like, if you look at this thing, it does 900 damage every 25 seconds. How much do you really care about 100 damage every 25 seconds? And this one lasts the whole battle. This one doesn't. So, just gonna go down here. It's just worse that. Nothing special. Desert Earrings. Every time you gain a buff, gain another random buff for 5 seconds. This is actually really good. This is as good as the Usagi Mask. They both do similar things. They're both going to be giving you a shit ton of buffs. This one's good if you already have buffs, though. This one's good if you don't already have buffs, so. They're both very easy to apply, though, honestly. Getting buffs. I mean, it just stacks really well with things like that. But yeah, good stuff. Now we get into the real fun ones. Runes set is probably some of my favorites. Giant Stone Club. Your primary deals 70% more damage. Its global cooldown time is 2.5 seconds. Wait, no. It might... Do I trust the wiki? No, I don't trust the wiki, unfortunately. I'm opening up Rabbit and Steel again. Give me a moment. The wiki says it's not that, but I know it's somewhat similar. I think the wiki might be right on this one. I think it might, but I can't trust it. The wiki is right. Whoopsie daisies. Okay, the wiki's right. Alright, primary deals 70% more damage. Its global cooldown time is increased by 0.6 seconds. Movement speed is also moderately reduced. If you're a primary build, S tier. S tier above that. Not quite as good as anything above there, though. So the math behind this is 0.6 seconds is not that bad for 70% more damage. Like, if you just look at it mathematically, it's technically like a 10% increase. I would argue more. I'd argue it's like a 30% increase to your attack always. But it just scales really well with burst damage. For example, one thing I haven't really discussed is like if you get Flash Primary or Flash Strength, I think it is, then you use it on a Great Club boosted attack. It is much more valuable than if you didn't have the Great Club, because the speed doesn't matter. It's burst damage. Also, obviously, something like this, which reduces the cooldown, is going to make it way better. It does add to your cooldown, but it's an always take if you're a primary build. Literally always. Bruiser, by the way, ignores the global cooldown increase. Your movement speed is moderately reduced, does suck, but it's definitely handleable. Rune Sword, your secondary deals 100% more damage. Its global cooldown time is increased by 0.8 seconds. Your movement speed is also slightly reduced. Double damage is a lot, but you really want your secondary to do one thing, and that's not slow you down. I'm putting it right there. Usually you want your like global cooldown sucks because you can't do anything except that attack. And like there are you can't deny double damage is a lot. It's well balanced for double damage. But man, sitting there for 2 seconds just to activate like a heavy blade buff just to get like 120 damage instead of 60 damage isn't worth it for me. Not enough things that synergize with secondary. Secondary damage isn't high enough at base. Not worth. Mount Staff, one of my favorites. Your special deals 200% more damage. Its global cooldown time is increased by 2.5 seconds. Your movement speed is also moderately reduced. I'm fairly certain it has become 2.5 seconds, by the way. It doesn't really matter, though, because that's such a big increase that it is worth it. One thing to note is you do care about global cooldown time. You 100% do. Even if you're a dancer, you care about it. It's just, again, so big and it works so well with buffs. 200% damage is so much more damage. So it's very good. You ideally want it in a situation where you can only use your special every once in a while, but it's already a huge hit. Like Hexblade's Ruby special is a good one. But yeah, Ancient is also another good example. But the damage increase is always worth the global cooldown time, unless you have other loots doing something like weird with you. It's not like always worth it with other loots, but if you're a base character, you can define your run around it. It's insane. It is 90% of the time always worth it. Sometimes not, though. Boulder Shield. Every 30 seconds, your defensive. Using your defensive will grant all allies Stone Skin. Starts battle on cooldown, if I'm correct. Reduces your movement speed significantly. I think it's actually moderately. I think the wiki's incorrect about that. It's not bad. Stone Skin absorbs one hit and then breaks. Same as a Rock Dragon Mail, except it's defensive. All allies. Probably a little bit better than Rock. A little bit worse than Rock Dragon. Rock Dragon always kicks in when you need it. It's got that kind of fallacy in there. This one kicks in when you need it a lot of the times, but not always. It has been helpful to play with someone who picks it up, though. Golem's Claymore. Every 20 seconds grants you Stone Skin for 5 seconds, and then slices the air around you, dealing 500 damage to nearby enemies. Also slows you. It's a cut above their other damage items, because instead of just doing damage, it also protects you 25% of the time. 25% of the time, you have Rock Dragon Mail, effectively. You are slower, though. Again, I don't really mind slowness. It's going to be... It has saved me a significant portion of the time. Honestly, I kind of want to just put it right there. I know it's right next to it, but I like it better than the gold coin. And the gold coin is like a huge cutoff point where I'm like, it's good, not that great. Stoneplate Armor. Start each battle with Stone Skin for 30 seconds. Moderately... Oh, wait, no. No, I've got to look that up because I know it's way different. I have to make sure I'm getting some of these correct because... At the very least, that one I know is way, way different. Let me open Rabbit and Steel. Oh, man. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, it gives granite skin, not stone skin, but I think the wiki was actually correct about that, unfortunately. Alright. So yeah, Stoneplate Armor gives granite skin, which is a little bit different. Oh shit, I need to look at it again. I'm sorry. I'm fumbling. It's alright. Happens. We're almost through it all. If the wiki was correct, because I thought the wiki was correct, so I was like, oh, I'll just look at it on the wiki. I just missed where it said that. No, the wiki was just wrong. The wiki was completely wrong. It says it gives stone skin when it actually gives granite skin, which is different. Granite skin shields you from damage once, slows movement. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's fucking crazy different than what it says it is. Okay, stone plate armor gives you something called granite skin, which is effectively stone skin. It saves you from one hit. You start each battle with it, and you move much slower while it's on. So you're going to be moving really, really slow while it's on, but you do 20% damage while you have granite skin, and it protects you from the first hit each combat. So I've actually, not many people take this, but if you don't get hit, it is 20% global damage up. 20% global damage up is kind of insane. Plus, it's going to save you from the first hit each combat. Kind of like Holy Mantle. Way better than Rock Dragon Mail. I can tell you that. Not quite above that. It does go there, though. It's very good. I'm not going to lie. A few more to go. Sacred Stone Charm. Abilities with a global cooldown time equal to 1.5 seconds or higher deal 50% more damage. I think that might be 30% in the actual game. The wiki is so fucked. Can't even tell you how fucked the wiki is. It's pretty good. It's pretty dang good. It's about as good as the watch, yeah. It's very easy to sit there and stack it on top of like already high global cooldown time things. It's probably not as good as the watch. Probably a little below that. A little less versatility. But it does some... It's good. It's good. Trust me. Clay Rabbit. Every 12 seconds, standing still will grant you stone skin for 3 seconds. It's fine. It's really cute, so I'll take it sometimes. As far as defensive relics go, it's helpful. More helpful than Quartz Shield. Yeah, right about there. Standing still with it is kind of difficult, so it's kind of clunky. And other times you'll stand still and it's not that helpful, but it has saved me. And if you can get used to it, it's actually probably a bit higher than that, but you know. Waterfall Polearm is kind of insane. Every 10 seconds when you use your primary, gain flow strength for 5 seconds. So this is good because if you're just spamming your primary, you can still just spam your primary. Flow strength, if I'm correct, is 70%, right? 70% more damage. And it doesn't wear off, so you can just sit there and keep spamming it. So effectively, 50% of the time, you do 70% more damage. That is like, that's good. That's really good. And that's going to go... Was that flash strength or that's flow strength? That's flow strength. It's definitely above those. Hell, I'm not going to lie. It's up in A tier. It's up in A tier, man. It's good shit. Vorpal Dow. Every 10 seconds, when you use a secondary, you gain flow dex. Secondary item. Yay. It's not awful. I don't take it, though. That's for sure. If you gave me the choice between most of these, I still wouldn't take it. That's just bias, I think. Bottom of C tier. Maybe it should go a bit lower. Actually, it should probably stick with these. Look, I don't like my secondary. I don't. No one really builds for secondary because no gemstones really work with it except Druid. Druid can build with... If you're a Druid, secondary isn't actually so bad. Thing is, I wish all secondaries are built like Druid secondary because most secondaries are garbage. They just buff you. They're good for buffing you, don't get me wrong. But a lot of times you turn them into a no damage buff, which is where it's like, oh. So it's not great. Jade Staff, every 2 times use your special, gain, should be Tranquility, Stillness. Maybe Stillness is it, but no, it says it's different. No, it isn't. Good job, Wiki. They're trying here. Maybe I should go in here and clean this place up. It should be 30% more damage anyways, yeah. So every 2 times you're special, you gain Tranquility for 10 seconds, and what that does is it gives you 30% more damage. just a flat like 30% more damage on everything, if I'm correct. Yep. 30% more damage, but if you move too much, I'm gonna just redo that section. My bad. Every 2 times you Jade Staff, every 2 times you use your special, you gain Tranquility for 10 seconds. What that means is you do 30% more damage, but if you move too far, it wears off. It's not bad. If you're being pretty still, it's fine, but unfortunately you can't be still in this game. 30% more damage isn't too awful though. Put it right there. C tier. I just, like, 30% global damage is crazy. But, like, 2 times you use your special. 2 times you use your special is good. I totally rank that poorly. In reality, it's probably, like, right there. Pretty good B tier item. It's not, like, a crazy always take. I don't take it often. I've taken it, like, once or twice. But, hey, it's pretty good. Let me give more insightful things on that. I mean, it's just like you have to move a lot. It's good on like Hexblade or something where you can use your special a lot. But then you have to like decide like on a Heavy Blade where you have 2 uses of your special. Now what are you going to do? Hopefully use your primary is the hope. But moving will make it wear off, so it's only 30% damage for a little longer. Which makes me kind of want to move it down because 30% isn't that crazy percent. Yeah, 30% just isn't that crazy. I'm moving it back down. 30% chance, like 30% damage is not that crazy, and getting rid of it sucks. Reflection Shield. When you erase projectiles in a radius around you, gain counter for 3 seconds. So it's pretty much just like this shield, except there's 2 caveats. One. Wait, let me reread that just to make certain. Okay. Where did I put it? Oh fuck! Don't tell me it's up there still. Oh shit! Where is it? I lost him. What's it look like again? Look over at the wiki. Reflection Shield. Looks like that. I lost him. There he is. Okay. So Reflection Shield. What this bad boy does. Let me reread it, because I'm fuck off tired, man. Oh boy, we only have 5 left, so I'm honestly gonna finish, but then I'm gonna end stream. Alright. When you erase projectiles in a radius around you, you gain counter for 3 seconds. What counter does is it gives you 50% damage on your next attack. Pretty good. Very similar to this shield right here. This shield right here only works on your defensive. This one works anytime you erase projectiles. This one also gives 2 seconds to your defensive. Well, reduces your defensive by 2 seconds, which is good. Unfortunately, it's not. It's pretty fuck off crazy, actually. No, it's about as crazy as that. It's not quite as crazy as that one, but it can apply from other effects, which is pretty good. Counter is good. 50% extra damage on a next hit. Good burst damage. Yeah, aren't going to be sad to see it. This next one is Butterfly Hairpin. Whenever you gain invincibility, gain a random buff for 5 seconds. So effectively, whenever you use your defensive, gain a random buff for 5 seconds. Not actually that bad if you think about it. Because you could get Black Strike, and Black Strike is crazy. You could get Super. Super is crazy. So since it's pretty good, where do I want to put it? Man. I don't know. It's a difficult decision because it's like it's too random, right? It's B tier. It's B tier for sure. If you're going invincible a lot, you can rack up a lot of buffs on it. These ones are pretty easy, yeah. Not quite as good as those though. Not quite as good as that even. Cinnamon actually kind of insane. All right, it goes down there. It's a bit too random. I've had good success with it. It gives me Black Strike occasionally, which is crazy powerful. Maybe it'll give you Flow Strength. Maybe it'll give you Flow Dex, though. Maybe it just gives you Stone Skin. Not too awful, though. It's always going to be a buff, so, you know. Water Mage Pendant. Every 12 seconds, when you stand still, gain a Float Int for 5 seconds. So, by standing still, you can give yourself a pretty good buff. I don't really like these standstill effects, but I can't deny that they're pretty dang good. Put it just below Necronomicon. Flow Int's very good. 70% damage is crazy even. Maybe crazier than the Necronomicon, actually. But it's not that easy to use. Necronomicon is much easier to use. But this one has a better cap. Better cap, easier to use. It's somewhere in B tier. I'll put it there for now. It's not an A tier, not an always grab. But it's very, very good, yeah. Because it stands still. Stand still is actually what makes it still decent. Drop Earrings is similar. Whenever you stand still, you gain Repeat. Repeat is actually special, and I wish they used it a bit more often. What it does is it makes it whenever you use your special, it instantly goes off cooldown. So you get Repeat for 5 seconds when you use this. So you stand still, get Repeat for 5 seconds, and that's 5 seconds you can use your special an infinite amount of times. This often means you're sitting there spamming your special back to back. It's better than that, mostly because it's more unique, so it has better scaling, in my opinion. Actually, does it have better scaling? Debatable. It's 18 seconds, so I feel like they're about the same, unfortunately. Because this one's 12 seconds, this one's 18 seconds. And the thing is, I was looking at the last one, because I was like, what's the last one? The thing is, it's annoying to use, because oftentimes you'll sit still to avoid an attack, and this thing will activate, and then you're using it at a bad time, or you aren't ready to use your special because you don't have your buffs up and you haven't sat there and buffed up special. It's just tough. Our final one, this tier list. This tier list did take a while. I didn't realize how long it would take. There's a lot of items in this game, man. Aquamarine Bracelet. Every 12 seconds, gain a random buff for 10 seconds. It's pretty good. It can give you like super for 10 seconds, which is crazy. I rank this not quite as good as the invincibility one. But I'm not sad to take it as a cop-out relic. About as good as Necronomicon in my... about worse than Necronomicon. Well, actually... These are all really good cop-out relics, believe it or not. Better than Vegas. Better than... Yeah, I'm about happy fair. I think that's a good one. That's a good tier list, I mean. So here's the tier list. She's pretty dang big. Zoom out for you because there's so fucking many of them. There you go. Feel free to be like, oh, your opinion sucks, or oh, your opinion's awesome. Tell me what you think. Maybe I'm missing something about some of these awful ones. I don't think I am, though. Most people agree on these ones. Most people agree on these ones. Maybe I think the more controversial ones will be B and C tier. I'm probably putting some of people's favorites very, very low. I know people love Necronomicon. Most people will be like, Necronomicon's A tier. What are you on? Nah. Because to me, A tier is like, no, it's just not. A tier is just so many high damage options. I feel like every single one of these, I'm going to consistently get higher value out of than Necronomicon. So yeah. I think that's a pretty good tier list. You guys tell me what you think. I should be streaming tomorrow as well. Ooh, stretch. Yeah, I should be streaming tomorrow as well. God, I'm tired, so my brain is fuzzy. How good would I do at a subathon? I do fine if I'm playing games. It's just tier lists are big think, and like I have to exhaust my mental energy, and I've been exhausting my mental energy for like 4 hours, and so it's just tough. Whereas if it's playing a game, games don't use like any mental energy, easy shit. Especially because like I can talk to people in the chat, restore my mental energy, easy stuff. But yeah, I'll probably stream tomorrow, same time as usual, anywhere from 8 to midnight, depending on when. Probably earlier, because today I was spending most of my time getting this set up. I had to download each and every one of these images, put them in there. But thanks for watching. Enjoy. I will see you guys tomorrow, most likely. My throat's kind of hurting, though, and it feels like a sinus issue. That's why I've been clearing my nose a lot. If I'm sick, I might not be on. I don't think I'm sick. Additionally, if I get really caught up in editing, because I really want to get something done, but I'm going to try to do it in the morning and or daytime. But if I don't manage to get it done, then I might say, hey, I've got to get this done. I'm going to take a day off of streaming so I can go to this, and then I will be back pronto. So, I'd say 50-50 shot I stream tomorrow. Just tune in if you can. Can't, it's chill. I'll see you guys later, and thanks for everyone who showed up. Honestly, it's these last few streams have been a lot more fun because, like, I've had Mana Charge. He's been awesome. And then, like, also just, like, Goat Boy VTuber was cool as well. It's kind of weird to, like, just shout out random chatters, but it has been a lot more fun. It is always more fun when you have more people. That's not to complain or anything. Streaming is always fun, in my opinion. If it wasn't fun, wouldn't do it. But I do appreciate everyone who does tune in. Because, like, even if it's only for one game, or even if you're just like, hey, I saw you streaming, I can't stay long, though, it's still, like, it does make me happy. Even if you can't stay long. But there's never any inclusion to, you know, you have to join every stream, or you have to pop in if I start streaming. Nah. Do it if it's fun. If it's not fun, then don't fucking do it. If I'm not entertaining, then don't fucking do it. But thanks for those of you who did enjoy watching, and I did want to show gratitude because, like, I do genuinely appreciate it. I came into this stream much more happy because last stream I got to play with, like, a bunch of people, and that was cool. Not to mention, Rabbit and Seal is just fun, and the people on it are very nice. Anyways, have a good night. See you guys around.